Good morning, California. Welcome to today's meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. I'm Ray Kennedy, the current rotating chair. Ravi, would you please call roll?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Lamont.
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
I am here.
Commissioner Toledo.
Present.
Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Forashari.
Here.
And Commissioner Kennedy.
I am here. Thank you so much, Ravi.
You're welcome.
Okay, today's run of show. We're looking at approximately a 12-hour day today. There'll be an opportunity for announcements. We will have a brief business meeting. There's at least one business item to bring up. After the business meeting segment concludes, we will jump back to congressional districts. I have spoken with the mappers. We will start with Central Valley, followed by San Jose, and then any other iterations that we might have time for. I'm not counting on having any more at this point, and we do plan to do this same jump back to congressional districts tomorrow morning as well. So if we do not finish going through congressional district iterations that are ready this morning, we will get back to them tomorrow morning. After the 11 o'clock break, we will go back to Senate districts, starting with Central Valley, looking at our exploration there, then hopefully moving to Sacramento, then this afternoon getting to the San Francisco Bay region, and hopefully making it to Northern California later in the day during the last mapping session. We'll then have 6:30 break, followed by public comment starting at 6:45. So that is the run of the show. Hope to be concluding by 9:15 at the latest. So, are there any announcements from commissioners or staff? No announcements. Okay, so we have a business meeting matter. As I understand it, there is a policy ready that has been posted for approximately 36 hours for public review. Is that with legal or is that with admin and finance?
It's actually with the Public Input Subcommittee.
Public Input Subcommittee. Okay, so Public Input Subcommittee, please step forward.
I'm stepping forward, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed.
So just a brief background. Commissioner Fornashari and I met with Chief Counsel Payne to review our public input policy. We already had one in the handbook that we had approved previously. However, we wanted to revise it to make sure that it encompassed everything that we've been doing with public input and the practices that we've been following, particularly during this increased amount of public input we've been receiving. So the policy has been posted. I hope everyone had a chance to review it. Nothing in there should be of surprise. It is how we've been conducting our input process throughout. And I guess I will turn it over to Commissioner Fornashari and then Chief Counsel Payne for any additional items and then questions if folks have them.
I well said. I have nothing to add. Thanks, Commissioner Ahmed.
So to that point, if the subcommittee would like this, we could schedule it for a vote, and we would need our motion and go through our process. Thanks.
I move that we approve the public input policy as reflected on our website.
I second. Pedro Toledo.
Discussion, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. First of all, if it is an amendment or a revision, we should probably note that somewhere in here that it's a addendum or revision or whatever you want to call it. And just wondering if it's a typo or 1A where it says at each, should it be agendized meeting?
Yes,
Just a
thank you,
typo?
Commissioner Fernandez. Yeah, we can certainly change that typo. And to your earlier point, because the contents are different, believe this is probably more of a revision, only because the topics that were covered in the proposed handout are additional to and slightly change one aspect of the previous policy. So I'd recommend having one policy, and this would be the new revised policy.
Okay, and then just my other on 1AI, I guess, second line, I believe you left out the word during and at least once during each agendized meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Yee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just curious about the up to 2 minute limit. It just caught my eye because there were times in the past where we did have longer comment periods depending on, the stage of the work we were in. Just wanted to hear that this is actually a decision to entirely limit all comments during all periods to no more than 2 minutes.
Yeah, to your point, Commissioner Yee, there have been usually what public bodies do is given the usually very voluminous public comments that can occur. It's very common for public bodies to say, we need 1 minute for each speaker, or 1.5 minutes, or 2 minutes. This would be putting a cap that it wouldn't be longer than 2 minutes, but it does provide the chair with flexibility to do less than that, if need be, given how many people are in the queue.
But never more than that.
But not more than that. It's a ceiling of 2.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, sorry about that. Just one more thing. In here, you put a 2-hour limit on public comment, and we have been going past 2 hours. So I'm just wondering, is this 2 hours going forward? Or what the process is here? Because I'd really like to hear all comment. Thank you.
I don't know if the subcommittee wants to weigh in as well. I'll leave it to them.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, so we haven't had a specific, I'm going to address two things, right? Commissioner Yi's comment about longer time for the public to speak. I think, for public comment, I don't believe we've gone over 2 minutes. In other contexts, for specific public input, we've gone longer, but for public comment, I don't think we've gone longer than 2 minutes. And so this just codifies, what we're actually doing. So the 2-hour time limit, we were just trying to, we have the option to create a time, what's the term, time,
Place, and manner.
time, place, and manner restriction. So we just wanted to be able to sort of, manage public input, in a way that we can balance the time for us to do the work we need to do, but also time for the public to provide input. So that was the thinking behind that. I don't know if Anthony or Isra has anything that they'd like to add.
Commissioner Ahmed.
Nothing more to add.
Okay.
Just
Chief
the one thing I'll add to that is Marcy our outreach director did a sort of a preliminary analysis, and it was an average around an hour and a half a lot of the time less than that, but certainly taking into consideration the increased public comment where and now we're talking hour and a half of actual public comment. You take away the break part, you take away, once you actually start, that an average about an hour and a half of public comment. And this would be 2 hours. So it would be a little bit longer than that. So trying to balance that, and this is a little bit more of a policy call, but certainly taking into consideration what's happened in the past. That's the 2-hour mark is certainly more generous than what has happened in the past generally on average.
Thank you, Chief Counsel Payne. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I think given that on average we are able to see and hear for everyone that has called in, 2 hours seems like a reasonable amount of time. And perhaps there might be language added to 2 hours and give the chair some discretion as well for those circumstances where we may need to continue to sing, where we may still have hands raised and it's important not to cut off, where the chair determines it's important not to cut off the discussion or the input. So maybe giving the chair a little bit more discretion to be able to go beyond the 2 hours as necessary would be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Sinai?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for revising our public comment policy. And we have used the words public input and public comment to mean different things. And I'm curious, I think for this public comment policy, we should then define what we mean by public comment because we do have both. And then, because we want that flexibility for public input, as we said, a lot of our public input sessions were very different than our public comment. And so I just want us to make sure that we are being consistent because even when earlier we said, well, yes, we've done that differently for public input, and then we started talking about public comments and someone said public input when I think they meant public comment, which is okay. But I think for a policy, we do want to be clear since we have differentiated it throughout.
So to your point, Commissioner Snide, yeah, they are different terms. Public comment is specifically referenced in the government code. Public input is a term that is somewhat defined in our commission statutes. And the commission has previously differentiated those terms. You'll recall that the commission has took a previous policy of 3 minutes for public input, and that's when you were doing a different phase of the commission process. The government codes allows public bodies to regulate time, place, manner restrictions for public comment. And so this policy is in line with the government code referring to public comment. So you would be regulating public comment. As I understand it, as applied to this part, or what's remaining for the commission, what's at this point is public comment for the remainder. But generally, yes, you have previously defined public input and allocated a time, place, manner restriction for that to be 3 minutes. This policy does not address public input; it addresses public comment.
Right. My comment was just, we might just want to put a sentence in the very beginning, just saying exactly that and defining what public comment is.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Yee?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I wanted to echo Commissioner Toledo's thought about adding some discretion for the chair. Maybe under 1A, perhaps saying will ordinarily occupy up to 2 hours. I mean, I think if we're coming up on 2 hours and there's only 2 more people in the queue, most chairs would just take those, But by the language here, it's like we couldn't, at least by the letter of the law, letter of the policy. So some discretion for the chair to go longer as circumstances dictate.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair. Given the discussion around this, I would like to revise my motion to say I move to approve the revised public comment policy with amendments as noted for the remainder of our commission meetings. I can send you that in writing, Alvaro. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yeah, I think on Commissioner Yee's point, I wonder if there also needs to be just a brief sentence or some language that also says that at either the chair's discretion, that if there is quite a bit more public testimony waiting to be given, that another date and time will be rescheduled. I think we've talked about that after a certain time, if we just need to, extend into the next day or, reschedule for another day, we'll just capture everybody's contact information so that they can, give their testimony. And I didn't see that, and I'm just wondering if that should also be included in there with the chair's discretion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa. Chief Counsel Payne?
So just a quick point about the discretion. I can certainly work with that, but I would frankly want to get a clearer understanding of what that discretion looks like. Sort of an open-ended discretion of the chair isn't really a time, place, manner restriction. So, certainly we have a motion on the floor and it's been seconded, but if we would want to go back and substantively alter to include discretion and sort of the limits of that discretion, I would want to go back and rework that policy if that's the commission's will.
Thank you, Chief Counsel Payne. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm wondering what might be some options to rework to allow us to go beyond the 2-hour time frame should we want to do that. Is it something like giving the chair an additional flexibility of an additional 15 minutes or 15-minute increments or something like that, or something else?
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. I could also imagine in those situations requiring a vote of the commission to extend the public comment period beyond the 2 hours. One issue that came to my mind is if we, this is just theoretical, but if we had a large number of speakers requiring and or requesting interpretation and we needed to give them twice as much time, then we would effectively be reducing the number of people we could hear from. So I'm wondering if we might want to include a provision saying the 2 hours would be calculated on the amount of original input, excluding any time required for interpretation. Chief Counsel Payne?
I think we could certainly add that. I would, even if the commission didn't or chose not to include that, I believe that would be the application of the law as currently under the law would require that anyway. We would effectively go beyond the 2 hours for that specific limited purpose that's already in the law for that.
Right, okay, thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I would like the council to reconsider that response with the thought process that the 2 hours that we determined would be above and beyond what we've already done would have already included in any interpretation or translation. And all of our public comment has already had that baked in, and we've set a limit based on that total. And so now it looks like we're taking that total and giving additional time. And it has nothing to do with whether or not people need the translation. And I just feel like the calculations that were used already had that included in as part of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Kutagawa, is your hand still up or up again? Okay, please go ahead.
So on the point about discretion, is it better to then say that should there be X number of people, or the expectation is that based on the number of people in the queue, it will go beyond a 15-minute time frame. The remainder of the people, in queue to make comment will be rescheduled for, the following day or something like that. And if instead of using that discretion language, being very specific about how many people in queue has to be there to trigger, just the idea that we cannot go beyond the 2 hours and that we just need to schedule, versus like, okay, if there's 2 or 3 people, I think we'll know that will take less than 15 minutes. I just want to ask about that. Maybe that being that specific may be helpful to what Chief Counsel Payne spoke about, where it doesn't require a complete reworking of it, but just inserting language that adds that specificity of when additional time needs to be triggered to take that public comment. Thank you.
So to that point, I can give you at least a few examples, but one example that comes up with another state entity, they've allocated up to a certain amount for public comment. And the theory behind that is they average what they typically have, and usually you'd increase that a little bit more to gauge what would otherwise be appropriate. But in that case, there is usually that hard stop. So if we talk about discretion, it gets difficult to say, well, if it's 2 more callers, if it's 4 more callers, it may be worth figuring out what the commission thinks would be the right amount of time for public comment. The government code does allow public bodies to limit the total amount of time for public comment. So it's a question of what is that total amount of public time for public comment. And as on an average, you've done about an hour and a half, maybe a little less than that. The theory then was, well, then we'll add an additional 30 minutes for a total of 2 hours. But we're never going to know if it's 2 more people or 4. It's always it could always be different. So that's sort of the theory behind having the total amount behind it, is to kind of capture the situations as best you can, what we think public comment has been, what we think it will be, and that's what we would go by.
Thank you, Chief Counsel Payne. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I mean, given the thought that has gone behind this, and also our limited amount of time over the next, I think Commissioner or Chair Kennedy referenced hours, right? We have hours to complete our work over the next couple of weeks. I do think a cap would be is probably be something that would be prudent, given that we have so many ways for the public to give us input, not just through through coming on to giving public testimony over our live sessions, but also through the various means of doing so. So given that, I started off being a little bit uncomfortable with the ceiling, but the more that I think about it, the more that I understand all the thought process that went into coming up with a 2-hour time frame. I'm more and more okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of, I don't know what the outreach director used in terms of averaging, if she went all the way back to when we first started our meetings, but obviously in the last few weeks, it's been more than 2 hours. So that's my concern, is it has been more than 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours. So, I mean, it has to be at least 3 hours. 2 hours, I mean, even in our run of shows, we're allocating 2 1.5-hour blocks. So that's 3 hours, in my opinion. So I'm saying a minimum of 3. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. I will join Commissioner Toledo in this. We have very few hours remaining, and I think we have to look at the balance between getting our work done and taking public comment. I think that we have successfully managed to balance that, but as the hours tick down and we have fewer and fewer hours remaining, saying 3 hours is taking up a rapidly increasing percentage of the time available to us to complete our work, and I believe that 2 hours is reasonable in that context. We are not trying to cut off anyone in particular, any views in particular. We want to continue to take public comment, but we must focus on the amount of time remaining to get the actual work done. That said, I'm not comfortable with the chair being the only one with discretion on this. I think that part of the purpose of establishing a policy is to limit any sort of discretion, and to the extent that there might be occasions where some amount of discretion might be useful or important, I would again propose that it require a vote of the full commission. Thank you. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I agree. I hear what you're saying. Hours are precious. Time is precious. But I think I would have to lean towards Commissioner Fernandez's line of thinking. I think we have to go minimum the 2-hour, 90-minute blocks. That's what we've sort of have it set up for, and work from there. I think 2 90-minute blocks is reasonable.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. This conversation was not as fast as I was hoping. I want to remind myself that we have until December 27th to get our maps in. We don't have a meeting scheduled for beyond December 27th at this point, so just wanted to remind myself of that first. I am ready to vote. If there is a strong opinion to increase the 2 hours to 2 90-minute blocks, fine, let's do that and move on. I want to get to mapping. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I'm fine with 2 90-minute blocks. That would come out to 3. Or I wouldn't say 2. I would just say 3 hours max. I mean, a 3-hour cap. Although I thought the 2 hour was reasonable, but if more if the 3 hours seem more aligned with our practice at this point, I'm comfortable with that. I can fully support that.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Anderson.
I suggest an amendment of, as such, a two 90-minute time limit, two 90-minute combined time limit. Would be our limit. Propose in there, instead of where it says 2 hours, I propose the amendment of making that two 90-minute blocks is our maximum.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Fornaciari.
Let's see. So here's what I hear. I just want to make sure we're clear. There are a couple of typos that we need to fix. And I would propose we don't say two 90-minute blocks, because we may start in the middle of one of our 90-minute blocks. So I would just offer 3 hours. And those would be the two amendments that we would capture here, is what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
That's what I'm taking note of so far. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornaciari. Commissioner Anderson.
I withdraw mine and accept my amendment and accept Commissioner Fornaciari's.
So the original motion was made, I believe, by Commissioner Ahmed.
Yes.
So do you accept the amendment?
Yes.
Second,
3 hours. Let's go.
Second was by whom?
Toledo.
That was myself. And I accept the amendment, the friendly amendments.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've discussed it. We now must take public comment before we vote. So Christian, could you please issue the instructions and begin taking public comment on this item?
Yes, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone for the motion on the floor. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 859-3298-9398 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound. Once you've dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it's your turn to speak, you'll hear a message that says the host would like you to talk. Press *6 to speak. If you'd like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. Chair, would you like me to enforce a 2-minute time limit on comments?
Yes, please.
Very good. For those in the queue, we do have a couple of people who have called in. Just a moment. We are going to lower your hands. If you would like to give comment on the motion on the floor, you will be invited to raise your hand again. All hands are lowered now. If you'd like to give comment on the motion on the floor, please press *9. We're going to allow some time for people to consider if they want to give comment on the motion on the floor. Again, if you want to give comment on the motion on the floor, please press *9. And we do see those hands. Thank you very much. As the chair said, we will be enforcing a 2-minute time limit on comments on the motion on the floor. First up, We have caller 3995, and after that will be caller 2829. Caller 3995, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hey, good morning, commissioners. I just want to say that I hope that you do embrace a longer public comment period. There is a lot of people who do have to wait on these for a really long time. Some people wait up to like 4 hours having to, especially like last week before there was a solid procedure in place. So I really do hope that you embrace public comment and leaving, whether it be two 90-minute blocks or just 3 hours of public comment. I do hope that you embrace that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we've got caller 2829. Please follow the prompts. The floor is
Hello,
yours.
commissioners. Hello, commissioners. This is Renee Westelusk. I guess I need some clarification. I'm rather confused about this discussion because I think there needs to be a distinction between public comment, I guess, that you would give at a business meeting versus, I don't know what you call the comment that you're getting when you have the line drawing sessions, because like all yesterday was line drawing. It wasn't a business meeting. And you had the segment of 3 hours, almost 3 hours from 6:30 to 9 last night. Is that public comment or public input? So I'm confused about limiting this. If you could please clarify. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. One more time for those who have called in. If you would like to give comment for the motion on the floor, please press *9. There are no more hands at this time, Chair.
Thank you, Christian. Chief Counsel Payne, would you like to respond to the last caller?
Yes. What we're doing here is public comment. Public input was a specific designated time in the phase, as I mentioned briefly. Right at this point, we are not, to my understanding, the commission has not asked for public input. They've been asking for public comment. So I wanted to just clarify that point. Thank you.
But this would refer to or cover public comment on business items during business meetings, as well as public comment on the maps.
So I would argue, and you can look at the agenda, but every agendized meeting is I would argue is a business meeting in a sense. Even line drawing is part of this commission's mandate, and so. And as you can refer to on the agenda, it is one line drawing is certainly one of the items on the agenda for the commission meetings. So we as noted, Bagley-Keene requires public comment for every agendized item. And so this would be one of those items where you would all take public comment from.
Very good. Thank you so much. Executive Director Hernandez, are you ready to handle this vote?
Yes, we are ready.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Commissioner Lamons,
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner.
I was hoping to have the motion read one more time for understanding of where we ended.
Sure. The motion, as noted, motion to approve revised public comment, referring to the 12/16/21 handout policy with discussed amendments as noted for the remainder of the commission meetings.
And the discussed amendment was 3 hours instead of 2.
And as well as fixing a couple of the spelling typos as well.
Thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez caught a little typo there. Very well. I'll continue with the call. Commissioner Turner?
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez? Commissioner Yee?
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmad?
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Just for clarification, so there's no option to go beyond the 3 on the current policy, correct?
If this Commissioner Fernandez, to your point, if this policy were adopted, there would be a cap of 3 hours devoted to public comment for each agenda item.
No.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Abstain.
The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Hernandez. Are there any other business items that need to come before the commission at this point? Not seeing any. We are now turning our attention to iterations that have been prepared and posted for our congressional maps. So Kennedy, it is, I am over to you, and you were working with Commissioners Fornashari and Turner on this? Or this is Sadwani and Toledo?
Correct. There's a lot of iterations going around. This one is Sadwani and Toledo.
Okay, thank you.
So where we left off yesterday was we went through the 3 iterations. We had the one where we split in Fresno and swapping 5,000 between each other. And then we had the next 2, which have the arm in Fresno Kern. And a big difference between them were just how we put out the extra 17,000 people. And so one way was splitting through Covis and North Fresno, and we left off on the just taking parts of Fresno. And I can zoom in a bit closer for you to see that. And this would be the iteration 4, STCV4.
So are we just thinking about this right now? Is that where we are?
Sorry, Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. So I'm sorry, the population that got moved is 17,000? Or, okay, because I thought I heard yesterday 100.
It was 117. My apologies, 117,000.
Okay, and because we're moving 5,000, the 117 came from where?
So it's before it was 5,000 just because we kept the same configuration of all 3 districts and only took out Old Fig Garden. Here, we took out Visalia, parts of Tulare, Lemoore Station, the northwestern part of Hanford, and that was a lot more people, and put that into Fresno Kern to get the deviations to where they are. So before, when we didn't have this arm, King Tulare Kern was at, I believe it was around 58%. However, Fresno Tulare was around 51. And so to get this back up to 53, we had to take out more parts. And that is why it's a bigger shift in population.
Okay, thank you. And the only difference between version 3, and version 4 is what part of how the 117,000 was taken out.
Correct.
And then, thank you. And 3, it's part of Fresno and part of Clovis. And 4, it's all part of Fresno.
Yes.
Okay. Could you please tell us, for version 3, where's the downtown in each of these cities, and what percentage of the city has been moved to ECA, please? Like say do we know where the downtown is in Fresno or the?
And I'm turning on the terrain map so we can take a look at where the splits were. And so again, one thing we were able to bring in that we didn't have in other iterations was Fig Garden Loop. In with Old Fig, we have a cut here at North Shaw Avenue. Here is going across Blackstone up to Bullard Avenue, North First Street. And then the 99 is right here, so it's a little bit more west. And this road here is the North Santa Fe Avenue. And it kind of goes around to Fig Garden Drive and up to Herndon Avenue and down to Shaw.
Okay. Thank you. And could, just on this one, can we see the difference in Fresno, please, from 3 to 4? Or I'm sorry, this is 4. And in 3, yes. what is like close like this? What does 3 and 4 look like?
Yes, one moment, and I will turn it on, and you can see them together. Or so this is 4, and let's turn on 3. So they take the border from the Fresno to Larry stays the same. It's just how we take out the 117,000.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to know, sort of what parts of the city are, like particularly in this version. So what portion of, what's the population in Fresno? What's the population in Clovis that goes to ECA?
Clovis, let's check that right now. I know Clovis entirely has around 120,000, but I can see the exact number of people that were taken out from each in one moment.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I had both lines on and that was confusing me. So now I just put these lines on.
Okay, well, while we're waiting, Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and so I wanted to just support the STCV4 iteration that went, that was displayed on yesterday, thanking Commissioners Sadwani, Toledo, and Kennedy for showing them. We got a lot of good feedback on that through our public comment on last night. I like the non-pairing of Clovis, and I think this version honors most of the COIs with, that we've received. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner.
So this is slightly a few blocks off, but it's around 104,000 people here. Oh, and you asked for
Yes, yeah.
For each one. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I also prefer version 4. However, my concern is with the San Fresno. That's the only district where the Latino CVAP actually went down. So I just want to make sure, I think this was brought up yesterday, that it has been reviewed by our VRA council, but I just want to confirm. It just seems really low to me. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be asking council for their thoughts on this momentarily. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, and so with that, I wanted to just frame this a little bit more. So if we go back to our draft maps, is there a way to go to our draft maps, Kennedy? The ones from back in November. And sorry, I'm having a technical glitch, so with my laptop in the commission office. But so if we go back to our original draft maps, you'll see that, because that really was the, while we were drafting these maps back in November, we did our best to get CVAPs while honoring all of the COIs and all of the criteria. And our CVAPs in the southern region were, and Kennedy can show us what they were. I believe the Latino CVAP in the Kern district was, Kennedy, can you, I can't see them on my screen, so if you can.
Yes, I am pulling it up right this moment. And also for Commissioner Anderson, we took around 70,000 from Clovis and around 37,000 from Fresno. It's not an exact number, but around.
Yes, thank you very much, Kennedy.
And then to Commissioner Toledo, in Stannis Fresno, we had 51.66% Latino CVAP. Fresno Tulare was at 53.16%, and King Tula Kern was at 55.5%.
And if you could also highlight the African American or the black CVAPs as well, just because that also colors our thinking around all of this. So when we were working through these back in November and putting these together, we actually, during public meeting, during that session where we developed this, we asked the public for feedback on the CVAPs. Actually, it was Mr. Becker who went on record and wanted the public to comment on whether these CVAPs were at the range that would allow for the communities to elect candidates of choice, and we did receive quite a bit of feedback from the community saying no, the Kern Tulare district was not sufficient, and that the Fresno Tulare district was could be, if we could, an increase in that CVAP would be preferable. We went back in iterations to try to maintain the compactness, maintain the COIs, maintain everything, and that we had talked through, and while also trying to increase the CVAPs for Latino and African American communities in this area, and it was a challenge. We would, and Kennedy and Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Shadwani and myself, we all, in different iterations with different versions and different times, tried very hard to do that, and we'd raise it in one area and it decreases another. So the two areas that the community groups have consistently said are the challenges: the Fresno Tulare district and the King Tulare district, but in particular the King Tulare district. And after looking at different versions and essentially putting the first two criteria first, equal population, VRA, which is our obligation, less of concern on the COIs, we started venturing on saying whether we could increase the CVAPs by reworking this a little bit more, and that did mean creating what is being called a arm into the Lemoore area through Visalia, and so that does raise some compactness issues. Of course, compactness is way below in priority to equal population and also to VRA. But what this did allow us to do, and what you'll see, is it allowed us to get to the CVAP in King Tulare at a level that is more aligned with what the community groups are telling us that they would like to see. In the Fresno Tulare, while the Latino remained the same, and that was a big win for us because just keeping it at that level while also raising the current Tulare was very, very difficult and almost impossible while maintaining the shape that we had prior. Actually, it was impossible. We were able to maintain the Latino CVAP, but increase the African American CVAP. So the Black CVAP actually goes up by bringing in some of the additional Black COIs and putting them into that district. To Commissioner Fernandez's point, the district to the Stan Fresno did go down slightly, but it is slightly, and there's still comfort with that level from the community groups, and that's what we're hearing, and even within our own analysis. And so this, what we have now in your iteration 3 and 4 are pathways forward to getting to the CVAPs that would likely give Latinos an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice, and also meet our obligations under the VRA, equal population, and all of the other factors, because we did follow them in a manner that was compliant, and so and with legal advice throughout this whole process. Certainly, I mean, there's always risks. There's risk to not doing this. There's risk to doing this, and I think what we as a commission have to do is we have to do the right thing for the people of the Central Valley, for the people of California, and have fair maps, and do it in a process that is compliant. And I believe that's what we have done here. We have done this in a compliant manner, and we're doing it with the view that we want fair maps for all of California, and that these maps would meet our VRA obligations for the region. And how we do how we shift populations up or east, that's really up to the commission, and we have some options and certainly and some preferences across the group. I think Commissioner and Santwani and I don't want to speak for her, but I really don't have a preference between 3 and 4. We just wanted to make sure that the group had the opportunity as a commission to speak through those issues, because really our charge was to try to see if we could raise the CVAPs in alignment with what we had heard from both the community groups and our legal, through legal. So we believe we have achieved that, and now we have to figure out how to contour the districts. And so that would be, that's the discussion that we're having today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. I get the sense Commissioner Sadwani, as the other part of the team on this, would like to add a few words to that.
No, I was just going to say I second everything that that Commissioner Toledo so eloquently laid out. And I actually don't have a strong preference between 3 or 4. I see them as accomplishing the same goals of building stronger VRA districts, which was the goal that we had in doing this. And we just simply wanted to provide 2 different options for the commission as well as for the public to provide feedback on. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Turner.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes, I do have a strong preference for 4. I also have personal experience in the area and happen to know for a fact that African American coalition partners work tightly with the Latina coalition partners in the area. And so I don't have any concerns that that would be the right thing to do and that there would be the work together. But I also wanted to say that, and from the long session last night of hunting and pecking in this area, trying to find census blocks that will increase it, I would be extremely shocked and surprised if you can find anything different or higher in the area that would serve all of the needs. But I also wanted to say, Commissioner Anderson asked a question about downtown Fresno, and she wanted to know where that was. And of course, that would be responded differently depending on who you ask, but it's loosely and roughly Highway 99 to the west. Divisadero to the north. It's the First Street to the east, and then Ventura. So it's through that area is downtown, roughly, for Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Actually, I'm liked Commissioner Turner's the hunting and pecking idea. The Stannis, the Frez also did concern me, and I don't want to have to send anyone back to a hunting and pecking. But I was kind of surprised going up into Tracy that would help at all. And but again, I did not look at this. But I'm just wondering around in Madera. We sort of tend to look around, in this area and around in Stanislaus, but I'm wondering, around Chowchilla or, in that border, if we couldn't have, that wasn't an area that we could have increased the CVAP in that area. Again, I didn't do the hunting and pecking, but I didn't know if we were looking in the CVAP in this area, because I know we were tended to focus, north. But I don't know if that was worth doing. Then back to the version 3 and 4. I was really kind of hoping Clovis, would possibly go up with instead of Fresno, but I see you can't do that because you leave Fresno isolated. And then looking, this is our current version. No, it wouldn't have done too much. I don't want to cut up cities, like for San Jose. Had to be cut for a VRA, and in a funny way, which separated the city. But I see that this does not actually do that for Fresno. Because my concern is that, yes, I think most people would probably go with 4. And I just want to be on record to say, I'm the voice for the Sierras, and they'd really, really like to have a voice in the Sierras. And that could be, up by Lake Tahoe. It could be in this the suburbs from Sacramento. But here, there'd be 117,000 from Fresno, and I don't know what the number is. That's also in the Central Valley from Stanislaus, the Modesto, et cetera. If it's over 500,000, I'm very concerned still. But I will support whichever of these options. I'll probably go with 4 as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Anderson, the 2 areas that you mentioned that might be helpful for increasing the Latino CVAP are already in in that district, unless I'm not seeing the maps correctly. But my eyes are saying that they're in there. My question is, Commissioner Turner, you've worked really closely with all this area, and you've been on the ground for a long time, and you said you strongly support number 4, and we keep hearing 3 or 4 might be good, but you didn't tell us why you strongly support number 4, so I was hoping I could learn a little bit more from you.
Yeah, actually, I did. I said 4 separates Clovis out from the Old Fig Garden areas, and that was just from COI testimony that has been asked for in every draft of every type map that we've put out. And so to me, the distinction there just made it easy to be able to accommodate that as opposed to going the other direction, because short of that, there's not a lot of difference.
Okay, I had heard that, but I didn't know if there was more than that, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. And just to piggyback on Commissioner Anderson, our hope had been to try to include more of Clovis, but it did get us into contiguity issues, as you pointed out, with Fresno. And so this cut in Fresno would be very minor. I believe, if I remember correctly, Kennedy, it's only 17,000 people going up, if I remember correctly, to ECA, if I remember correctly. Please advise.
Kennedy.
117.
117. a little bit off. So it is not as minor as I thought it was.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to confirm, all the districts are balanced now, right? Okay, great. Thank you so much. And thank you both. I don't know, all three of you for doing this. I appreciated having different options, which is great. And I know a lot of time went into it, so thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We have another iteration to consider. That is the iteration that Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Ahmed have worked on for San Jose. Before we do that, I would like to go into a brief closed session. So we are due for a break at 11 o'clock. I don't think the closed session will incur into that. Worst case scenario is we should be seeing public again by 11:15. We might be back earlier, but 11:15 is the most likely at this point, I would say, after our 15-minute break. This would be a closed session under the pending litigation exception, and we will report any action taken after we return from our break. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your patience during our closed session and our break. We did not take any action in closed session. And in keeping with our run of show for the day, it is now 11:30, and we will resume our work on the Senate districts. And for that, we are going to Kennedy for a review of where we are in the Central Valley and any iterations that are posted and ready to present.
So, hello everyone. Now we are looking at Senate districts. There was an iteration TFCV, which is Turner-Fornachari Central Valley iteration, and we made some changes here. I don't know if they want to go over it. I can go over some of the changes that we made. And I'm not seeing either of them, so I'll go ahead and start talking about the changes. First, I'll show you what we began with. We began with a King's Kern that carves out Visalia, goes a bit into Fresno. Fowler, Reedley, Parlier are a part of this iteration. And I'm going to switch to the changes. Some changes that they've made were to cut out Shafter. We followed the same assembly lines and congressional lines from groups about where to take in population in Bakersfield. Then moving north, we actually, following some of congressional, we took out parts of Tulare, the same parts that we took out for congressional. And then we also took out a little bit from Visalia as well. And then going into the former San Benito, Fresno, again, big change that we were working with was that we no longer have San Benito and Salinas Valley included. And so going into what they changed it to, we did bring in Selma and Parlier, and this is following some of our assembly lines. Going into the city of Fresno, we follow Shaw across and up the 99. And then we move into Madera. We take in a bit further than previous lines, and we have Chowchilla, Fairmead, almost the entirety of Merced, again, following our assembly lines where we go up to Livingston and Winton. And we had the CVAP, the Latino CVAP levels that we were trying to get to 53 here because we had looked at MALDEF's lines and Black Redistricting Hub about how they've drawn us, and while they've had similar configurations, MALDEF's area here was around 53, Black Redistricting Hub was around 52, and so we were able to get that to 53%. And I see Commissioner Fornachari's hand is up, so you can take it from here. If that's okay with the chair, sorry.
That's okay with the chair. Commissioner Fornachari.
You're doing such a wonderful job. I hate to interrupt. You were basically saying what I was going to say. Just the goals here were to keep King's Kern at 58 and bring Espen Fresno up to 53. And as Commissioner Turner described it earlier, it was an awful lot of hunting and pecking to move little bits here and there to get there. But I can't imagine we could do better. But I think we're both Commissioner Turner and I felt we had gotten to a really good place.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornachari. Kennedy, do you have anything further for us?
I was just going to mention, just the CVAPs. We're able to get that up. And while it's not 58, it is a 57.98. Previously, it was 58.06, so it dropped by 0.06. So it is still at a very high level. And it's just, it says 7, but it's really close to the 8. So just wanted to note that.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. And so if we adopt this, we're not done because we still have an under an ECA and an over in Midcoast that is then going to impact the rest of the districts, right?
Right. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the work that's been involved in this. I really appreciate it. I do have a question though, because I was looking at, the idea that we're, where we're getting our population for our San Ben Frez. I'm kind of surprised we're going up into Stanislaus when, there was a section of Madera that was formerly in, the Stanis Frez, that by, above La Vinta, that kind of area. I'm just sort of surprised. Oh, I'm sorry. We are not doing that. Ah, okay. Okay. So I'm just, all right. Okay. I take that back. Thank you very much, Kennedy.
Okay. Thank you all. So for this area, for the VRA districts in the Central Valley, do we have any objections to these districts? Are we able to support these districts, these VRA districts in the Central Valley? Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I just want to thank the group that's working on this, Commissioner Turner and I believe it's Fornashari, and the line drawers. These look like very strong VRA districts, and I appreciate that. Certainly will give an opportunity for protected class to elect candidates of their choice. And I see that as much of the protected class was put in as was possible. And so I just want to appreciate them for their efforts, and we'll support this iteration. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Sadwani.
Same as Commissioner Toledo. Well done to Commissioner Turner and Fornashari. I really like this iteration and definitely would be willing to support it. I so appreciate being able to keep together folks in the Central Valley who have asked to be together, who are all a part of those protected classes, and being able to keep them in a strong district where they can elect candidates of their choice. So I really appreciate the work that's been done here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. I'd like to ask Karen McDonald. Thank you for spending a moment with us now. I just wanted to get your sense of where we could best focus our attention at this point. Are we free to proceed to Sacramento, or are we better off resuming any outstanding work in the South?
Hello, thank you so much for that question. And this is going to be up to you. I think either one would work for us.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I did want to just note, reading through some of the additional COI testimony that has come in to the Airtable, I just wanted to know, in terms of the Senate districts, there's some things that have come up that I wanted to just raise, whether or not this is something that the Commission wants to revisit. I guess that's a different question, but I wanted to just raise these up. One, there was some testimony about separating the Conejo Valley, that is Calabasas, Agora Hills, Woodland, I think it's like Malibu, Hidden Hills. I forgot what the It's like the West Valley. I forgot exactly what I wrote a WV. Anyways, I wanted to just lift that up because they did say that they've been separated and they are together in, I think, both the congressional and the assembly district maps. So not sure if that's something that is, there's an appetite to revisit. Also, I know I had said this before. I had also noted that in terms of the congressional district, the district is very much the same in the San Gabriel Valley and the pairing with the Inland Empire. I'm a little, I guess I'm just going to just say it. I've seen testimony both on the San Gabriel Valley side as well as on the Inland Empire side, a desire not to be put together. I'm not sure what the opinions are on that particular one. And then there's also a concern about from an Armenian community COI about the separation of Burbank and Sunland in the Senate district from their community in Glendale, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and La Crescenta, which is part of that San Gabriel Valley district right now. So those are, oh, and then last one, and this one I think is a fairly significant one because we've been hearing quite a bit from Equality California, but there's a pretty serious concern about the separation, three-way split of the LGBTQ community in the Coachella Valley, and in particular, there being vulnerable seniors and other members of the community there, and with that three-way split, it just really disenfranchises them even more so. I just wanted to lift those particular ones up that I noticed several different testimonies on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. Depending on what we do, obviously if we go north, we're going to have to take care of that ECA. So I don't know if we want to do that live or I'm willing to work, with Kennedy offline on that as well because it's going to affect it. Actually, both Midcoast and ECA are going to affect it going up north. So I'm not sure it's going to be time consuming if we do live line drawing. So I'm wondering if maybe can do that offline. And then if you want to go back to Southern California or Central, wherever the case may be. So just offering an option. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Ms. McDonald?
Yes, thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify when I said that it was up to you, I meant in Northern California, in Southern California. I'm assuming that we're going to do that tomorrow, so just didn't want to confuse the conversation, not the population, not either. And regarding the ECA district and live mapping versus working offline, we feel that that is a pretty significant, potentially shift that needs to be done there. So we would appreciate it if we could at least start with live mapping so that you can make some decisions on that, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Commissioner Sinai.
Ms. McDonald took all my points.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I was just going to offer to volunteer to work with the line drawers on some of these questions to see if there is a solution to it. And if we're going to be covering Southern California tomorrow again, then perhaps could come with some potential solutions if the chair and the commission is amenable to it.
Okay. I'm eventually amenable, but I do agree with Ms. McDonald that this, we have some major decisions to make, even I think to get to the point of being able to give direction to a mapper and commissioners to further refine the conceptual framework. So I do agree that we need to get started on addressing the how we shift the excess population from mid-coast up and around to ECA. So I would like to go there at this point. Let me just make one change here. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was going to say that you kind of said exactly it. I'm concerned about this mid-coast area, taking that population up, and how we get it over to ECA. I'm thank you, Ms. McDonald, for suggesting that we really should do this bit now, because there's multiple ways of doing this. And then I would certainly volunteer to help work out the whole northern, or how it fits through as well, if we get a bit of direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Kennedy, if you could pull the map back for us, please, zoom out. Okay, that's enough. So we need it in just a little bit so that we can see the statistics box for the Mid-Coast region. Okay, there we go. So we've got over 30% overpopulation in Mid-Coast, that we need to get most of that around to ECA. So I'm looking for thoughts on how to get that done. Commissioner Fornaciari.
Yeah, yesterday, we took a quick look, and, if we grab all of Santa Clara County that's in the Mid-Coast District and moved it north, that would solve the Mid-Coast District. Then I think that, there was some suggestion to maybe move some of that population to the west a little bit. But I would suggest we make that move first, fix Mid-Coast, and then decide, where we're going from there, because we have to go north with it. I guess we could immediately turn east, but we still have to move it north. And that honors a county split. It keeps Santa Cruz, San Benito, Monterey together, which is what those counties want. So I think that's a good first step.
I would agree, but let's hear from Commissioner Anderson.
I do agree, but first, I would take the little bit that we can and move it south. What we can add to Ventura and San Luis, with that S coast in that area, that little bit there, because I think it's it doesn't balance. We got -23, we got +30. I think if we make it a little bit more equal, it won't be quite as traumatic as we take it all north.
Okay, so your suggestion then would be to add approximately 1%.
Exactly.
So that's
exactly not a lot. 7,600, a little bit, but I think when it, get them all under 5, I think it might help.
Right. Okay, Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm leaning towards the suggestion by Commissioner Fornaciari, although I do agree, Commissioner Anderson, that evening out the population would be helpful, but there are some negative districts up north that can help take in that overpopulation between ECA and Mid-Coast.
Okay. The biggest negative that I'm seeing is the South Sac Stannis district. Sacramento is just barely underpopulated. I don't know that we need to go as far north as the Norca district. Let's see, SD 80 corridor is, it looks like next after South Sac Stannis. I mean, I'm amenable to 10,000 people moving south, but are we doing that for? Is that going to help us address any communities of interest south of Monterey County? Commissioner Fornaciari?
Yeah, a couple things. I I thought I saw a 7% district in the Bay Area. Is that correct, or was I?
Doesn't look like it.
I was hallucinating. Okay, but is the map in the south the latest version? Because we're like 16% off, or we have two -8s here. Also, I thought I saw, well,
MCV is -8 something.
and then what about
Sika is
-8?
as well. Okay.
Oh, and we still got all this population to worry about in the south. So, yeah, okay. I guess we can probably manage the 30% in the north. I just wanted to check what else is happening in the state. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm leaning toward Commissioner Fornashari's initial thought to shift population up. I mean, it is 300,000 people that would have to be shifted through the state. But I do see that there's an opportunity to shift some of this population, although I think it's not something that we can do in line drawing. I think we can give direction and perhaps work with, have commissioners work with Kennedy or others, Tamina, on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I see the merit given. I thought we'd actually done more on the south, and I didn't think that was quite as bad. The one little thing, though, as we move this north, we do know, and it might be important as we shift through the Central Valley, that one area, the Humboldt, if we could fix that area, so that way we know we're working with correct numbers. But I was going to leave that completely to the end, but we're going to be dragging population up and around. So I would really like us to do that, ask Tamina to, take care of that if possible. If you go up a little bit further north, that corner, north, bring the map down, please. Yeah, I think we've all, consensus was that now the Humboldt should be whole. So that population would go back into the North Coast and out of Norca, which I think as we're moving this population around, we need those numbers to be correct. It's just as Commissioner Fornashari said, didn't we have -8s and stuff? We need to be, these are the real numbers. We can't have, oh, oops, now we have to do it again. So I would like us to do that, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. I would point out that the numbers involved in that small square in relation to a 1 million person district are quite small.
Yes,
I'm willing
except-
to do it,
yeah.
so Tamina, please do it.
Yeah, but it'll
Commissioner
change
Anderson,
that Norca.
thank you. We're
Yeah.
doing this.
Yeah.
Tamina, please make that change.
Yes, Chair.
Commissioner Fornashari, did you have anything further? Thank you, Tamina. Okay, so let's go back down. And Commissioner Fornashari's suggestion was that we remove any remaining parts of Santa Clara County from the Mid-Coast District. Is that correct, Commissioner Fornashari? Okay, so let's proceed with that. Can we get the statistics box? Okay, we've got mid-coast to within 1%. So we now have San Jose overpopulated by 33, almost 34%. Are there suggestions to move any of this to the peninsula? Commissioner Anderson.
Gilroy, could we leave Gilroy because that is the triangle? It's Gilroy, Hollister, Watsonville. I know it's around 60,000.
Okay. Commissioner Toledo.
I would support leaving Gilroy as part of the San Benito, and we have room, so it does help with population as well. Thank you.
I would as well. Any objection to leaving Gilroy in the Mid-Coast District?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was saying that it might take you over the 5%. That's what I meant in terms of with Mid-Coast.
Okay.
I'm just like, in my head, I'm trying to figure out the...
Tamina, could we look at the impact of that?
Yes, Chair. The change is 60,887 people. Resulting deviation to mid-coast is 6.77%.
Okay. So then if we go down to the southern end of Mid-Coast, so are there recommendations based on community of interest input to where we could shrink Mid-Coast slightly on the south? Do we want to put San Luis Obispo in the district with the southern part of the county and Santa Barbara County? Commissioner Fornashari, and followed by Commissioner Fernandez.
Tamina, can you let us know how many people are in the rest of, in the northern part of San Luis Obispo County there?
Sure, just one moment. The population of San Luis Obispo in mid-coast is 223,698.
Okay, so that's way too many. So
Yeah, where would we be if we moved it in? What percentage would we be if we moved it in? Would be at
If you move this whole area into S Coast, then S Coast deviation would be 26.32%.
okay, all right. And I don't really have any suggestions, I guess. If we were going to move, we'd start at the cities in the bottom, but I don't have any specific suggestions.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. Tamina, can you zoom in? Is Arroyo Grande in or not? And if they're in, Pismo Beach is right next to them, so that might be a place to... Okay, so what's the population of Arroyo Grande, please, Tamina?
Population of Arroyo Grande is 18,469. Resulting deviation to S Coast is 5.55%.
Okay, so that's too much.
And what is to the south of South Coast? That's Ventura? No, that goes all the way. Okay. Well, would we be looking or wanting to put Camarillo in with Thousand Oaks and those other cities in Ventura County?
Chair, can I
Yes.
ask a clarifying question?
Commissioner Ahmed.
Are we now moving population down, or are we still working on?
At this point, we are looking at moving a little bit of population down in order to bring Gilroy into the district.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez, did you have anything else?
No, Camarillo is 70,000, so I think that's going to take us over. If we can go back up to the San Luis Obispo Santa Barbara border, that'd be great. Can you zoom in just one more time? Sorry about that. Okay, let me, oh man. Okay, let me think about that.
Okay, while you're thinking about that, Commissioner Anderson.
Can we go look at Los Ranchos? Instead of,
Up here?
yes.
Okay, Tamina, if you could tell us what moving,
Los Ranchos is 1,516 people, and the resulting deviation to S Coast is 3.84%.
Tamina, what is the little area to the east of it? That little other Edna. Edna instead.
Selecting Edna as well, or Edna instead?
No, instead.
Oh, instead. Edna is a 184 people, resulting deviation is 3.7%.
100 people?
184.
Thank you. Okay, we need something in between those.
well, but if we took both Los Ranchos and Edna,
The population of Los Ranchos and Edna is 1,700. Resulting deviation for S Coast is 3.85%.
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay.
Yeah, I thought you said 100,000. Thank you. Yes, that would help. A bit.
It would help. I'm not sure it resolves our problem, but it would help. Commissioner Kutgawa.
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment that I'm looking through the COI testimony real quick, and I'm seeing that Los Ranchos is not included, but at least Pismo Beach, Avila Beach, and Arroyo Grande are all part of a 5-city, connect, I don't know, whatever they call themselves. There's a word for it. I'm not thinking of a cog. Yes, thank you. And they asked not to be separated, so looking for more information. What about some of those unincorporated areas, either to the very north, like maybe bringing down that northern border of it? And is there enough population there to, kind of chip away at it? Hunt and peck, as I think somebody said.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. I'm also looking at the possibility of a swap. If we're looking to unite Avila Beach, Pismo Beach, Arroyo Grande, Oceano, and whatever the other one is, we could either look at bringing the two that are currently in S Coast into Mid Coast, or we could look at bringing Avila Beach, Pismo Beach, and Arroyo Grande from Mid Coast to South Coast, and then finding other trades. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have anything further? Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, when we were looking at trying to bring population down so that we can bring in
Gilroy.
What about Peru and Fillmore that was down towards this, at the bottom, at the southernmost portion? I know Fillmore is 16,462. I don't know what Peru is.
But, I mean, my understanding is those are in the district that they should be in.
Mm-hmm.
We received significant COI testimony during public input session that Peru, Fillmore, Santa Paula wanted, all the way down that whole valley thank you, Port Hueneme wanted to all stay together. It's agricultural worker COI.
Okay. And is the unincorporated, I guess that's not going to be enough population there to make a difference.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
I liked the idea of that Commissioner Kutikawa said, going up and taking portions of eastern San Luis Obispo, maybe a little further north, and going up a little further north, trying to get again further north. Trying to get, we can't sort of take a nice area. We don't want to take San Luis Obispo itself, and looking something through in that area, something like that. I don't know. No, Commissioner Fornashari was more familiar with this area, and I'm just wondering if that something like that would make sense in this in this part of San Luis Obispo.
So we would look to move the South Coast district line north towards the San Luis Obispo Monterey line. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
To the east.
Correct.
Okay. So yes, roughly that area. Tamina, could you get us a rough estimate of the population in that area?
Yes, Chair. Are folks able, these might be very small to see the numbers
We
here.
don't need to see the numbers. We just need a rough estimate for that area.
Okay, probably about 300 people in that entire area, but I will get you a number.
Okay.
I took the little cities there to give it a little bit more, so we are now at 6,140.
Okay. So I'm starting to lose track of the impacts of all of these small changes. If we were to incorporate that into S Coast, what would the S Coast deviation be?
The resulting deviation to S Coast would be 4.3%.
Okay, and then that's starting to get us close enough in Mid-Coast to bring Gilroy in. Is that correct?
It's a start.
And then we could just give instructions to balance the population. Commissioner Fornachari?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we just want to kind of leave Gilroy where it is for the time being and leave an overpopulation in the San Jose district and kind of figure out the details of this later. Kind of feel like we're chopping in San Luis Obispo County, we're chopping all the wine growing region right down the middle. And so we're going to split that, in a way that might not, that if we had a little bit more time to think about it, we could make a change that makes more sense, I guess.
Perfect. Okay.
Just a thought.
Okay. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, can you go all the way back up to the northern part of this district, this Mid-Coast district, back up to around where we were looking at Gilroy? And then do you see, where it intersects? Oh, okay. I get it now. I was just thinking we could just try to give up some of that area up at the border of Peninsula and Mid-Coast, but it defeats the purpose. So, sorry, forget about it.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez, and then Commissioner Sinai, Commissioner Sadwani. So Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I'm with Commissioner Fornashari. I actually just drove to San Luis Obispo this past weekend, twice. And Shandon and those small communities, I mean, one, they are vineyards. Two, they're on the, I believe it's Highway 41 or something. I drove it and I drive it by memory now. But I don't like splitting off those small communities from the bigger communities in terms of like Paso Robles and all of the other cities that are on the 101. So I'd prefer to just leave the San Luis Obispo for now, and we can deal with that later. Thank you. And bless you, Commissioner Taylor.
Okay. Commissioner Sinai?
We have received COI testimony in the past from this region, from the wine growers, asking for, to be kept together. So we may want to look at that testimony, which cities they put together, and that might be a way to take that COI out and keep them together. Also, Arroyo Grande has written way in the beginning, asking to stay with San Luis Obispo. So we don't want to divide them from San Luis Obispo, if possible. We are at deadlines.
Right, and what I was saying there were two more communities between Arroyo Grande and the coast, basically, that would be part of that 5-community grouping that we were talking about earlier, and whether it might make sense to go ahead and bring them into mid-coast with Arroyo Grande, Pismo Beach, Avila Beach, and make the necessary compensatory shifts later. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, as we're looking at this, could we actually just turn on the CVAPs, particularly for mid-coast, since San Benito is in there?
Did you want the statistics or the heat map?
No, I think statistics are helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I was just, I think these CVAPs are helpful. Thank you, Commissioner Sidwani. And just looking at some of the public input that we've been receiving, there is public input from the community that came in earlier today showing maps that are aligned with these CVAPs, but that actually create 3 VRA districts with CVAPs at this level. And that public testimony is 41010 in our Airtable. It's available for us to look at. I believe the shape files were submitted as well, in addition to the JPEG. But just thought that might be helpful in our thinking, as they do have a slightly different orientation. It's similar but different in the alignment, but does actually raise the question of whether we can, given that San Benito is in a protected area, whether we can protect all 3 areas and maintain the CVAPs, which was what we were looking at yesterday. So just wanted to raise that. Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani, for as I looked at the CVAPs and compared the public testimony, there is that, and I just wanted to bring it back to the Commission so that we're all aware that testimony has come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. And I would propose that we adapt Commissioner Fornashari's proposal slightly by leaving the overpopulation in mid-coast in the form of, let's go ahead and move Gilroy in, because it seems that there's good bit of support for keeping Gilroy with that area. And then we can keep in mind that we have that overpopulation, and we'd be looking potentially at spreading that out towards the south, but we may be able to give direction to the mappers to be able to work that out on their own and come back to us with another iteration. Is that acceptable? We go ahead and move Gilroy in as an indication of our intent to proceed in that direction? Okay. Tamina, if we could just go ahead and move Gilroy into Mid-Coast. We understand that we'll be somewhat overpopulated, but we will provide instructions at a later point on spreading population southward. Commissioner Kutagawa, Commissioner Toledo, your hands are up. Did you have anything further?
Yeah, I just would,
Commissioner
I'm
Kutagawa
sorry,
first.
Yeah, just real quick, I just want a clarification from Commissioner Toledo. He mentioned 3 VRA districts, and I think there's been so much conversation, I'm getting a little confused as to where we are. And then separately, I'm looking at, some of those communities that are along that San Jose border. Can any of those be brought in, or will it break up COIs or not do any, not bring in enough population to accommodate, bringing in Gilroy? Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
yeah, I think I just would want legal to weigh in on the question of the 2 VRA districts versus 3, given that we do have public testimony that that 3 can be created in CVAP ranges about the level that we have at this point. And I have forwarded on the documents we received from the public to legal for review, but it might be too early, but maybe it's something we can get in the next hour or so in terms of opinion from legal.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would recommend if we're going to bring Gilroy in, that we also bring in the unincorporated area to the west.
To the west? Okay.
Is that right? Yeah.
Tamina, could you, yes. Okay,
This is 120 people.
perfect.
Resulting deviation to mid-coast is 6.73.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we currently have 27.8% overpopulation in San Jose. Again, was there any concern about or any interest in moving any of that to Peninsula for any reason, or we continue our march northward? Commissioner Anderson?
No, except because I'm thinking, I don't know if Tamina can give us the population if we actually move the Peninsula Mid-Coast line in exactly. What's the population in that? Would that help us at all in this distance, before you hit Boulder Creek? That's sort of unincorporated. You probably already know if there are any people in that area or not.
Not very many. This is the county line. Let me see how many people are in here.
And could you also put Highway 17 on here?
Yes.
It's not a lot of people. I don't know how much that would.
No, I would say that this
Yeah.
is something that we could
Yeah.
give the mappers the option of further exploring, but I think in live
Correct.
line drawing, we don't need to pursue this
Correct.
right now.
And I don't see a nice, easy thing we could do to add to up to the peninsula, because again, that's already a 2.
Right.
Unless someone else sees it. So thank you.
Okay. Well, let me
This is
rephrase the
4,207
question. Is
people.
there any reason to move any population between Peninsula and San Jose in either direction before we continue moving north? If we want to get Peninsula closer to 0 to give us greater flexibility elsewhere. I just wanted to get a sense of that before we move on. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, Chair, I'm I don't have an answer for your question in large part because, you know, as Commissioner Toledo raised, if it's feasible to draw a third VR8 district, I think that would determine our course of action in this area. You know, so I know that he's sending the submission that we received on to legal for review and for feedback, but I'm cautious to continue working in this area until we have a more clear response in terms of the direction to take.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Ahmad?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to ask if we can move north a little bit so we can see all of Peninsula and San Jose. Thank you. But I also agree with Commissioner Sadwani on legal guidance.
Right, okay. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, I mean, just obviously, if you want to shift some of that population, you can make the cut in San Jose farther to the west.
Okay, so we would potentially want to know the population, Tamina, of that area of San Jose, including Burbank and Fruitdale?
Moving it into this, so further overpopulating the San Jose district?
Correct.
Yes.
Just looking at keeping San Jose more whole as an option. So if you could just let us know what the impact of that would be. We don't have to proceed with it right now. We just need to understand it. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, I'm just, after we do this, if we can just zoom out a little bit, because obviously we have various roads we can take. We can just make go east, or we can go north and east, or north and east. So there's various iterations you could have with this.
Yeah, and that's basically what we're trying to figure out so that we can get to a point where we can give the mappers instructions and not occupy all of this valuable live line drawing time.
The population of this part of San Jose is 141,288 people.
Okay, and can you make the typeface larger and expand the box so that we can see the impact on deviation and other statistics? Okay. So that would be okay. And based on COI testimony, is there any reason that we would want to trade, for example, that highlighted segment for Saratoga? Or no, those are both in the same district. So we would, the trading it for Cupertino, for example, if that came into San Jose and Cupertino moved west. Commissioner Anderson?
To make we can only put like 20,000 people or so in the peninsula, right? To keep it less than 5%. So I think we should be kind of thinking in terms of how population, because Campbell's 44,000. I'm kind of looking at, what we could do. I can see the idea of trying to switch, but this is the Cupertino, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale. They really all wanted to stay. Oh, actually, they're not with Milpitas. Okay, I'm going to take that back. But I think we should be looking for more like just a small amount going in to balance it.
Okay, now my idea is just inquiring whether there are any swaps that we want to make in this area that would make better sense than what we currently have. So Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. There is COI testimony asking for Campbell, Los Gatos, Saratoga, Cupertino, Sunnyvale area to be together. I know all of that is not possible based off of the numbers, but there's some flexibility in terms of the different COIs we've received about this area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're 15 minutes from our meal break. Okay, let's pull the map back as Commissioner Fernandez suggested and see if we can figure out in what direction we would like to go with this population. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest we may not take all of that area, but take just part of it, to get as much of it as would make Peninsula have the deviation we wanted. But, we can take this larger look as well.
Okay, Commissioner Anderson?
Following Commissioner Ahmad's lead, though, that could be kind of close. I can only have the population, that's 70,000 that would want to go back in. The switch, as you're talking about, I don't have the actual full population in there. We might be able to not quite take as much of San Jose and actually make that switch balance, put a little bit in Peninsula and put the COI together. But that's something I think, we could tell Tamina to do offline too, and then continue on.
Okay, very good. So, Commissioner Fernandez, is the map pulled back far enough?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm just thinking go east because we've got the negative 4.92 and then it can meet up with ECA instead of going all the way up and around.
Right.
I don't know. That's just my thinking right now.
Okay. Any thoughts on the most direct route here? Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I was just going to say we would just want to continue to watch the CVAP number because all of the hunting and packing, everything we did impacted it, changed the number, it lowered it. So that would be the only caution going that direction.
That it
yeah, no,
lowered
we
it
wouldn't
in-
touch that district.
Okay, I thought she was saying going through that
no.
district.
No, not at all.
No,
We'll
we're
not
looking at
touch
going
that
through
one.
South Sac Stannis. So we would be looking at going through South Sac Stannis. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I would throw it all into South Sac Stannis and then work with it from there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ahmad?
I think we can take a two-pronged approach to this with direction to the line drawers about kind of adjusting the line between Peninsula and San Jose, as well as adjusting the lines between San Jose and South Sac Stannis, because we are so heavily overpopulated in this area, and we don't want to have that ripple effect in some of the other districts that are neighboring.
Okay, so do you have specific suggestions for, first of all, adjusting the line between Peninsula and Santa Clara?
Yes, I do, if we can go to that area. So based off of COI testimony, I'm seeing that communities are asking for Cupertino, Los Gatos, Campbell, Saratoga, Montessorino, aka the West Valley cities in that area to be together. I see Saratoga is already in Peninsula, but if we start by adding in population from Los Gatos and Campbell, I don't know if Cupertino has too many people. but somewhere around that region to push population into Peninsula while it stays under 5% and then move in the other direction with the rest of the population. Does that make sense?
Well, I think the numbers are going to be way out of range. I mean, Tamina, you can help us, but if the idea is Cupertino, Saratoga, Campbell, Los Gatos, that basically mean because Cupertino, Campbell, Montserrat, Los Gatos are all currently in San Jose. If we're moving all of that to Peninsula, that's huge.
Are we not going with the change Commissioner Yee recommended with San Jose? Burbank, Fruitdale, that blue area?
Okay, we can explore that. So, Tamina, let's explore. Let's move this to Peninsula.
Yes, Chair.
And then let's take Burbank, Fruitdale, and that portion of San Jose and put it in San Jose.
Chair, could you start at the other side, at the east side? And because we might end up needing to leave a little bit of the San Jose in there to have Peninsula come to right just under 5%.
Okay, Tamina, could you start over towards Burbank and Fruitdale in case we need to leave some of San Jose in Peninsula?
We don't need to take any more? Peninsula's 3%.
Sure. Chair, did you want me to balance Peninsula or just get it under an acceptable number? I can stop here.
Let's go ahead and accept this and see where we are. We may go further. Okay, so if we were to continue removing parts of San Jose, then we would, I've lost, oh, there it is. Okay. we would be further reducing Peninsula, and we have about 7 percentage points that we could continue to move portions of San Jose. So my inclination would be to continue. Commissioner Ahmad?
Yeah, I was just going to say that since we have to move population up and around, we can continue to do that by moving that line that runs through East Foothills, Alum Rock neighborhood, down and around Santa Clara, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, to make a district that encompasses the majority of San Jose in one district, and then move the rest of the population up through Eden Tech and out to the east.
Okay.
Or we could continue to dip into the rest of the blue area in San Jose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I see testimony speaking both ways.
Right. Commissioner Fernandez?
I guess I got confused. I thought the point of this was to get Peninsula higher to offset some of the overage in San Jose. And maybe I misunderstood. So I thought we were trying to get Peninsula like close to 5 or something like that, but I might have misunderstood.
No, as I look at it, we're looking more at getting it closer to -5, so that we could have as much of San Jose as possible in a single district. We've also succeeded in having Saratoga, Campbell, Los Gatos, Monte Sereno together. The other option would be, instead of this portion of San Jose, looking at moving Cupertino. Well, actually, that goes in the other direction. So, okay. So if we continue, if we take the rest of San Jose that is currently in Peninsula and we reunite it with the rest of San Jose, then Peninsula is at a -3.69, which is an acceptable population deviation, and we have achieved bringing together more of San Jose. So is that something we would like to proceed with? Commissioner Yee says yes. Commissioner Fernandez?
It's just more that we have to move across now.
Right.
And that's my frustration, is that we were trying to minimize it, but now we've actually made it worse than it was when we started.
Commissioner Ahmed?
I'm fine with this change.
Okay. I would ask Tamina to go ahead and make this. And then pull the map back. Okay, so then we're looking at we have almost -5% in South Sac Stannis already. We have almost -25% in ECA. So we're looking at -30% roughly between those two. So between these three districts, we should, as far as numbers, we should easily be able to do this. The question is where the lines get drawn. Where are we going to pull population from San Jose? So and we still have open to us options going through Cocoa. We do have options. So what makes the most sense as far as actually moving the population? Tamina, if you could, yeah. Thank you. So do we move it? Do we lower that line from Eden Tech farther south? Do we, I don't know, do we try to put portions of San Jose directly into South Sac Stannis? To me, that doesn't seem to be the best option. Commissioner Anderson.
Just so we have an idea, could we see what the population is in the unincorporated areas east of Santa Clara County, and also the unincorporated areas, that one, and then what's the unincorporated areas of Cocoa? But the unincorporated of this first, and the unincorporated of that one second, because that'll give us an idea of what population centers we would actually have to move, so we can play with that. And then I think we probably will have to drop a little bit of Eden Tech, which might give more of the Tri-Valley together. But I don't think there's population without really taking Livermore over or something like that.
This whole area is 925 people.
Thank you. And what's the same in the, if you take out that central, I think we've sort of tried that before. That's only like 6,000 if you do that whole central unincorporated area.
Thank you. Are you sure you don't want to speak to someone else? Okay, use your mom. Okay,
Okay, while we're waiting, Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, Chair, the last change, I didn't see if, I couldn't tell if we had general consensus on the last change before it was made. And I'm just wondering, I just want to make sure that as we move forward, we're still operating on general consensus, given, I know we have a lot to do, but I wouldn't want to get to a place where we couldn't get support for things. So just making sure that we're still operating under general consensus and just as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We're exploring right now. We're not looking at adopting anything, but I do appreciate that. Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the population and where we're trying to move, I don't know if I see a way to go directly to, now the box is covering, Sac Stanislaus?
Right.
South
Sac Stannis.
South Sac Stannis directly.
Right.
As Commissioner Anderson says, I feel like it has to move through Eden Tech, through Cocoa, then to South Sac Stannis, and then to ECA.
Right.
No direction with that comment.
Right. Okay.
Chair, the highlighted population is 3,532 people.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
Just exploration, but if we look at Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, move that. I'm just looking at how to move population and also end up in Cocoa, end up putting the Tri-Valley back together, since it is a Senate. It's Senate, so it's a larger district.
Right.
So I was, unless I'm wrong, are they together in that line?
They are currently together.
Okay, sorry, that county line confused me. All right, so my brilliant idea is done. Sorry. But
you.
I did want to bring up Santa Clara and Sunnyvale because we have heard at different times, different places.
Okay. We are incurring into our meal break. We came back a bit late from our last break, so we can continue for 13 more minutes, but that would be cutting into our lunch. So let me take Commissioner Yee's, and then we can determine whether we want to go ahead and break for lunch. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, we have to move a lot of people. I think North San Jose is really the only option. So I would like to see that go north with Fremont. That
Okay.
part, yes. Not, yeah, just the northernmost, if that would do it.
Okay. Commissioner Yee, could you guide a selection of population here?
Sure, the port that's directly under Fremont, adjacent to Milpitas.
No, we're moving it to Eden Tech. Yes. Okay, Tamina, we need the statistics box in the corner to help us. Thank you. Okay, so that's not actually a very densely populated area. Okay.
So we continue to the portion adjacent to Milpitas to the west.
This area is already
Oh, I'm
in
sorry.
Eden
Yeah, that's right.
as is Berryessa.
Okay. Meanwhile, I would not split up Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Cupertino. That's, those always get mentioned together.
And what is the population of those three?
One moment, Chair. $344,334 people.
Which is roughly what we're looking to move, right? That seems to be roughly what we want to move into Eden Tech. Do I have any objection to moving that? Commissioner Sinai?
Sorry, my hand's still up. I was just excited because that was what I was eyeing.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa?
I think I'm just trying to get clarification. I think that would be a good move if it's going to stay, because I know that reading through the COI testimony, there's been requests to put Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara with Fremont. But I know because we're trying to move population onward, is that what's going to happen? Is that some of that where's that population moving onward from? The top part? Okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Without knowing what is coming out of the other COI, which fits very well, that's a great big chunk. I was just going to propose a much smaller amount. Castro Valley, I guess, because Dublin's already out. If we put the terrain layer on, and then you're chopping out parts of Hayward, that gets, you could maybe take, kind of the north, the mountain, the hill area, 300,000 people. That's a great deal. I'd say yes on this. And the idea that Santa Clara and Cupertino is with Hayward and San Leandro, they're not going to like whatsoever. The parts of Fremont I can see. The rest of that area is not high tech. That's not, and to have them separated from San Jose as well. I'd like to see the exchange before I would think that's a good idea.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, I was going to say, we're just doing exploration right now. I think we can do it, and then I am in agreement with Commissioner Anderson, based on what comes out the other end. I'm just more willing to see it first. So yes, let's do it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Ahmad?
Keeping in mind that this is an exploration, I would propose an potential different area to swap in would be that area right along the Santa Clara border to, yes, that exactly where your mouse was, that area, to see if there's enough population there, along with North San Jose, that's already highlighted in red. But I'm curious to see what comes out the other end for both of these.
Okay. So we would, for the time being, remove Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, and Cupertino and take in the areas that Commissioner Ahmad mentioned in San Jose.
I'm just realizing.
This area is 83,976 people.
Commissioner Ahmad, do you want to?
Is that putting Eden Tech at 7.25?
Yes, Eden Tech will be at 7.25. San Jose will be at 25.14.
Okay, and right now we're trying to get San Jose down to 5.
5 or less.
Okay. I will step back for now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Those from the area, I was just thinking, making up the difference with the rest of San Jose. But I'm not from San Jose, so. If you don't want to, interrupt the Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, that's kind of the only option I see right now.
The last part, instead of, you said Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Cupertino.
Yes, if they're not, if it's not going to be Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, then it looks like the other area would be San Jose, taking the population
Right.
from San Jose and taking it up to Eden Tech.
Right, okay. So at this point, Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have something else?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to perhaps just have us be clear about additional goals. So one goal I'm hearing, and it's the main goal, is to move that population up. The question then I have next is, as we have multiple, at least 2 routes that we could go, what would then be a secondary goal? Is it, when we were considering bringing in Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, and Cupertino, there was some, discomfort with what cities then would go out on the other end. And that would be the same question if you bring in San Jose. And then, are you going to move from the, I guess, going eastwardly? Are you going to go north? I think we better get comfortable with what that's going to be before we just decide which ones we're going to move, because I think that will determine which cities make sense to move as well, too. Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay, Commissioner Fornaciari, followed by Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, just looking at it, 300,000 people, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara. Moving up, then Hayward, San Leandro, all the unincorporated parts, maybe Union City too, going east. Then if you scroll down, yeah, then it's like the entire Tri-Valley and more, going into Sac-Stan, and then it's Stockton and Manteca going into ECA or something like that, right? I mean, if we just make big steps like that, that's the road we're on.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner Fornaciari. Commissioner Sinai?
Just a reminder, these are almost a million people, and sometimes, when we were working in the South, we kept being reminded, you may have to group 2 or 3 unlikely partners because it's a million people. And so I'm okay with the different steps Commissioner Fornaciari was speaking about. And so I just wanted to remind us that we do want to move forward, and it's a million people.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I think I'm going to follow on what Commissioner Fornaciari was talking about, and let me kind of propose this and tell me if, maybe this doesn't work. We did a lot of work around, like around Hercules and Vallejo, Benicia, Martinez. If you move Hayward up with Oakland, you could possibly cut somewhere below, maybe, I don't know, San Pablo or somewhere, maybe just below that, and then you could put those cities with Vallejo, bring it across the Benicia Bridge and into like Martinez, Clyde, Pittsburgh. Antioch could possibly be one entire district, which would match a lot of what the work was being done around the Assembly District, then move those Delta communities into South Sac-Stannis, and keep moving the march that way.
Okay, thank you. You know, I wanted to give the mappers some instruction before we went to break, but, you know, I can't get a break to give them instruction. You know, Commissioner Anderson is going to have to wait. Tamina, could you please, after the break, we'd like to see an option with Cupertino, Sunnyvale, and Santa Clara, another option with San Jose instead of those, and then the input in the air table that Commissioner Toledo mentioned, 41010. If you can help us see that and just let us know when all that is ready. I can talk to Ms. McDonald and we can figure out where else we can go in the meantime. Thank you so much. We are on lunch until,
Chair?
yes.
Can I get some direction of where to split San Jose?
Wherever it goes to get to our population target.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. So lunch until 1:30. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience during our meal break. We are back. We are working on shifting some population around from the Mid-Coast District eventually over to the ECA District. Before we broke for lunch, we asked our mapper to work on 3 visualizations that we could take a look at when we came back from lunch. She has done miraculous work and finished all of that in time, in essentially a half an hour. So kudos to Tamina, and we are yours to show us what you have been able to come up with. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, gladly. So I'll start with where we left off, was with the San Jose district being overpopulated by 33.64%. I was asked to take a look at 2 different iterations of moving the population up into Eden Tech. So I will bring those up now. The first of these iterations looks at bringing more of San Jose in. You'll remember that we began looking at North San Jose and parts of Mid San Jose to bring into Eden Tech. And I received instruction to just continue down until I met the population requirement. So this new configuration for San Jose, which does not include this green section here of the San Jose city, brings the deviation of the district to 3.12%. I'll zoom out so you can see what this district looks like. So the San Jose district is here. I'm tracing in black. So that is one option, and I will open a second. And apologies for all the little pop-up windows. The second view moves Sunnyvale, Cupertino, Santa Clara, and the northern part of San Jose into Eden Tech. This creates a population deviation in the San Jose district of negative 1.61%. The shape of the resulting San Jose district comes along the western part of San Jose down here, and then follows the county lines. Resulting in a similar overpopulation in Eden Tech. And Chair, would you like to discuss these 2 before I move on to the third?
No, go ahead and show us the third as well. Thank you.
The third that I'm about to put up, and I just asked Kennedy to join me, is a submission that we received through public comment. And so it is more than just this, this particular district. But does give us a kind of unique look to what we're dealing with currently. So we'll start here in the San Benito area. What they did is they created a district which includes San Benito and the 101 corridor of Monterey, and then reaches over into Fresno, Madera, Merced. And I'll let Kennedy describe the rest.
And it's able to do that because it's taking less from Fresno versus how we had it before. And so it takes very similar portions of Merced and Stanislaus, however, includes San Benito and Salinas Valley, because it doesn't take any of the city of Fresno really. And however, they take none of Tulare. So no cities, no part of Tulare is taken into the VRA consideration for Kings Kern. And so that's why they're able to do that swap of population. You also see that Fresno is being paired with Mono and Inyo, which is something that you've worked hard to prevent during your time here up in the Stanislaus area. However, Modesto is going north and Turlock is going outward. And that's what the public comment looks like. We have their Latino CVAP numbers in Kings Kern without Tulare. They have it at 57.6%. And then the San Benito Fresno with San Benito, Salinas Valley into Merced area is at a 54.49%.
Thank you, Tamina. Thank you, Kennedy. On to comments from commissioners. Commissioner Fornaciari.
Yeah, there was some thought that this might give us 3 Senate VRA districts, but I believe Fresno Kern is going to be mid-30s in LCVAP.
36.9 is where it's at.
Oh, these are the CVAP numbers, right? So it doesn't give us a third VRA district. It does keep the counties, the northern counties in the San Joaquin Valley together.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornaciari. Any other comment? Can I get Commissioner Yee? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting exploration, but it goes in a direction that discussion this morning definitely pointed us away from, especially comments about Central Valley and not reaching over to San Benito despite the CVAP possibilities there.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Sinai?
Of the 3 that we've seen, I'd like to continue to see number 2 and see where that was getting, where she went from there.
Well, I'm not sure that yeah,
Okay.
but this was just to take the next step. So that was the one that focused on Sunnyvale, Santa
Yeah.
Clara, and Cupertino?
Instead of splitting up San Jose City as much.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I agree with what Commissioner Fornaciari was saying. This gives us 2 districts, not 3, so I don't think that's a viable option. So looking back at the previous scenarios, I appreciate the work that Tamina did. Thank you very much. But that's a huge amount of population. So at this point, what I would really prefer doing is putting as much, not taking the peninsula one, do not lower it to the negative. It needs to come up to 5, which would be grabbing what we were previously doing, taking that section of San Jose and putting it with the peninsula. So we don't have quite as much population to move north. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Tamina, could we zoom in a bit then and look at that area? Okay. So let's go back to the working draft before these visualizations, if we could.
This is the working draft before the visualization, before we went to lunch.
Okay. But we don't have a way of getting that Fruitdale, Burbank, San Jose area back out into Peninsula. So how did we have that before? We had Campbell,
I
Cambrian
can bring up the,
Park.
so before the draft, excuse these big fuzzy lines, it looks more like this.
Okay. Can we go back to that point?
Yes, just one moment, please.
Commissioner Anderson. We're not hearing you.
Sorry, thank you. I think we were doing this, but now taking a section of the peninsula, essentially from Saratoga, going up into San Jose and expanding that out until we reached the +5. So taking that section of, we'll get back there. I think that was that clear? Going up through Saratoga and taking that population from San Jose and putting it into the peninsula. To keep that, the tech corridor from Saratoga through Santa Clara, that whole thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, going Saratoga and then taking portions of San Jose. So, correct, that area until we have 5.
Okay. But also theoretically moving Campbell, Cambrian Park, and Los Gatos back into Peninsula.
That too. We do that again.
Right. Okay. So let's look at reversing that change. Let's put Campbell, Cambrian Park, Los Gatos back into Peninsula. Or Campbell, Monte Sereno, and Los Gatos for now. We don't need to move Cambrian Park because that would pull part of San Jose with it.
This would add 83,690 people to the Peninsula District, resulting deviation to the Peninsula District is 10.62%.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson, suggestions? Or any others?
Yes. Then start at the take that, accept that in, and then start in the San Jose at that the Burbank Fruitvale, and walk that eastern line west until the peninsula is around 5, just a little bit below 5, 499, something like that. Essentially, we're putting.
Go ahead, Tamina.
May I do that? Is that
Yes,
may
please.
I follow that direction?
Yes, please. Okay, Tamina, we probably need to remove some of the westernmost portion of that and have a more solid north-south line there. But we're at a population that we're happy with. We can leave this for cleanup later. Go ahead and accept that. Okay, so peninsula population is at almost 5%. Our excess population is still in mid-coast here, so we would need to bring the rest of Santa Clara County except for the Gilroy area and the area south that would need to connect it to San Benito.
And Chair, because we did go back, Gilroy is back with Santa Clara. If you'd like, I can move it
Yes.
back south with this area.
Well, what I was saying was if we can move into San Jose, the remainder of Santa Clara, except for Gilroy and the area necessary to connect it to San Benito County.
Very good, Chair.
Very good. Okay, so we know that we have a slight overpopulation in mid-coast that we will deal with later, moving some of that population south. So now we have 25% over in San Jose. We could leave as much as 5% deviation there. So essentially, we're looking at now 200,000 people plus or minus. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, oh, no, I'm sorry. Nothing.
Okay. Do I have a proposal for next step? Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, that would be to redo the North San Jose, Sunnyvale, Cupertino, Santa Clara, move north.
Okay. And if we, so we had two options, looking at that in a slightly different context. But Tamina, can you remind us how many people are in Sunnyvale, Cupertino, and Santa Clara?
Yes, Chair. The population of Sunnyvale, Cupertino, and Santa Clara is 344,334 people.
Okay, so that's a lot more than we need to move. Okay, so let's leave them where they are for now. Commissioner Anderson?
Sorry, could we see how much population is in the like Alum Rock portion of San Jose? Essentially up to, essentially what I would propose is we take, I think it's 190,000 is what we need to make San Jose down to 5%. So I would like the idea of taking a portion of enough San Jose. Is that going the other way?
Tamina, can we see the pending changes box, please?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I meant the area between, no, not that area. The area between Santa Clara, is it? Moving that line south. Correct. That moving the line going above, yeah. Starting at the north portion of San Jose City there, that jagged line, and moving that line south to sort of matching what's on its east side until we have more of San Jose, about 190,000 in. So our San Jose is at 5, just below 5.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, that's possible, but I was thinking if we go back to that western portion and expand it, then perhaps that gives us, let's see, does that work with Peninsula though? I was thinking that could offset the too large population if we move Sunnyvale, Cupertino, San Jose, but that's the wrong district, I think. Because that would make more sense of San Jose whole rather than splitting it further, which is what this change does.
Right.
And moving into the downtown area.
Well, we also have that northern area above Sunnyvale and Santa Clara. So, Commissioner.
Right, but that's slightly populated. It was like 6,000 people.
Right. Okay. Commissioner Anderson.
Chair, I like what you were saying because it would take less, not much, but every little less bit of the southern part of San Jose that we're taking would be better.
Okay, so we now have San Jose at 2.71. We could even retain some of that. Commissioner Ahmed, would you like to help steer while we're in San Jose?
Well, I'm sure anyone can steer any part of the state, but it would be helpful to see the freeways.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just curious to this dip into the heart of San Jose. What is the supporting evidence to make this change?
Yeah.
Is this population?
We're just
based?
looking
Is
at
it
population right
poise?
now.
Okay.
Happy to adjust the contours to take into account communities of interest. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I would think rather than doing this dip into the center, I would keep the line as close to parallel like that Alum Rock area. I would move that diagonal line that's presently from, that's right at the words that says East Foothills and Santa Clara, I would take that section and move in a line south. I would not just delve into the heart of San Jose.
Okay. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, I know we're trying to bounce from population, but I'm feeling uncomfortable about doing this on the fly because there's a lot of COIs in this area that we need to recheck. And I know we're trying to get an even march of population around, but I would really rather do this offline and check those COIs, be much more careful around downtown San Jose, look into some possibilities there with Saratoga and West San Jose and swapping around there, just some better options than doing this on the fly. Although I know we need to move along here and to keep our population going.
Okay.
But if we could just set a target for this area and move on, I'd really like to do this better than we're doing it right now.
And that's what I was going to ask. If we are okay with a 2.71 positive deviation for San Jose at this point, we can leave it here and have some additional work done offline to show us, what adjusting the contours to accommodate communities of interest would look like, but keeping in that, range of less than a positive 5% and moving on. Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, but I'd like it to be not at 2.7. I'd like to be around, 4 or 5 at least. But I totally agree that it should be done off the line. And then knowing that we have, if you take 4.5% out, or like it'd be, 20.5% to move up.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ahmed?
Yeah, I agree with this suggestion, Chair, because eventually the changes would need to be made in this general area so we can localize those changes and move with the population up in Eden Tech forward.
Perfect, thank you. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, Commissioner Anderson, could I hear your rationale on the 4.5 target, and just so we know why that's the number to shoot for?
Commissioner Anderson?
It's to try to keep as much of the population still within San Jose and minimize the disruption of all the COIs we've worked on throughout the whole East Bay, where we're trying to now move this.
So just to reduce the population that we still have to move.
Correct.
Over to ECA. And do we know, is that, our target in ECA, is that going to get us there? I don't want to run out of people either by the time we get to ECA.
When we looked at it earlier, it was clear that at least the 3 counties that we were looking at, or the 3 districts we were looking at, we would easily be able to. We've made some changes since then. So, Tamina, could you? Okay, so we're over 25 in San Jose. We're under essentially 25 in ECA. So, if we left 5% in San Jose, then the best we could do in ECA was 5% under. So yeah, I think we're better having that population left in San Jose closer to a 0 deviation, which would mean we'd be closer to a 0 deviation by the time we got over to ECA.
I agree, even though it's going to be more work, of course, because it's still moving more people through more places.
Right, but as you say, we don't want to get over to ECA and find we're short population. Commissioner Anderson?
I'm noticing that there's a positive 5%, there's negative, there are positive sections elsewhere. I don't think, it all has to come directly from here, because we're going to have trouble moving that through. I'd like us to be able to play a little bit with that and not, see what it's going to do to Eden Tech, to the 80 corridor, to the COCO, to the entire, all those 4 districts or 5 districts that we're about to change.
Okay. If we go ahead and accept the pending changes, that leaves 2.71% in San Jose. And I would be comfortable with that, so not necessarily shaving it to 0, but not leaving it as close to 5%. Okay, seeing some agreement there. Can we go ahead and accept this and move forward? Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think we certainly can accept this and move forward. Since we're going to continue down this path in the next couple of hours or so, we may know if we can adjust that a different way, higher or lower as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would say let's take a snapshot here and then have this be exploration so we don't have to try to undo all the steps to make a change if we find out, oh, oops, if it was a different number, then all these other scenarios that we're talking about could have worked.
Okay. Tamina, could you take a snapshot and then go ahead and accept these pending changes? And again, the intent is to have Tamina and a commissioner go back and revisit the actual contours of this district in San Jose to make sure that we are respecting as many communities of interest as possible. Okay. We now have 21.12% excess population in Eden Tech. Do we want to take it all in one direction, or do we want to divide it? We could put some more population into SD80 corridor before we had to move population east, or do we want to go all the way up to the top of Contra Costa County and bring it east? Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I would recommend taking some of it into the SD80. I think San Leandro might be a little bit too much, though, for the population. I forgot to check it.
Okay. Tamina, can we look at the line in San Leandro or around San Leandro?
Yes, San Leandro is currently not split in this district.
Okay. And we only have the ability to bring in about 70,000 into SD80 corridor. Before we would overpopulate it. Commissioner Ahmad.
What is the population of San Leandro?
91,103.
So if we are considering moving that, we would have to split it, right? Okay.
Either that, or if we looked at the other end of the district, is there a possibility, do we have any flexibility at the other end of the district? So we have Contra Costa District is 2.18 over. We could conceivably, if we took San Leandro in, then we would need to push something out at the other end. So that would put us in Hercules, Rodeo, Pinole, potentially grouping those with Martinez and others. Just wanted to get thoughts on that. Commissioner Yee.
I was going to suggest that.
Okay. Is that generally a direction that we would like to move? Okay. Then, Tamina, let's go ahead and move San Leandro into SD 80 corridor.
Am I moving the whole city, Chair?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Yee, did you have further comment?
Yeah, just to mention, we did get testimony of San Leandro wanting to be with Oakland, although the minority of testimony that would like to keep it out of Oakland. So,
okay.
but majority included the mayor. What that's worth.
I'm not understanding what's happening. Did that go into
All right, just
Coco?
one moment, Chair.
Okay, so now we're looking at moving Rodeo, Hercules, and Pinole. Can we look at the population, pending change? Let's look at moving Rodeo, Hercules, and Pinole into Coco.
Yes, Chair, one moment.
Okay, so it leaves SD 80 corridor in good position. We have some slight overpopulation in Contra Costa, but we're going to be dealing with the southern end of Contra Costa County. Is that do we want to go ahead and accept this and take care of that overpopulation on the south? Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I'm not in support of it. I would have rather looked at Alameda, which was a smaller population. We also have a lot of COI testimony wanting Pinole, Hercules, Rodeo in with Richmond and some of those other areas. I think we're also breaking that COI in so doing.
Okay, let's hear from others. Commissioner Anderson.
I agree with Commissioner Turner. That's that whole West Contra Costa School District. And I think part of San Leandro, so just to bring that up to 5, and then we'd have to take, I put the terrain layer on and take what of Hayward or Castro Valley is already in the valley. I would take that portion, and I think we could make get the portion of Eden Tech down to within its range as well.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
And San Leandro had we did have it split previously, and it's we cannot go further north than Davis Street, but I wouldn't want to take all of that. I'd only want to take enough to get that below the below 5%.
Okay.
The quarter of 5%.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. This is one of those areas where I think we did a lot of work in our assembly, and putting the assembly districts over this may give us some thoughts. I mean, my gut is that, I think wherever we could put East Bay and North Contra Costa, it feels like there might be another configuration that we're not seeing, and so it might be helpful to put the assemblies that we created.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fornashari.
I kind of feel like we're leaving too much population behind. Need to get 25%, right? Out to, or 20%. I don't see 20% between here and there. Am I missing something?
Maybe not.
Chair, we had said that we wanted to split up Eden Tech into different districts and not put it all into one.
Well, but Commissioner Fornaciari's point, we now have positive, let's say 12% in Eden Tech. We have a negative deviation in South Sac Stannis, so we can't pick up any population there, and we need 25% in ECA. So Commissioner Fornaciari is right. We've left behind too much population without a way to get that population over to ECA. So thank you, Commissioner Fornaciari, for that reality check. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, that was going to be my point too, is that we've tried to max out the other districts, and maybe we need to bring them down to like 2% or something like that in order to, so that it meets. Or 1%. Let me do my calculations. Hold on.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Anderson.
Then just don't touch SD corridor. I mean, it's pretty that simple. You want to take it from Eden Tech, you want to take it over to Cocoa and take it directly in. Don't leave any, don't make any changes, because we adjusted it to the right number. So then put south, 80 corridor the way it was, put the terrain layer on and see how much is already over in the valley. And then take the little bits of this to make those cities, parts of those cities whole as we need it to move the population otherwise over.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, this is the work at hand. So we're having population and COIs. That's what's we're fighting against, and we're trying to do it incrementally. Is there any thought to just moving the population and then adjusting the COIs? Or, and I'm just trying to think of our time and what we have left.
Right.
To make a bolder step and then see if we can adjust accordingly.
Right. Well, that's what we've done in San Jose. We've gotten the population to a level that we're more or less happy with, and said that we will have a commissioner work with a mapper to ensure that the contour of the district respects as many COIs as possible. So thank you for that. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. So if we move Alameda into, I don't know if it can go into, ultimately what I'm trying to do is to see if we, thank you, that's, until it stops moving. Okay, if we moved a portion, that number directly, not up into the 80 core, but into the Cocoa, we can move Livermore, which is 88,006, into the Sac Stannis, and then move perhaps Manteca, which is also 83, going that direction. So those are I'm just looking for like numbers. Commissioner Taylor talking about just the population number and then seeing how we need to adjust COI, but those are all 80, 78-ish or so. So we can move them that direction.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Salado?
Yeah, thank you. I was just, we have such amazing line drawers. I'm just wondering if they can just present us some options, because they've rotated the population all over this region and in all of their iterations, and perhaps they might have some suggestions on how to rotate the population and the various options that they've tried in the past. Thank you.
We're just trying to get to a point where we've narrowed down the options enough to give them direction and let them work offline. Thank you for that. Commissioner Fornaciari. We're not hearing you.
Good, because I was thinking. I don't know what to say at this point. I'll think some more.
Okay, thank you. So, Tamina, we need to not accept moving Rodeo, Hercules, and Pinole We need to move San Leandro back into Eden Tech. And is that back into Eden Tech? I'm seeing that number in Cocoa. Makes me think that it's sitting in Cocoa right now. There we go. Okay. So, right now, the excess population in Eden Tech needs to move east. So, Commissioner Anderson.
I recommend putting on the terrain layer and seeing what part of Castro Valley, Hayward, and is already in the valley. Doesn't appear that most of it's still in the hills. So then we need to say, well, Fremont connects through to Sonol. Portions of this, we need to start grabbing kind of what's on the hill by the highways that can get it there, and cutting this one up.
Okay. Commissioner Fornashari?
How about we use a chainsaw, not a scalpel, and we just start grabbing Castro Valley, San Leandro, San Lorenzo, all of that stuff, and parts of Hayward, and move it until we get to the population numbers. And then we start grabbing Tracy, Mountain House, Lathrop, and Manteca. Or we got to move the
Livermore.
Tri-Valley that way.
Right.
I think we need to just move major chunks of population and fiddle with the details later.
Agreed.
Because if we get to the end and we don't like it, we'll have massaged it all the way through. But we can swap around the edges, but we still, we got to move 250,000 people.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Fremont does have a connection to Sonol, and if you're taking that portion of, essentially from that portion of, from Newark, not the north point, but that, come down to the right. That point right there. Boop, take that portion of Fremont, put it over, and then take that most of Union City, because that's where the Afghan community is as well. Go up through that portion of Hayward. I would not take San Leandro. I would take Castro Valley. That whole essentially chunk down directly. Yeah, well, not yet. Maybe a little bit more than that. Yes, I'd take that chunk first.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes, I so appreciate this discussion and everyone's care for all of the COIs in this area. And certainly I share those concerns. I understand, Chair, that you don't want to do this offline, despite the fact that there's massive amounts of population to move. And I understand that. I'm just wondering if we could just ask Tamina. Tamina, you know this area. You have worked it numerous times over the last several months. I hope I'm not putting you on the spot, but you are an expert napper and an expert in this area. And I'm wondering if you have ideas about how we could move this forward. What is the best way to move this forward in a timely manner?
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Yee?
Tamina has thoughts right now. I'd love to hear them.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez?
Agree, and Fremont is about 230,000. So if you took that, you pretty much would have to take everything to the north.
Yeah, which we can't do for contiguity reasons. Okay, Tamina?
I'm not sure I would have made any of those moves. I think of what's been suggested, I would go with Commissioner Fornashari's idea.
Okay.
I would take these northern areas.
Very good. Okay, so can we entrust that to you?
Certainly. So I will take these northern areas through Hayward. I will push that into Cocoa. We'll take out Livermore, not more or less. Push it here with Mountain House and Tracy. Take out Lathrop, take out Manteca, part of Lathrop, depending on what, I'm not I have to talk to Kennedy about what those populations are. And those will go into ECA, whichever way she suggests. Is that what I'm hearing?
That would be the general direction at this point, and we can see what you come back with and make further adjustments from there.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Ms. McDonald.
Hello, Chair. Thank you so much for sending this over my way. So because you're in the middle of moving a gigantic bubble around Northern California, we wouldn't really be able to go to Kennedy because we don't know where this is going to land. So
Right.
that's the problem we're having
Right.
with this situation right now. So if you want Tamina to work on this offline, then we would have to figure out what you would like to do. And yeah.
I'm looking to you for a recommendation on that. We still have
well-
plenty to do down in the south.
We do, and that's going to take a minute because since they were not scheduled today, I told the Southern California people that I would let them know if they were needed. So we're going to need a little bit of time to get them to come up and map.
Okay. 2:30?
Yeah.
2:45?
45. Yeah, we can shoot for 2:45, please.
2:45? Okay. So we have 20 minutes at this point. Commissioner Toledo.
I'm wondering if perhaps Congress, it might be a possibility to go back to the Congress since we didn't finish the Central Valley earlier today and just hopefully, is that Tamina also? And Kennedy? Okay, so let's just give them time to do what they're doing and then we'll follow. Thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani.
I was going to say the same. Commissioner Toledo and I seem to be on the same wavelength today. We've actually seen those iterations for the Central Valley already. We looked at them this morning, but a decision wasn't made. So I was wondering if perhaps commissioners were just prepared to have a conversation while the mappers change over, just so that we can see if there's any consensus around iteration 3 or 4 or the first one.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. McDonald.
Yes, thank you. So we just had a little mini conference here, and if you wanted to hop over to Congress, that would actually be appreciated. Kennedy could perhaps start because there's some areas that you have not yet nailed down, and then Tamina can come back after perhaps taking a little break since she hasn't had one today, and also work with you on Congress if you wish.
Okay, that's fine. Kennedy and Commissioner Sadwani, if you want to remind us where we are on the congressional districts in the Central Valley, and I believe we're talking about the primarily the VRA districts, or Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I think we're at a decision point now.
Okay.
We've seen the three iterations. It's a question of whether we're going to go with the just balancing it, or one of our preferred methods, which was the 3 and 4. It's a little bit the nomenclature on our titling was interesting, but so it's either 3 or 4 where we're recommending, and the question becomes: does the commission have a preference for 3 or 4 in how we shift the population throughout the area? And I had heard quite a bit of support for 4, but I also heard a little bit of support for 3. So I just wanted to get consensus on which of the two really makes the most sense.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Yeah, my sense is that there's a good bit of support for 4. Those who are supportive of 3 are most seem open to 4 as as an alternative, whereas those who are in favor of 4 are less open to 3 as an alternative. So it seems that that if we were looking at a scale, the balance is probably tipping towards 4. That's my reading at this point. I'm happy to hear colleagues. Commissioner Turner.
Your read is 100% accurate for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Fernandez.
Just as confirmation, we've already talked about this, but in terms of the lower CVAP and Stannis Fresno, the advice has been that it's at a good number, correct?
It's at we would have preferred for it to be higher, but given the analysis we've received from legal and from the community, that it is the best we can do at this time and also meet all of the criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo and Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I'd go with 4, with the caveat that I then would really like to see how much of the Central Valley further up we can get out of ECA and look further north to put population in. I guess I'm talking about the Modesto area, putting that, in further, having that go further north in between this Stanislaus and the Sacramento area, and taking population, whatever that population is there, which I do not know. But I'm concerned if it's 117,000. This portion together is more than, or even close to 500,000. Then it's the Central Valley area.
Right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Ahmed.
I support 4.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor.
Numero 4.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
I also support 4, and I was wondering if maybe Kennedy can show us how because the population is balanced right now. I believe it's balanced in the San Joaquin County area, but let's take a look at what the options are under this 4, so that we can address some of Commissioner Anderson's concerns.
So would that be you want to move to live line drawing, or?
No, not so much as how we currently balance it. So just if you could just go through what.
Yeah. So most of these were pretty localized changes. Really, the biggest difference here was that the South Sac San Joaquin just had, and if I can find the old version, hold on. As you can see, it came in a little bit more into the South San Joaquin County, and a difference is we had to take out Lathrop, so I had to replace that, and I came out a little bit more into Stanislaus. Otherwise, this is very, at least in the San Joaquin district, is very similar to what we had before. And, absence of Lathrop, absence of people here in South Sac San Joaquin, I think it was about 30,000 people. And just how we've had to move things around here was pretty localized. There isn't much change to this district. So going back to adding Modesto back in wouldn't be the exact same, but would be very similar to the iteration that Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Fernandez worked on together.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, for Commissioner Anderson, I'm a big believer in no stone left unturned. We did look at a host of options. I mean, we were even looking at what if we put population down through Ridgecrest into ECA, and how do we pull in more up into Truckee? And we were looking at a whole range of options, including even what if we cut Inyo-Mano from ECA and start to rethink the whole map in that regard, which is not what they want, obviously. I think at this point, my sense is that this is the compromise, right? That it's really tough to reconfigure this. I mean, given the placement of Inyo and Mano in the map, given all of the COI testimony that we've received, given all of our VRA obligations and the equal population, particularly here in Congress, where we are getting down to a deviation of 1 person, I think that this is the best that we can do. That's not to say we can't explore more, but I do want to be cautious of our timeline.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to know, what's the population that is in, is it Stanislaus County? Yes, that from that portion in there that has been put into ECA.
And I can check that really quick. One moment.
Thank you.
Can I say something while we're waiting?
Yes, please, Commissioner Toledo.
I did, in thinking about all of these things, we did explore different options, as Commissioner Sidwani said, and we wanted to go with, we were fortunate because we had Kennedy as a line drawer who had worked with many of and so she was able to have, she had all that information about the Sierras and Sacramento, and so we wanted to create the as Commissioner Sidwani said, the compromise. So keeping, and to leverage everything that had been done thus far into something that was palatable. Every time we go further north, we end up, I'm just going to say it, we end up in a spiral, and then we don't make a decision. So we thought it would be because it's such a, the Sierras are such an important area in the state, and we're taking it very seriously. And so we wanted to make sure that we were in alignment with the thinking of the commission and where we were going prior to this. So we didn't want to cause additional further problems by taking the issue further north or even further south, because even in San Bernardino there would have been some additional issues. So whether we went up or down, there would have been issues. So we figured this had been the area that the commission was already exploring to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Sinai?
I, like some of my colleagues, are feeling a little nervous about time, and we haven't really moved forward on a lot today. I absolutely trust each of my colleagues when they work with the line drawers, and the line drawers definitely know this area, and having worked with them, they'll tell us when we're off or when we should be looking at another stone unturned. I think that when we've asked people to do explorations at this point, the assumption should be that they have turned over every stone. We can ask a few questions, but really trust that that's taken place, and stick to the question on the table, which is which iteration do we feel comfortable moving forward with, so we can move on to the next piece. There's some pieces that just don't seem to get put into the puzzle, and it's time we put them in.
And sorry, as I'm clicking all these blocks again, this is screenshot just because we had so many, so it's not my working layer. I'm getting, clicked in all the cities. There's a little bit of some unincorporated areas, so obviously it'll be a little bit higher, but this is about 310,000 people.
Okay.
So it is.
Thank you, Kennedy. Commissioner Anderson, is that the answer you were looking for?
It is. Just one, and this should not take much. Could we go up and have a look at the portion of Sacramento County that is not in with Sacramento, and that's been put into that other district that's been created around Tahoe? Yeah, I guess it's just the Folsom area. What is the population in that? Right, that small area there.
So there's Folsom and Orangevale.
Okay.
We can see what those cities are: Folsom, Orangevale, and there's actually a tiny bit of Citrus Heights, which I can also highlight for you. One moment. this is, as I'm still going, 117,000. Clearly, I don't have it all, but
Right,
yeah, this
that's
is-
close enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm just looking at that other one that's, and that portion's been added to this whole other area, which has been created. I still feel that a Sierra thing was available, to put that much area of, anyway, I'm gonna stop.
Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari.
I'm going to be a little repetitive because I'm going to echo Commissioner Sinai's comments. I mean, if you look at the job they did in the North Valley, the North-South Valley with the LCBAP, I'm sure they scrubbed and scrubbed, to do the best they could. And I think that I agree that when we send folks off to do these kinds of explorations, I think we just have to trust in them that they've turned over the stones, and appreciate the hard work that they've done.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. We did turn over a lot of stones, but now I currently do not remember why we did not go with the other iteration that we had, the Fernandez-Turner iteration that we looked at before for this area that did not take Modesto all the way out to ECA. We put both of them up. That was a consideration. I don't remember us not choosing it. And now we're back to this. And both of them are, I still think, viable options. I just don't remember how we got here and how that got erased.
I think I can answer that. I think it was because of the Central Valley. I think we got to this, and then we decided until we settled on the Central Valley that we wouldn't take action on the Fernandez Turner proposal up in north. But and this actually, the Central Valley proposal aligns, is my understanding, aligns with your both the proposal that Turner Fernandez provided, and also with the original proposal, which was what we have, right? What we currently have. And so we're able to work through both of those. So our goal was to align with what you guys were already proposing, and if that didn't move forward, to default to the previous. So we were trying to work in alignment so that we could make the decision for the Central Valley, and then also cascade into the Sierras and Northern California. Thank you.
Thank you. So
Commissioner
with that,
Turner.
oh, Kennedy, yes, I'd like to see how that dovetails with that other work.
Okay, I can pull up your balanced plan as well. There's gonna be a lot of lines, so one difference that I'll just point out before putting the lines on top of each other was the difference was that Mono, Inyo, Alpine were going up into being populated by Roseville, going up to Plumas, and then Modesto was in with Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne. And we didn't go with that again because we knew there was going to be excess population within these because they were planning to take out portions of Lemoore Station, and Visalia. So there was going to be more going north that couldn't possibly mix with what you had at the time. Turning these off and turning yours on, we have Modesto going in with parts of San Joaquin and Amador down to Mariposa. But now, since you do like the VRA districts the way they are, that 117,000 is still going to have to come out of here, which will still be putting it with Mono, Inyo, and obviously it's been a while since you've looked at it, and you can look at it again. There was a lot of still not liking this version as well and wanting to go back to the draft, but here is the lines. So again, this had Fresno, Clovis going downwards. Again, big change. Modesto was with Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, Mono, Inyo, Alpine. Parts of El Dorado, all of Placer up to Plumas, which again wasn't all that popular with everyone, some people, but and then we had Tracy Mountain House with Stockton to Elk Grove, a small split in Vineyard and Excelsior, keeping Sacramento whole, Parkway up to Fruitwood Pocket together, then kind of just the eastern side of Sacramento County from Arden Arcade up to Antelope, out to Folsom as well, and Rancho Murrieta also going east. So those were some differences. If we were to kind of model this again, Fresno would still have to be going north somewhere.
Thank you, Kennedy. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Kennedy. And just based on the changes that were made to the VRA districts, we'd have to redo the whole Turner-Fernandez because the population is different from what we were working with versus what we would have now. I think we were working with like 400,000, and I think now Kennedy said it's 300,000. So it'd have to be redone.
And is that something that you would be willing to redo?
I prefer the draft, or what we have, what we have now. I prefer that one, but if the majority of the, if there's general consensus, right, is that the word we're using now? We could go back, but I will also say if anyone has been reading the, or if we've had time to read the communities of interest in our database, there's many people that did not like our proposal, which I'm a little offended by. Just kidding, but that's okay. I thought it was pretty good. No, but I do understand because we were having to think out of the box, right? And we were splitting up. One of the major ones was San Joaquin. San Joaquin was basically whole in the one we have now, and probably over 30 different communities of interest. And plus, we were also placing Elk Grove with Stockton, which many did not like. So, but I think anytime you make a change, you're going to have people that don't like it. So I didn't answer your question, but I'm willing to work on it if that's what general consensus.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, so just to add, I think I was alluding to this before, but so one of the things that we kind of just talked through when Commissioner Toledo and I were working with Kennedy is, the 117 people that come out, right now we have them coming out through Fresno. And we did look at what are some of the other options for that. And so I did mention like Ridgecrest, for example. I think we looked at that and it's like 27,000 people or something like that. So it wasn't enough to push out that way. So it opens a whole host of questions about then how else would we do this, right? So as it stands in this map, we still have ECA being populated to some extent by the Central Valley with Fresno. If we wanted to look at an alternative to that, it's not against that. I think that could actually make lots of sense, but it would require redrawing a lot of the map. And so that would be my only concern. And that was why we didn't pursue it further, because for us, our task was the VRA districts. And so we really kind of kept it at that point. But certainly, just in talking through what that might look like, we had talked about, well, Inyo might need to go with San Bernardino, which would set off a whole host of ripple effects down below, or, a whole redraw of the Northern California area. So I just wanted to highlight that the key piece here is that because there's this 117 coming out of that area because of the creation of that farm, that population has to go somewhere.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Turner, thanks for bringing that up. I'd forgotten that we had not actually resolved the issues that we were trying to deal with in the Sacramento, and the Sacramento in the draft was cut in half. The city was cut in half. And we did get a lot of people did not like that. We didn't really like that. Also the Tahoe area, even though we said, well, if you have to cut it, putting it in the middle of the lake was okay. And we thought, this would be nice to change this. And that was one of the reasons why we said, great, let's look at taking that portion of the Central Valley from, it was 417,000. Now it's be like 300. I still think that's worth a go. And keeping the Sacramento County in Sacramento County, and putting the population, Placer population in El Dorado in those counties. And I think that would actually help us solve this whole issue to everyone's benefit. And I would really hope to have a quick look at this again.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Kennedy?
Just one response to that was the draft definitely was cutting through Midtown and the downtown area. However, Commissioner Fornachari did make adjustments, and it is no longer doing that. Now the downtown areas are whole and kept together as this follows the river. So that's just one thing that Commissioner Fornachari did, just for everyone's information about where the line goes now.
Thank you, Kennedy. Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for all of that. I think for me, it still feels like we have given up on the Modesto area, because including them all the way out to ECA with the Sierra, it feels like we have not done enough exploration to see if there's a possible way that they can stay in the Central Valley. We've carved them out of the like communities, and I think along with Modesto and what was it, Lathrop, and put them in with, you know, this Benton and Mammoth Lakes and all of these other wonderful areas. It just, they don't go together at all in any stretch of the imagination.
So thank you for that, Commissioner Turner. Could I ask you and Commissioner Fernandez to take another look at this and see if you are able to, based on the VRA districts in the southern part of the Central Valley, take another look at this, modify what you previously had based on the earlier version of the VRA districts, and bring us back a proposal or options?
Yeah, I certainly would want to look at it again, because I would not be interested in touching any of the VRA districts. And there were some things that we really liked about what we were able to do with Placer and some of those other areas. And so we'll just have to see. And here's where I think the Central Valley, because of where it's positioned, not because of intent, desire, heart, but this is where it feels like we are now just very limited in what can happen in this area. And so, yes, let's look at it again and see if we can't pull a miracle out of this.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of decision points, just one decision point, the Central Valley, number 4, right? That we have general consensus to lock that in. I like that term. So let's, if we have general consensus, let's lock that in. And then I actually, we have a balanced map here. The general number 4 is a balanced map. If we all can, it's not ideal, but I would almost want us to move in this direction if we can't find any other stone unturned. I mean, certainly there was also iteration 3, but we all moved in this direction. And we have a balanced map. We meet our compliance requirements. It's not ideal, but if we can not just live with it, but support it, then I would say let's move forward with this, with the caveat that, of course, if Commissioner Turner and Fernandez are able to and I know they're miracle workers because I've seen them work. If they're able to make address the COIs that we'd like to see united, then we can certainly take that and decide upon that when they bring that back to us. Right. But given the time constraints, I would make this the default if we can all, if we can live with it and support it. I like the addition of the support. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, the charge would be to not disrupt the VRA districts in any way. Kennedy?
I have a question. So, you know, it would be about 100,000 people less. So that is, you know, a big difference. However, I do think some things would kind of stay generally close in structure. I do think that, you know, as far as what Mono and Inyo can be paired with, I think that's a big question too. What do you want it to be paired with? Because in the Modesto balanced version, it was with, if I can pull that up, it was with up to Roseville, but I think, there were some oppositions about that and some oppositions about Modesto being with the Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne. So I guess if there's just specific Modesto has to go into Stockton, Mona Inyo have to be with Roseville, it would be really helpful to know like what they are okay with being with.
Right. So Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Fernandez will work with you on that. Commissioner Turner?
Absolutely. And the only correction I wanted to add to my miracle working comment was that this miracle can't happen without Kennedy. So I just wanted to make sure that goes on record. She is, I think, the brains behind all of this that can make this happen. She knows the areas to carve out that we've not been able to find. And so very confident working with Commissioner Fernandez and myself, and we're going to do it. But man, Kennedy's that anchor for us. So thank you, Kennedy. We're gonna try it again.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Thank all of you for taking this on. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I'd like to say something on that one. Thank you for that question, Kennedy. And Commissioner Turner, I agree. Kennedy sort of knows the ins and outs of this. Because, this was Commissioner Kutagawa and I, this was our area. And so we heard extensively from the people here. What they would like to see is keeping the Mono Inyo Alpine with the portion of the Gold Country and a Sierra, whatever that is. It doesn't have to be Roseville. It could be all of El Dorado, and that was enough population. Great. It could be Placer, maybe Placer and all. That's what they'd like. They don't really want the Central Valley, and they don't have to have Roseville in particular. They'd like to have as far north as they can to be a district.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
And if I may really,
Yes.
just a response to that, what parts of this, is it that it's with Fresno and Madera that was not desirable, or what?
It's that it was the controlling city, the controlling population was something in the Central Valley. It's been Bakersfield for years. It's been Fresno. There will be a portion of Fresno. That's the way it's going to be. But let's not have it, the 170,000 out of the district. That's certainly absolutely tolerable. But almost half, that isn't.
I guess I meant from their previous iteration, it has Mono Inyo. It goes close to the city of Madera, but it's still really the foothills of Folsom, Fresno. And then it goes up into El Dorado, takes all of Placer, and goes up to Plumas. And maybe I don't remember what your commentary was on this area, but if this area, I think this is being populated a lot by Placer. And so I was wondering, how do we change this, or is this okay?
No, it's that they want it to be, and the Gold Country does as well.
Too.
Correct.
Gold
That
Country.
area would like to be a Sierra district. It doesn't have to go just as far as they could. The Gold Country doesn't really want to be with the Central Valley either. And they were saying that back and forth. I mean, a couple people did, but that's not where and all the people we were talking with, that's what they were hoping.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. We know, we are well aware of what Inyo, Mono, and Alpine want, and we were working within those limitations. Again, this is congressional, and we'll get it down to 0. So we do know what the priorities are, and we'll work with Kennedy on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Sadwani's hand went down. Okay. Okay, thank you. I think we have this resolved. We've resolved the VRA districts in the southern portion of the Central Valley. We were going to be switching over to Sivan to look at outstanding issues in Southern California while Kennedy worked on Senate issues in the Northern Valley and shifting the population around. Ms. McDonald.
Hello, Chair. Thank you so much. I think we decided that you wanted to go to Tamina for Congress after Kennedy.
For Congress?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. I thought Tamina needed more time to do the work that she was off doing.
No, I apologize. It's a little confusing hopping from map to map. So, so Tamina will be working on Senate, but
Right.
that's going to be happening a little later. And since we hopped over to Congress, we talked about perhaps going to Kennedy and then moving over to Tamina. And then if you wish to go to Southern California after that, I can make sure that Sivan is available.
Okay,
And I'm
perfect.
sorry if this has been a miscommunication.
Perfect. So is Tamina ready to hop back on? Okay, very good.
Yes,
We-
1
we-
minute, please.
We've got 5 minutes until break. I was going to offer to go ahead and break early, have a little bit longer break, and come back at 3:15. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and break. It's 2:56. We will be back from break at 3:15. Welcome back to today's meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Again, I'm Ray Kennedy, the rotating chair for today's meeting. We have been moving back and forth as availability of mappers allows between congressional districts and Senate districts. We apologize for any confusion. We just need to maximize the availability of our mappers in order to reach our target dates successfully. So Tamina is back with us, and as I understand it, is ready to walk us through some work on the congressional districts in her area of responsibility. So, Tamina, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. We are heading back to San Jose, but this time we are in Congress. We are not in Senate. And I'd like to review with you the plan, what has been posted as Plan YA. There are three different iterations in that PDF, which are different options for how to address the issue of San Jose being split 4 times in the congressional maps. The map that you're seeing currently with these brown lines is the current map that we are looking at. So this is the one with the 4 splits. You'll see that Northern San Jose is in greater red. We have the western tip of the Cupertino district comes into the middle of San Jose, the Elm Rock Latino neighborhoods. We have the southwest in with Santa Clara, and we have the south with Mid-Coast. So we were asked to take a look at some different iterations of what could possibly reduce the split, and that's what I will be presenting to you now. So this is iteration number 1, and this reduces the splits in San Jose San Jose is now in greater red, that same area in Cupertino and Santa Clara. What allows for this change is that the Mid-Coast district has been reworked to take population up the coast. So it now starts in Pacifica, which has been added to its Santa Clara area. So I'll zoom out so you can see that full district. So this will be a coastal district, which goes from San Mateo County down through the bottom of Mid-Coast in San Luis Obispo County. That line has not changed. In Santa Clara, we have a small split in Mountain View, but we've taken Los Altos, Loyola, and Los Altos Hills over here into Santa Clara, whereas the Greater Ed district remains unchanged. I'm now going to go to the second snapshot. So this is iteration number 2. And what this iteration does is it takes Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, and Cupertino out of the Greater Ed district and puts it with Santa Clara, reducing that 1 split. So now San Jose is in Greater Ed and Cupertino. And then on this side in Mid-Coast, none of these, so just a note to say that none of these district iterations that we're looking at right now change the Cupertino LCVAP. It is all at the exact same it was. This one has, in order to reduce the neck that was over here, took a little bit more of another Latino koi up in the north, from whereas before there was a little hook kind of area that came out over here. but the LCVAP has not dropped in any way. The other two iterations use the same Cupertino district that we've been looking at this whole time. And so that's obviously hasn't changed any. So we have Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Cupertino, Saratoga, Los Gatos, Monte Sereno, and Lexington Hills in with Santa Clara. And then all of this area of San Jose that is to the north, not including the Cupertino area, is with Greater Red. And then Mid-Coast takes the south where it had pretty much before. And I have one more. Okay, so this is number 3, and number 3 is very similar to number 1 in that we have the architecture of the coastal district. So we have the Pacifica coming down to San Luis Obispo coastal district. The difference is the geography in this area, and so this moved this western area of San Jose in with Santa Clara, whereas previously it had been up here with the Milpitas area. That does create an additional split in Saratoga. But aside from that, this is the same as iteration number 1 with the small Mountain View split here and with the Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Cupertino area still intact with Milpitas, Fremont. And those are all the iterations I have, Chair.
Thank you very much, Tamina. Excellent work. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, thank you, Tamina. If I may add a few more comments, and then Commissioner Ahmad will as well, I'm sure. So all of these are motivated by the desire to explore ways to have San Jose in 3 pieces rather than in 4. Nevertheless, in any of these 3 options, or the original 4-way split option, in all those options, downtown San Jose remains in the Cupertino district. So the hope was possibly to get at least one San Jose district with the majority of San Jose population in it. I believe this third one that we're looking at right now, Tamina, is this the one that has the largest single San Jose slice of the options? In that southern part, in terms of population?
Yes, this one, the third option has the largest population of San Jose in a single district, and that is in the Santa Clara.
Right, okay, so that's the biggest advantage of this one. We do have that long coastal district though. For the second one, the question of the second one, and we saw this the other day as well, is you have that skinny neck. I think we got a preliminary read from council that the neck was not problematic. I think we'd want to recheck that today if we're going to consider that one. That one also kept the whole West Valley together, which was a nice possibility. Yeah, and then there was the first one that we looked at. So all of them have trade-offs, obviously. We can also just stay with the 4-way split, which we were told is fine as well. So, okay, this is the skinny neck one.
Second.
And a more even division of the 3 parts of San Jose. And then the other one as well. So Commissioner Hoffman, thoughts?
Thank you, Commissioner Yee, and thank you, Tamina, for working with us on this and bringing forward these different iterations. As Commissioner Yee mentioned, preliminarily, we have the okay on meeting our criteria with all 4 of these options, right? And at this point, we're at a decision point on how we are going to have communities of interest, city boundaries, neighborhoods shape out and county boundaries shape out in this general area. There's pros and cons to each one, as I'm sure we can find for every single iteration of every single district within the whole state across all of the maps. So at this point, we just need to narrow down which iteration we are going to move forward with. And as Commissioner Yee mentioned, we did keep intact Cupertino. So Cupertino district in this view right here has not been touched for all 4 of the iterations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to really thank Commissioner Ahmed and Yee for their work on presenting these options, as well as Tamina, of course. This is really exciting to see. I know we've been receiving a lot of feedback from the San Jose area. I just wanted to state my preference on this. Actually, I don't have a strong preference per se. My strong preference would be either iteration 1 or 3. 2 for me, I really don't like very much. The skinny neck I find concerning in general. But in addition, it really breaks up a lot of COIs that we have received from very early on, from Cupertino, Sunnyvale, many of those Milpitas, Berryessa, right? So we've also had great feedback on that greater ED district. So for me, I would feel comfortable throwing out iteration 2. Thank you for preparing it for our review, but I would feel comfortable with either 1 or 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Toledo?
I would concur with Commissioner Sadwani, 1 or 3. I 1 or 3. I was leaning more to 3, but I think 1 or 3 would be I'd support. And thank you again to the committee. I think it's a difficult job to go through and try to meet all of the compliance requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. I'm leaning definitely toward 3, just because as it was expressed that it has one of the districts that has a majority of San Jose in it. I think with a city the size of San Jose, over 1 million people, they need to have a strong voice in at least one district, as opposed to being evenly divided between all. So I like the reduced number of splits, and I like number 3 for that reason, that it gives them more of a voice in one of the districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Taylor?
Thank you to my Spanish tutor, Commissioner Fernandez. I have trouble rolling my R still, so I go with option number 3. It preserves the largest amount of COE and the larger goal at hand. I think that's what we were trying to accomplish in these iterations. So number 3, numero 3.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Okutagawa?
Yeah, and I apologize, I just walked back in. Could I see the close-up of the, like that Palo Alto, East Palo Alto area as well too? And my apologies if you did cover this. I'm just curious if there's any significant differences there, because we worked so hard to preserve that COI as well too.
We didn't go into that area.
Okay, then I won't worry about that. So just generally speaking, I mean, it's kind of funny. I was leaning towards number 2 only because it had the least length in terms of the coastal district. But I agree. I think if the presence or if the preference is to avoid that kind of skinny neck part, I am comfortable with either one in terms of 1 or 2, or 1 or 3. When I was first reviewing all of these maps, I will say that I was leaning more towards number 1, but I could also support number 3. That was probably my least favorite, but I could still support it.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Okutagawa. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. I'm also trying to compare 1 and 3. 2 is out for me because, having San Jose be the largest influence on the entire mid-coast is, I thought, completely out. And that's kind of how I'm viewing this. This is 3, I think. which means Stanford and Portola Valley, Mountain View, that goes with Monterey, and San Luis Obispo. That just straight. So that's why I wanted to have a look. Is that what does one do? Does it do the same thing? Does anyone happen to? This is.
Go ahead, Commissioner Ahmed.
This is 3.
Commissioner Anderson, we didn't touch that line up there, so that line remains the same. Where Commissioner Yee and I explored with Tamina was that southern line of Greater Red and Santa Clara. So we didn't go up into that area where the mouse is right now. So that should be the same as previously that you've seen already.
If I may, Commissioner Anderson, if you're asking which of the ideas has the long coastal district, 1 and 3 both have long coastal districts.
Correct. And so the only difference is in terms of what major cities are with 1 and 3. And you're saying that, they're not the same. Which is the one that grabs, what is it, 1? Could I see 1, please? This is 3. Could I see 1? So, I see. I can't see that on the handout. So you're saying it's still the Portola Valley, Stanford, Mountain View, and is that what is the other yellow city there? That's Palo Alto.
These are both parts of Palo Alto.
Is that Palo Alto?
Yes.
Well, I really appreciate the work that you've been doing on this one. Thank you. I'm going to thank.
Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari.
I was just going to support 3.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Sinai.
Remember when we had that really, really long coast and no one liked it and we heard all about it? Anyway, I think the work, I think we've done good work, and the real question here, I support 3. If we don't go to the original, then I would support 3, because the purpose was really to get what we've heard from the community is they wanted a majority district for San Jose. So if we're just cutting it down to 3, if we're changing it to 3, but we still don't have a majority district, then it doesn't meet what the request was by the community. And so I think the conversation is exactly the way Commissioner Ahmed said. It's about a majority district for San Jose or the coastal COI. And it is a tough decision, one way or the other.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Kutgawa.
Yeah, so just to check, 2 questions. One, is Newark and Fremont, or is Newark whole in both iterations? It looks like Fremont is split in both. And then also, could we see the CVAPs for all the communities?
Please.
Commissioner Kitagawa for 1, 2, or 3?
I'd actually like to see it for both 1 and 3.
This is map number 1, and Newark is whole.
Thank you for, this is 1 you said. Can we see 3 also?
And this is number 3, Newark is also whole.
Thank you. And is it 60 for Cupertino or is it 50? It's like, it's hard to tell. Sorry, for Latino CVEP.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
No, I was just saying I'm blind. I couldn't tell whether that was a 5 or a 6
What was a 5 or a 6?
for the Latino CVAP under Cupertino.
Oh, we didn't touch Cupertino.
That's
so
what I
it
was.
should be
That's
the
what I
same.
was also told. So thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm actually good with either one. I think both look great. Great work.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson.
Well, you know, we're going to hear about this, obviously. I don't think this is, we won't hear quite as much as if we put San Jose with, you know, San Luis Obispo and Monterey. Stanford, Palo Alto, Mountain View, let's put the heart of Silicon Valley in the peninsula. I really appreciate the work that you're trying to do. This was a very difficult thing to work on. I'm sure you probably thought about this and tried to come up with numerous ideas of how, you know, to keep Pacifica maybe in and take something else out, but that, this is very unusual, we'll say.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, 2 things. First, just to mention number 2, I realize nobody's preferring that, but just to mention it, that was the one that would put Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Cupertino in the West Valley, which was something a lot of COI input, especially during the summer, mentioned wanting. So we wouldn't be able to honor that unless we went with number 2, and it sounds like we're not moving in that direction. The other thing, just as we phrase this poll, I'm assuming everyone is stating their preference, including staying with the 4-way split. So you're saying if you like number 3, you like it better, not only than the 3 of these options, but including the original 4-way split too. So if that's not the case, we should hear from you too, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. And to Commissioner Anderson's comment about Pacifica, we didn't go up that far. We were told to keep the changes localized in this specific area near the VRA area. So we did not explore up the peninsula or further down beyond the area that we were tasked to explore. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Can you remind me on number 3, if some of the communities of interest that we ended up breaking up? Thank you.
Was that directed to Tamina?
Yes, please. Thank you. Or, yeah. And I'll just continue on that. I think we spent a lot of time trying to respect as many communities' interests as we could. And unfortunately, it led to 4 splits. So I'm trying to weigh the two. So right now, I'm kind of leaning towards keeping what we have, but I'd like to have a little bit more information on this one. Thank you. Or actually, maybe Commissioners Ahmed or Yee may also know.
Well, the most obvious one is the city of Saratoga, which gets split.
The loss of the city of Saratoga here, we were able to keep together 2 COIs that were previously not kept together. There was one Vietnamese COI that was split in 3 districts, and now it's actually in 1 in this map. And then, oh no, I take it back. There's a tiny bit of it that's over here that's in the VRA district. But so it's in 2 instead of 3. And then the rest of our COIs are, this map actually does better keeping all of the COIs intact than the 4 split did. We were able to reunite at least 3 that I can think of off the top of my head.
Thank you. And this is iteration number 3.
This is iteration number 3.
Thank you.
And to add to that, in terms of other COIs, we did split up the West Valley COIs. So we did hear about keeping those West Valley cities together. So those are split in this iteration that we see on the screen.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, thank you. And, no, I do 1, 3, but I also am okay with what we had as well. So 1, 2, and what we had, given the amount of work that went into it as well. Especially the larger cities. The larger cities are going to see more splits, and I understand the argument of 4 splits in San Jose, but the neighborhoods in San Jose are so different than in other places, and so unique. So I can see all of the options and am weighing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Taylor?
To me, I have a question. So you're able to salvage, or salvage might not be the best words. You're able to keep more intact that Vietnamese COI. Will we be able to exculpate that small population that's left and still maintain that VRA district?
Thank you, Commissioner. We actually did explore that, and we were not able to keep this LCVAP up at that level.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Fernandez?
I can support either staying with the draft or going with number 3. Either one. I mean, we did split Saratoga, which is a 31,000 population, versus San Jose, that's over 1 million. So either one's fine. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, you were saying that you were able to, in I guess this was in version 2, to widen that gap, our gap that's right now right next to Santa Clara, in the Cupertino area without changing the CVAP. Could you do that in the original? And can you do that? And would that possibly do something else, give another option?
Sure. So the area in question was really this little hook right here. And this is the original that we're looking at, it's brown. And so instead of taking this, it went up instead.
Yeah, could we do that just as regardless of what we do? Because I think that shows us there's a few more, I think there might be another possibility if Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Ahmad could see that sort of originally.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, before we make a final decision, I just wanted to check in and see, was it ever explored? It seems to me, and I had mentioned this yesterday, that this line that's coming through San Jose in the southern portion here, was it explored to just swap that portion of the city of San Jose from there to Campbell and to Los Gatos? Yeah, this purple area here. Oh, I don't know where the cursor went, but that small portion, and then start just building back in parts of Santa Cruz until we populate, just from a compactness standpoint. It would keep some of these communities that are further north together, and then San Jose, yes, going down the coastline. Was that not optimal? So not going all the way, including Campbell. All right, just going up to Campbell.
Oh, now, so that wasn't enough population, which is why we kind of had to go over a little bit more. That's actually the swap that we made here. So you can take a look at what the original line was over here. And so what we did is, in order to not leave this section off and to make it more compact, and actually there are 3 overlapping communities of interest right here. And so in order to respect them all, we moved this line up, and then to also respect the Almaden-Coy, which was here, but that brought us all the way over to the line as you see it now.
Right, but then further down, it stops. Can we just look at it one more time further down? Right, so I guess my point is, like, rather than taking in Saratoga and Campbell and those areas, and even potentially Los Gatos, leaving those further north, and then having San Jose take on more of the coastline. Is that not a possibility? And then all of these pieces here, and I don't know how much you would need to just populate upwards, so that you have one district that's further north, and then San Jose going further south down into the coast, down into Monterey, having San Jose linked to Monterey.
That is how it is currently.
Right. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is, like, can we not keep that and just move that line further out so we get more of the city of San Jose encompassed in that district? Yeah, just like just that area there, and then bringing the line in mid-coast further down to balance.
And
in Santa Cruz.
You'd be cutting off, so Santa Cruz doesn't have a lot of population at all. So it would be kind of taking the entire county of Santa Cruz for a little area of San Jose. Which can be done, but you would have to leave a tiny bit to make it contiguous.
To connect, right. Yeah. I think that's what I was originally thinking yesterday, but anyway. To me, it would seem to keep the northern areas more compact. And I think to Commissioner Anderson's point that she raised about, places like Atherton and what is it called, Mountain View, these extraordinarily wealthy areas, kind of being more compact together in that sense, as opposed to going all the way down to San Luis Obispo. Anyway, I'm fine with these options.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Toledo?
And looking around the room and just on Zoom, I'm seeing that the general consensus seems to be either 3 or what we had originally. I think either 3 or what we had. It seems to be the 2, and possible exploration if we go with 3 or around what Commissioner Sadwani said. But probably committing to one of these in terms of general consensus, and then if there's additional exploration that could come back maybe and influence us, but having the one of these, either what we had or 3 be the option. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Yee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate Commissioner Sadwani's thoughts. Certainly the long coastal district is just not ideal. But the thought was, if we do have San Jose with the lower coast, then it would dominate the lower coast. And we had a lot of discussion about not really wanting that to happen. So even though it certainly would make for better shaped districts. So it could be explored, but that would be the hesitation.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. My very strong sense of the consensus is that there was minimal support for 2. There was minimal support for the original. The support between 1 and 3 was a little more balanced, but the preponderance seemed to be on 3. Does that, Commissioner Anderson?
You know, I was just thinking, what would sort of make sense if you're in Santa Cruz, you have virtually no connection whatsoever to Palo Alto, Atherton. You do over 17, it's not a favorite, but the first cities you come upon in that direction, I'm wondering if we might be able to actually go from thinking from a Santa Cruz perspective, going, that first Lexington, whatever, Los Gatos, Campbell, a couple of towns that way, just to create enough population. Because there isn't a whole lot of population in that San Mateo, the peninsula up there, but kind of go a little bit, not go San Jose, but just enough to keep it so that there's San Jose is connected up the peninsula, but actually come at it from that direction in terms of taking what you need to create the mid coast and leaving the wealthier areas north. Is kind of what I'm thinking.
Okay, could you be a little more specific? What are you moving into a district and what are you moving out of a district? What are you moving into a different
I am moving,
district?
I'm trying to move out of a district as much of, say, Mountain View, Palo Alto, Stanford, that sort of those western areas, and move in. I can't see the cities here, but the first one, once you come up 17, and then it's Los Gatos, Los Gatos, Monta, Cambrian, say Saratoga, going maybe even if we have to Cupertino, but Campbell, maybe enough to leave San Jose with Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, that sort of thing, and not having to take quite as much of. Essentially, I'm trying to put Woodside, Stanford back into the area and taking some of the southern cities, which are closer to the 17 and have more of a connection with Santa Cruz down than the ones just up mid-peninsula.
Right, okay, thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Yee, can you help us understand if this was something that was explored?
It was not explored. I understand the logic. My guess would be the populations would really not work out because those towns coming down the mountain off 17 are pretty thinly populated. But we'd have to take a look. We did not explore that. By the way, just by my count, the tally was 7-3 for option number 3 over option number 1 with no votes for option number 2. 7-3.
Well, I think that I don't have any, I didn't note any preference from you or Commissioner Ahmad, and I had not expressed any. And other than that, we have, I believe, Commissioner Lamons and Commissioner Vasquez who have not been engaged in this discussion, but my guess from that is that there's solid support for 3. There's somewhat less support for 1, and as I say, much less support for 2 or the original. Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. I think I am okay standing behind 3, but I am also okay standing behind what we originally had.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah, thanks for everyone for the discussion. I have been listening and watching. Not familiar with this area, and also felt like there were a lot of ideas. I was tracking, I think, most of them. I do see the wisdom behind option 3. Could be convinced that going back to where we were, the original version, I also see wisdom in that as well. So that's where I stand. And thanks for allowing me to check in.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Anderson?
I'm actually kind of original and maybe try this other idea.
Okay. Commissioner Yee?
Yeah, I think I prefer 3, but could live with the original.
That was 3 or the original?
Yes, but preferring 3.
Right, okay. And I'm pretty solidly behind 3. Tamina, could you, for us, just get us a population estimate? Don't worry about picking up every little census block, but that area of Mountain View, Stanford, Woodside, Portola Valley, Palo Alto. We just need a population number for that. West Menlo Park, Atherton, that whole area.
Certainly, Chair. You'd like this
Yeah.
whole
Yep.
area?
Doesn't have to include La Honda, just, as I say, a rough population number, yes.
For these guys. Okay, no problem. One moment.
Yeah, we don't need areas that are already in greater ED, just the areas that are currently in Mid-Coast.
You know, you could almost leave Woodside and Portola Valley.
Woodside and Portola Valley are roughly 10,000 people.
Sorry, Chair, one moment, please. Chair, the highlighted area is 258,733 people.
Okay, 258, 733. If we excluded Woodside and Portola Valley, that would be roughly 10,000 less. So we're talking 250,000 in round numbers. And so could we then look at in Santa Clara, at Campbell, towards Lexington Hills, and get a population number for Campbell, Los Gatos, Lexington Hills, Monte Sereno,
Saratoga.
Saratoga.
The highlighted area, Chair, is 114,668 people.
Okay, so that's roughly half of the population of the other area. Commissioner Yee?
Just going to mention the original selection, I think, accidentally included East Palo Alto and some other parts. So it wouldn't be quite that much, but still in that area.
Okay, it's still roughly 2 to 1.
Yes.
Further thoughts? Is this something worth exploring? Commissioner Ahmed?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Where would you move Stanford, Woodside, Portola Valley? What is the proposal here?
Those
Or
would
the
have-
exploration? To
Right, those would have to come into greater ED, and then population would have to shift from greater ED into Santa Clara, and then moving areas in the south out towards the Mid-Coast District.
I see.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. To answer your question, Chair, I like iteration 3, and you asked about continuing to move forward. I don't want to, no.
Okay. Commissioner Toledo and then Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'm fine with iteration 3 and moving forward. I'm also fine with what we had.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutiawa?
Yeah, as much as I appreciate what Commissioner Anderson is saying, because I do agree, I think that's a concern. I don't think the solution is going to really help solve the issue. It's just going to create a different issue of the same kind, because we're just swapping basically unlike communities with other unlike communities. Unless we are able to move it more north, I think if we're just moving it south, I don't think it's really going to solve the issue. I'm comfortable with either way, but I mean, I do like and I appreciate the work that Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Ahmad did. So I'm ready to go with just 3.
Okay, thank you very much. My sense is that we have a solid block that is happy to support iteration 3. So at this point, Tamina, we will go with iteration 3.
Yes, Chair. I will incorporate that back into our main map.
Thank you.
You can move into wherever area you like.
Could you speak up?
I said I will incorporate that into our main map, and then you can move to any other part of the state you like. That concludes the iterations for my area.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Do we have other areas that you are responsible for that we need to look at?
Not at this time, Chair.
Okay, Ms. McDonald, could you chime in and let us know where you think we could best use the mapper's time at this point?
Thank you for that question, Chair Kennedy. So Sivan is ready to take over. And I think Kennedy and Tamina have plenty of work to do while Sivan is mapping. So
Okay,
if you'd
and
like to
so
move over.
with Sivan, we are going to be mapping Senate.
If that's what you wish to do, yes, that will be Senate in Southern California.
Very good.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Or good afternoon, I should say. I just wanted to go over the Senate districts in Southern California. I worked on this offline and a little bit in collaboration as well with Commissioner Sinai, but I will just go ahead and walk through those changes. If anyone has questions or if Commissioner Sinai has anything to add, please feel free to jump in and interrupt me. So just wanted to kind of big picture walk through some of the things that we were able to achieve. I'm not sure if Jamie has presented this swap yet, but as a refresher or to kind of present it to you now, this was the swap that was talked about at yesterday's meeting, where we would move the northern portion of Upland and Rancho Cucamonga that have a lot of associations with the National Forest just to the north into the SD 210 district. I'm not sure what the exact swaps she made were here, but I think some population moved through the San Fernando Valley and then up through the Antelope Victor Valley district, and Apple Valley was moved into the Antelope Victor Valley. So that's just some regional context as well, because that move is also what allowed the Coachella Valley to be reunited into in the northern part rather than being split into 3 as it was in yesterday's iteration. So moving back into the Inland Empire, we have had quite a bit of back and forth about these VRA districts, and yesterday we worked live. The SVRC district was a little over 50. We worked together to try and get it to 51. Offline, I was able to try a bunch of different things, and the highest I was able to get it was 52.14, which is where it is currently, which I was quite happy with. Not sure if Mr. Becker had additional comments on this district as it stands, but the Latino CVAP of POF was 54 yesterday. It remains at 54. The only way that the Latino CVAP for SBRC was able to be strengthened was from splitting a small portion of Southern Fontana. That obviously reduced the CVAP, the Latino CVAP in POF. So to raise that back up to 54, I had to remove Grand Terrace and a portion of Colton. So other than that, those changes, the Latino CVAP remains the same, and it's just a slightly more negative deviation, but no extra areas were added.
Thank you, Sivan. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, thank you, Sivan. Great work. I know this is a difficult area. In terms of the, we know about the Latino CVAP, but the African American CVAP, the Black CVAP, I think that if memory serves me, it either stayed the same or went up for SBRC. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. I don't believe I have what it was yesterday, but I do think that it went up at least for SBRC.
Do you have what it was in our draft maps?
I do, yeah. So SBRC and I would, yes. So the Latino and Black CVAP are both slightly less than they were in the Senate drafts. So they were 55.58 for SBRC and 14.63. Currently 52.14 and 10.7. POF is currently 54.1 and 12.75 for the Black CVAP, and it was 57.1 and 8.25. So the Black CVAP and POF has gone up significantly. And I do understand that there's potential crossover voting in this area. So,
thank you.
Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to add a couple of things. I think Sivan did a great job in thinking through all the different COIs that we had in this area. As she said, Coachella Valley is grouped twice instead of grouped in 3 different districts. It's protecting the VRA, all the different VRA districts, and actually increasing the CVAP in some. Also the East Coachella Valley COI is with, Imperial, which is part of the SECA, but there's a lot of different competing COIs in this area, plus the VRA areas, and I think she did a great job.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
yeah, thank you so much. So obviously that's just an intro. The whole region is looking different. So I just wanted to start where it made most sense and also start in the order that I made these changes so that you can kind of see where some of the other structural changes came into play in other areas of the map. So yeah, obviously first priority of SBRC was strengthening the Latino CVAP there for electing candidates of choice in that district. And then the second priority was looking to see if Coachella Valley and this COI that is the cities of Palm Springs, Cat City, LGBTQ COIs as proposed by Equality California, those areas are now intact and with the MCV district. So moving south, we have our SECA district, which goes and captures the Colorado River Basin, as well as obviously the Salton Sea. Looking closer at the San Diego County portion of this district, we've maintained this kind of southern link in the south part of the state that connects this and makes it a contiguous district, but also I think better pairs some of these more rural San Diego County cities with other areas of interest. Additionally, it pairs Borrego Springs with Onsa. Initially, yesterday, we had looked at pairing Onsa in the SECA district, and actually for population, it made a lot of other things possible if we moved Borrego Springs up into the district with Onsa. So understanding that the goal of having them together was initially to have that environmental COI with the Salton Sea, but still kind of respecting Onsa Borrego as their own COI kind of together, separate from that. So in the city of San Diego, the only changes that were made, so we brought in, let me turn on the highways. So we brought in the rest of Barrio Logan, obviously, and then we moved in as well some population from the southern portion of the city of San Diego. Should I pause here? Are there questions so far? I don't want to get too into the explanation if there, I see a hand, so
Thank you, Siobhan. Yes.
I think what's important here, Siobhan, is talking about lowering the CVAP.
Yeah, so if you'll notice, SCCA is at a 59% Latino CVAP. It was over 60% yesterday. I know that there were some concerns for packing there, and obviously noting that these are really large districts and pairing a lot of distinct communities. I think the way that SECA is now pairs several distinct communities together, but keeps those communities together. Like, I don't think I'm explaining that very well, but hopefully you understand what I'm saying. Moving north to this Cor Cajon district, we have another kind of similar case of kind of separate, distinctive communities of interest that may or may not be communities of interest with each other, but are not split themselves. So for example, we have Coronado paired with the downtown areas, as well as the coastal area of Point Loma and the LGBTQ COI areas of Kearny Mesa. And then we also have the City Heights area over here. We have the Convoy Asian Business District and the southern portion of that Asian Business COI. Those areas are paired with the cities of El Cajon, Granite Hills, Crest, Rancho San Diego, La Mesa, Spring Valley, La Presa, Lemon Grove. And we were able to keep all of these cities whole and keep El Cajon and Santee in separate districts.
And just to clarify, it wasn't Kearny Mesa, but the LGBT community in Hillcrest.
Oh, Hillcrest. Yes, sorry, thank you.
That's okay. And it does have the Convoy District as well as the Linda Vista. So we weren't able to keep all the business COIs together because it's a large area, but we were able to kind of split it where it made sense. So Linda Vista and Convoy are together, and then Kearny Mesa, Claremont, and some of the UTC is together.
Yeah, thank you so much for clarifying. Sorry. So just moving on from there, and I put on, this is the whole Asian kind of business corridor COI. And we thought that splitting it at the 52 was kind of a natural border, and it was not going to be possible to keep it intact in a single Senate district. Although I do believe we keep it intact in the congressional map. But preserving those kind of main areas into two districts, I think was better than how it was before. Additionally, we had the coast of the city of San Diego split into 3 different districts previously. Now it's only split into 2, and the vast majority or the larger part of the coastal area in the city of San Diego is paired with other northern coastal cities as well as southern coastal cities in Orange County. So that's just kind of looking ahead. There were no changes to the northern Orange County portion of this border. What did change slightly was this SD Pau Escondido district. In moving some of the East County cities out of SECA, wanted, I think, to make a more inland district. This previously went all the way from the coastline inland, which I think this iteration makes a lot more sense because it keeps this kind of 15 corridor COI intact, as well as some of the more rural East County cities and a large portion of the city of San Diego, because we've split San Diego quite a few number of times, but I think the way that this is split makes a little bit more sense in terms of COI preservation than the previous iteration. Are there any questions so far?
Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have further questions?
Actually, I'll just reserve my questions for a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai?
None. My apologies.
Okay.
So,
Besides telling Savant you did a great job again. Sorry.
Okay, great.
Oh, thank you so much. So those are the big picture changes in the San Diego County area. Some other changes, again, we did not change how the districts in Orange County were looking. We did, like I mentioned earlier, bring in Borrego Springs to be with ONSA, and that was to rebalance population in the SWRC district after the portion of the Coachella Valley that had previously been in this district was removed, and also removed some population when we were working on SBRC. So those are the main kind of structural changes. We obviously started looking at some of those community partner maps, and what we heard from a lot of them was, liking a lot of the pairings that had taken place in the assembly maps. And so even though these aren't nested exactly from the assembly maps, they take a lot of the same architecture from there, pairing it together for these Senate districts.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Yes, great job, Sivan. Can you just zoom out just a little bit, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me turn the...
I guess the only thing I was noticing, the numbers person in me, right, is most of those districts are negative. So it looks like it's a negative, overall negative 10 or 11%. So LA must have absorbed the extra 100,000 or someone absorbed them. But I was just trying to see if there was anywhere else that we could possibly move population. But we keep getting negatives up there. So that was my only comment. Thanks.
Sivan, I don't know if you wanted to say anything about that. My recollection is that both MCV and SECA were roughly 8% under when we started. So I'm not surprised with these numbers. I think they are all within the allowable deviations. And we could play around the margins, but. I'm generally happy with this, and I would be happy to support these districts. Commissioner Fernandez, did you have anything further? Okay, Commissioner.
Yes. Chair, the one thing I would add too is that I think we've been really successful in keeping cities whole for the most part in these maps, aside from some of the splits that we made in these VRA areas in the Inland Empire, but obviously those were for VRA concerns. But especially in the San Diego area, the way that we've been able to keep cities together, I think it would be definitely possible to get the deviations a little bit closer to zero, but I think it would again involve potentially creating some unnecessary city splits.
Right, right. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, thanks for your great work, Siobhan. I do have a question, and this is gonna, I guess, kind of bleed into a little bit of that LA County area, and I think I'm looking for both clarification and perhaps just to see if something else needs to be done. We're getting a lot of COI testimony now about the combination of the San Gabriel Valley with the Inland Empire, and concerns from a number of individuals from the Latino community as well as the Asian community about feeling that their votes, particularly in that West San Gabriel Valley, that their votes as both the Latino and Asian community could be disenfranchised given the changes to the districts. I believe it was previously a VRA district, and if possible, I'd just like to be able to see just a comparison if we could. I don't know if that's possible to see, because I think in the quest to shift the VRA district, we may have also done potentially a disservice to the communities that were encompassed within the previous VRA district.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner Akutagawa. So anyone who wants to, please take note of any numbers that you want to write down and compare to the November 10th drafts, so that when we have the November 10th drafts up with these statistics, you can immediately understand what the differences are. So we'll wait for a minute or two for, oh, that was handy.
Oh, I can turn you on time if it's
Do
not
that
too much
again.
visual. Okay, I can do magic. Let me zoom. I'm assuming, Commissioner Akutagawa, I'm assuming you're talking about this SD10 West draft.
And that got combined with the Inland Empire. I think it's either Riverside or San Bernardino.
Yeah, it was kind of merged. So the previously POF was centered around Pomona, Ontario, Fontana. Now it looks a little bit different, and it's also, like you mentioned, combined with the San Gabriel Valley. I would ask Mr. Becker or VRA Council to respond to the other part of your comment, though, because I don't know if I can speak to the voting strength of folks in that area.
Well, what's the specific question?
We're getting COI testimony that the splitting off of the West San Gabriel Valley is now is coming at the cost of both Asian and Latinos in the San Gabriel Valley to combine now a portion of it with the 210, but also the other portion with the Inland Empire.
So I'll just talk about the districts that are in front of us. These districts that comprise the VRA areas, including, I think we're talking predominantly about, we're talking about SD10WE right now, predominantly?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes. That district, by every piece of evidence we've seen, adequately protects Latino voting interest in that area. That is, Latinos are protected by the Voting Rights Act in that area. And I'd also point out that most of the Voting Rights Act districts in these areas in this latest iteration are at stronger levels than the previous iteration. So, given that COI testimony is significantly lower than VRA considerations, I think the VRA considerations are nicely handled here, and credit to everyone who's worked on them so far.
If I can perhaps ask, I think and I could be wrong, I mean, from my read on the COI testimony, it's not so much about COI testimony per se, but that the previous levels allowed more equal protection for Latinos in both the SD10W as well as the Inland Empire, I think it's the POF areas, or throughout that what's currently more of the East San Gabriel Valley. Yes, their voting strength has definitely increased, but the way I'm reading the COI testimony is that now those, particularly Latinos in the West San Gabriel Valley, are also feeling like they've now been left behind, and that being combined into the 210 draft disenfranchises them.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that at all. I don't know what I don't know what kind of equal protection violation would be here. What I'm seeing is that POF has very similar. It is lower in LCVAP, but it also has overall pretty good demographics for Latino, to protect Latino voters in that area. 10 West is considerably better than it was before, and 60. I don't know if I can see this, the previous percentages on 60 by 605, but 60 by 605 adequately protects Latino voting rights in that area as well. I think these, there might be other considerations you want to take into account, but with regard to the top two criteria, which are Equal Population and Voting Rights Act compliance, these districts adequately protect those interests, the top two criteria.
Thank you. Yes. I mean, the two things that I am picking up from the public input is there are San Gabriel Valley communities, particularly West San Gabriel Valley communities, that feel that they are being left at the mercy of foothill communities, much more affluent foothill communities. Secondly, that communities in the Inland Empire don't care to be linked with Los Angeles County and vice versa. So those to me seem to be the two main strains of public input that we're getting on
Chair,
this
may
district.
I just make a brief comment on that?
Yes, please.
I just want to stress again, these I think are the largest legislative districts anywhere in the country. They're nearly 1 million people. There are going to be a lot of areas linked with other areas that don't look like those areas. And there's really no way to avoid that in Senate districts, particularly where you have large concentrations of population as you do in LA, going into San Bernardino, the western parts of San Bernardino and Riverside counties, and then of course, North Orange County as well. So I definitely, I'm not surprised you're getting that testimony. I think that's, I think that's very likely to be a sincere feeling on the part of a lot of residents, but there's really no way to draw Senate districts in this area where there aren't going to be some areas that look a little different than other areas elsewhere in the district, just because they're so large. They're nearly 1 million people.
Right. No, and I think that's a helpful reminder for us and for the public. Commissioner Kutagawa, I'm sorry, did you have anything further?
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Becker, so I just want to ask, I'm looking at the 60, SD 60 by 60 is 605, the SD 10 West. The one place where I guess we saw the greatest increase and it was at the cost of the 60 by 605 and I guess to a degree the 210 district. I guess this is just what I was saying. I think just instead of being able to ensure that multiple communities could be better protected, I guess we're seeing quite in looking at the draft versus the actual numbers. Siobhan, just for clarity, is the draft the old numbers? Maybe before I say whatever I'm going to say, maybe that if the draft is the old numbers, then I will stand down because then it's actually okay.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by
so you're showing these drafts
in gray? Yeah, in gray, the gray labels with the gray lines are the November 10th Senate draft that the commission voted on. The darker labels are what is posted on the website as the current iteration for Senate, not official.
Okay, thank you. I stand down then. We actually saw improvements then. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at it the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Vasquez.
I again hear the concern. I've been really trying to ensure equity for everyone in the San Gabriel Valley. And I think that being said, as Commissioner Kutagawa noted, I think this current iteration strengthens the VRA district, particularly, SD 10 West. as it relates to Latinos in this area. And so I'm not sure there was another way to do this. And by do this, I mean have a strong VRA district for Latinos who live in protected areas. And this was the map, I feel like, that kept the most communities together while also meeting our VRA obligations.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to weigh in on this because I know a lot of the testimony has been coming in with some very targeted attacks on the place where I live, actually, which is La Cañada. So I just wanted to note that, I don't have a strong preference for where my city goes. It could go anywhere, actually. It's not a strong concern for me, and I certainly don't want my personal preferences to weigh in here. I wanted to note a couple of things, however. Notably, we are hearing all of this testimony in what is now this Senate map that pairs the Asian American community of East San Gabriel Valley with a place like La Cañada Flint Ridge. We have the same exact pairing in our congressional maps, but we never heard this concern. And so I'm just kind of curious, if we're talking about making a significant change to our Senate maps, does the community have the same concern for our congressional maps too? And should we blow that up as well? I'll also just point out that La Cañada, yes, definitely is a higher income area. It also happens to have about 30% of the population is Asian American. So I don't necessarily find it to be a terribly strange pairing necessarily. But again, I live there, and actually if others want to change it, I'm fine with that. If we want to keep it there, I'm fine with that too. I actually don't have a strong preference there, but I just wanted to point out some of the inconsistencies in the testimony that we're receiving.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yeah, I guess I'll just address that because I said the same thing yesterday, and so we did get responses in response to my comment. So what I received or what I saw in the COI testimonies that I read was that on the federal level, the stewardship of the national forest is important, and hence the advocacy for the communities. I will say that one, just doing the quick glance at the numbers and comparing them, the numbers for both Asian and Latino communities actually did go up. So that's why I feel pretty comfortable still continuing to support what we have. We also saw a strengthening in the VRA district. And then also I will say that the core cities that we received a lot of advocacy and community input on are kept together, along with, yes, there are other cities, but as we've been reminded, this is a very, very large district. So I think I will probably get a lot of, unhappy people, but I think this for right now, I think is in the best interest of all right now. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioner Vasquez.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually... No, I'll keep my comments to myself. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. So we're looking at this essentially as Los Angeles and all of Southern California. So we're looking at this as Los Angeles, Orange County, San Diego County, Imperial County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County. Are we at a point where this is a map of the 6 counties of Southern California that we are able to support? Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. And I think I missed it whenever we talked about it for congressional. But again, in this one, Upland and Rancho Cucamonga are split. So I was wondering if we could maybe unsplit one of them so that they're at least both whole, if possible, because the POF is a negative 4.52, and then the SD 210 is a positive 4.7. So I was just wondering if the numbers would allow it. And I apologize, I don't have the numbers. So if you wouldn't mind, if Sivan can maybe highlight it really quick, that'd be great.
Yeah. Well, the numbers, sorry, Sivan, the population of the cities is right below the city name.
Right, but I don't know like
Okay.
how much is above or below, if that
Okay.
makes sense. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. And if I could also just respond to that, Commissioner Fernandez. So I believe the reason that the Upland and Rancho Cucamonga cities are split, I believe they're split like this in multiple other districts as well. The reason being that the folks who lived in the northern parts of these cities did have a lot of testimony talking about the forest. And that was also the reason for Jamie working yesterday to move those areas into this SD 210 district with the rest of the forest. So that was the thinking there. I'm happy to
Well, you know what,
take
Siobhan?
a look.
No, I mean, that's fine. That was not, I don't remember that piece of it. And if that's the reason, that does make sense to me. So I'm fine. I mean, I haven't gone back to see the community's interest for Upland other than they don't want to be next to or they don't want to be with Santa Clarita. That's all I had. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Sivan, could you zoom in a bit more on Upland and Rancho Cucamonga and put the highways on for us?
Yeah, absolutely. I was also just gonna highlight it quickly. I haven't tried adding the rest in, so I would just want to watch the Latino and Black CVAP numbers for this POF district to make sure that those weren't negatively impacted. But let me turn on the.
Okay, while you're doing that, Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, I did remember something. We did receive calls. That's right. I was reading the in our database, and I do remember that we did get calls from Rancho Cucamonga complaining that they were, or stating that they were split in the Senate and Assembly twice and then Congressional 3 times. So it sounded like they preferred not to be split, but maybe they didn't want to be split but included with the forests. I'm not sure. Thanks.
So I'll look at Rancho Cucamonga next. If we added this northern portion of Upland that's split from POF, that would be moving almost 9,000 people. Both districts would stay within legal deviation, but it looks like the Latino CVAP for POF would drop from 54 to 53.71. And the Black CVAP would drop slightly as well. And let me just look at Rancho Cucamonga quickly. So again, would lower the Latino CVAP even further to 52.65 and additionally lower the Black CVAP to 12.43.
Great. No, thank you. Thanks, Yvonne. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kitagawa?
Yeah, before we move on, I just wanted to bring back up the question. Sivan, just since you're on the in the Inland Empire right now, I believe I heard you say that you were able to reunite or reduce the split for the LGBTQ community in the Coachella Valley.
Yes. So we've received a lot of testimony and some emails from Equality California specifically asking for the areas that would not be under VRA protection and consideration in this eastern southern portion of the Coachella Valley, but basically everything from La Quinta north to be kept together in a single district. My understanding is that there's a lot of especially elderly LGBTQ folks who are particularly vulnerable and living in homes in this area, and so be largely to protect their voting interests.
All right.
And previously, again, it was split 3 times. So the fact that we were able to make this split, obviously to protect VRA concerns, and then keep the rest intact as a single COI.
Wonderful, thank you. And one other question that I wanted to ask about, since we've received even more testimony now, is one is around the Glendale, Burbank, Montrose, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, La Crescenta area, and I just wanted to see, there was concerns from the Armenian community And it looks like everything except for Burbank is included, but Burbank is a lot of people, so that may not be possible to fix.
Yeah, I would have to defer to Jamie for the specifics in this region, but I do think that moving Burbank into this SD 210 district would cause quite a big ripple in this area, as that is over 100,000 people.
Yeah, okay. That's it, Chair. The only other one was around the Calabasas area, but I'll wait for Jamie then, since.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Sivan, Encanto and Paradise Hills split between Cor Cajon and Sica. Can I see the area and the populations there? There is COI testimony desiring to keep Paradise Hills and Encanto together. I want to see if either of them are really large places and see what happens if we move them both and took Cor Cajon.
So I believe that Paradise Hills is right here. Encanto is right here. I would definitely be able to look at, I had a different iteration where I just grabbed more population north of Imperial Ave rather than just north of Bonita. So I can definitely look at making that swap if you would like to explore that now.
And not so much a swap. I'm looking to see if we can bring Paradise Hills in with Cor Cajon.
Right.
Okay.
So that would be
I see.
just moving this population in Paradise Hills back into Cor Cajon, and then instead grabbing more population kind of north of where this line moves.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, let me start exploring that change. I'm just gonna move this population out first to see how many folks we'll need from this area. One moment, please.
Thank you, Sivan. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. We are 3 minutes from break, so we can see how this plays out before we go to break. If Sivan needs additional time, we would be back at 5 o'clock. Yes, Commissioner Sinai.
Sivan, I'm not sure if we do that swap, I think it's better just to see if we can move in Paradise Hill, because I think that area, unless I'm mistaken, that's also part of this COI, the Southeastern San Diego COI. And the reason we had agreed, we had looked at a lot of this to try to figure out, is that we had received requests in the past from National City to be with Paradise Hill, because there's a lot of crossover relationships with those two communities, but we had split them in every single map but this. So I do think it's worth exploring to see if it fits into the El Cajon, Coronado El Cajon. But just, I don't think the swap might be the best decision. We'll have to see, because I think we continue to split the community.
Right, okay, so let's go ahead and get the population in Paradise Hills and South Bay Terraces and see what it is.
Well, so I could leave South Bay Terraces in and just take Paradise Hills if you think that South Bay Terraces is more closely associated with Bonita. I guess the other thing we could look at would be removing this area and trying to bring Encanto down into SECA, although it sounds like they would rather be in the Cor Cajon district.
First step, we need to know the population in Paradise Hills.
Yes, yeah. One moment, please.
And we need the pending changes box.
Yes, so let me bring that back right here. And I will just... Okay, so it looks like that would be moving, and let me just make sure that I exclude any portions of National City that I might have grabbed by accident and Bonita. Okay, so just grabbing this San Diego City population in these two neighborhoods would be about 35,000 people. So why don't I go ahead and move this
So,
out?
hold on. Let me navigate this for a second. So, Commissioner Sinai, does it make sense to move both of these in, or does it make sense to move only the Paradise Hills portion in?
Well, here's the challenge. Look at the Latino CVAP is high again. It's up to 60%. I think my gut has always said that moving this in along with the Lincoln Park area is, keeping that whole Southeast San Diego COI together. But we were instructed to try to bring in parts of San Diego that would balance the population and balance the COI, the CVAP.
Okay. So then, Sivan, can you remove the Bay Terraces portion from the selection?
Yeah, so I don't have official neighborhood
Understood.
boundaries, but
Understood.
just looking
Yeah.
Woodman Street, maybe
Yeah.
that's where I'll, okay, great. Just wanted to double check. And one moment while I remove.
Okay, so that now has us within deviation in both districts. SECA LCVAP is below 60%. Does this, Commissioner Sinai?
They've been asking for Paradise Hills to be
Wait.
moved in with Encanto, not Bay Terrace.
Right,
Okay.
and so that's what is currently selected.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Okay,
Yeah, and this would, as Chair Kennedy just mentioned, this would not require an equal population swap, so we could move this population in and leave it if commissioners felt happy with that change.
right, so that's now my question. Commissioner Kutagawa? Well, we're over time for break, so let's break, and I'll take questions when we get back from break at 5 o'clock or 5:02 now. So we are on break until 5:02. Thank you, everyone, for your patience during our mandatory break. We are back. We are currently discussing Senate districts in Southern California. We left off with a pending change along the southeastern edge of the Cor Cajon district in San Diego. We have a selection highlighted in red here that would take our population in Cor Cajon from 1.83% over the target population to 4.28% over the target population. This is still within acceptable deviation ranges. The SICA population would go from negative 0.11% to negative 2.56%, again, still within acceptable deviations. The Hispanic CVAP in SICA would go from 59.11 to 59.55. The Hispanic CVAP in Cor Cajon would go from 22.53 to 22.95. Just wanted to get reaction from commissioners on this pending change. Commissioner Turner is not in the room. Commissioner Taylor.
No, my comment was related to a different issue.
Okay. Do we have any objection to making this change in southeastern San Diego? Okay, Sivan, can we go ahead and commit this, please?
All right, that change is committed. Let me zoom out. One moment.
Okay. And Commissioner Turner has returned. Commissioner Turner, I don't know whether you wrote down your question before break. Your hand wasn't up,
I think
Commissioner
what we were
Fernandez.
looking at was the switch by adding Encanto and Paradise into Cor Cajon. And I think that matched or balanced or something when I left, but we were going to still talk about it, I think.
Okay, the switch of Paradise Hills, we have moved that from SICA into Cor Cajon. Our population deviations are still within acceptable ranges. So are there any further questions on this at this point?
Nope, that's beautiful. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Taylor, your question.
Nothing earth-shattering. I just wanted to provide a little bit of context as we were talking about that Upland Rancho dividing line. I
Yes.
believe that when we created that, it was to increase both the Latino CVAP and the African American CVAP and those communities of interest. Hence, any movement lowers them both, and I think that that's what it proved out. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Any further questions on, well, we'll exclude LA for now, on the other counties in Southern California: Orange County, San Diego County, Imperial County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County. Sivan, if you would be so kind, just walk us around those 5 counties one more time so that we can marvel at your handiwork.
Absolutely, Chair. Here's Orange County. And then moving south into San Diego County. And then into Imperial County. Riverside. And San Bernardino.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, thanks. Can we just zoom back real quick to Orange County? I know yesterday when we were working, we were predominantly focused on VRA districts. So we looked at and improved on that SAA district. I'm actually interested in the Costa Mesa, COI with Irvine. Was there ever an attempt to try and get Costa Mesa and Irvine back together? It wasn't something I don't believe we just had a chance to discuss that area yesterday. So I just wanted to raise that and see if there are options to bring that in.
Yeah, so just from a localizing sort of ripple effects, as we love to call it, standpoint, moving Costa Mesa in, which is a little over 100,000 people in with this IOC district, I think it would make most sense to swap out population from the Lake Forest, Mission Viejo, Laguna Hills area to kind of limit that to a 2-district swap. Did you have another idea of how to accomplish that, or did that sound like something you wanted to explore?
That sounds reasonable to me, depending on how the rest of the commission falls on it. Yeah, thanks.
That strikes me as reasonable. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Actually, I would then advocate more for a 3-district swap and then bringing in Dana Point and or San Clemente if the numbers bear, and then move, then that way then you shift over like maybe either Trabuco Canyon or Mission Viejo and maybe Mission Viejo and into the SOC NSD so that you're keeping at least those inland counties in there, and then the connection to Camp Pendleton will be through Rancho Mission Viejo.
Got it. So I think we can spend a few minutes exploring this, and so I think my thinking on this would be, and Sivan, tell me if this is not the right way to go about it. If we moved Costa Mesa into IOC, move Mission Viejo into SOCNSD, and then look at moving Dana Point, San Juan Capistrano, and San Clemente into NOC Coast. Or at least 2 of those.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And obviously, I think if I'm understanding the larger goal being to create a coastal district.
Correct.
Probably Dana Point and San Clemente, trying those 2 first.
Very
before
good.
Going north into San Juan Capistrano.
Yep.
There may be some city splits with this, but I have not tried this. So if you'll go on this journey with me now, I'm happy to play that out.
Yeah, I think we might be able to fit it within allowable deviations. So let's go ahead and try this.
Okay, perfect. I will start that now, and commissioners can keep an eye on the pending changes box as I do that. Commissioner Kutagawa, do you have a preference of where we bring additional population in from? I think Laguna Hills has a bit of a weird shape in this kind of non-contiguous area. So I think it might make sense to split this kind of separate area of the city because otherwise it would make more sense to add in Laguna Woods as well. And that would be probably too much population.
Yeah, I think
otherwise we could look at Trabuco Canyon would be another option, but I know that Trabuco Canyon, Majeska, Silverado, that would be kind of separating.
Yeah, yeah.
city.
I think let's try the Laguna Hills split for right now and see how that works.
Okay, sounds good. Perfect. So it looks like this swap was successful. If I add Dana Point and San Clemente, just these coastal cities, the deviation of SOC NSD would be negative 1.83. NOC Coast would be at a negative 0.6% deviation, and IOC is at a 1.78% deviation. So really great deviations for that 3-district swap. Again, keeping together Costa Mesa and Irvine, and then bringing in Dana Point and San Clemente for an all OC coastal district, and tying Rancho Mission Viejo in with Camp Pendleton for the North San Diego County District.
I'm happy with this. Commissioner Taylor, did you have comment? Any further comment from commissioners? Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I like this. I just have one little question. What is that blue city that is between Laguna Hills and Laguna Niguel, that little one to the west? Yes, what is that?
Aliso
Viejo. I mean, does that make more sense going, well, 52. Does that make more sense going with the inland and part of San Juan Capistrano going with San Clemente and Dana Point?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. I can definitely explore that. I think in the first round of making these swaps, it was kind of going in a clockwise motion between these 3 districts, and we already moved Costa Mesa out from this coastal district, which is why we pulled Laguna Hills in rather than Aliso Viejo. But if you would like me to explore making the swap for Aliso Viejo and San Juan Capistrano, I would be happy to visualize that for commissioners.
Yeah, I don't know. Does I've always thought they were a little more closely related, but Commissioner Kutagawa was more familiar with that area or someone else. I mean, does that make sense?
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I think it could work. I mean, Aliso and Laguna Woods and Laguna Hills have a close relationship, and San Juan Capistrano also has a close relationship with like Mission Viejo and Ladero Ranch, but I think it also has close relationships with San Clemente too. So I think let's see what that looks like.
Yep, let's see what it looks like. Sivan, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. One moment. Well, I complete this population trade.
No, San Juan Capistrano was in the inland. Yeah.
Yes, now San Juan Capistrano is with San Clemente, Dana Point, Laguna Niguel, and Laguna Beach in this NOC Coast District.
Commissioner Turner.
I just was trying to be clear. Aliso Viejo, did we move it out of the coastal?
Yes.
Okay, because we do have COI testimony requesting that it's in the coastal district. So I'm wondering if that was response to coastal or just something we thought we were cleaning up. Looking at, what's the number on this little thing here?
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, now that I'm looking at this, I'm just kind of thinking, just from a compactness, I guess, maybe it's not super compact, but I think leaving San Juan Capistrano in would be better because of its closer proximity because it is part of a San Diego district, and I think leaving Aliso back in the North OC district
Yeah.
would make more sense.
Thank you. Yep.
Well, Aliso would go into the coastal district, and San Juan
Goes
would
back
go
to the
back
N-
into the SOC NSD. Okay, so
Right. Both coastal districts, one would be an OC-based coastal district, and one would be a largely San Diego-based coastal district. But both are mostly coastal COIs that are kept intact.
Right.
Just to clarify.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Aliso Viejo has more closer connections closer to OC. San Juan, they would, I know that they would say the same thing too, but they're just from a proximity, they're just a little bit closer down to San Diego.
Okay.
Chair, should I go ahead and swap those back?
Well, hold on just a second. Commissioner Turner, did you have anything else?
Nope, just reading the COIs.
Okay. Commissioner Kutgawa, you're finished? Okay. Commissioner Sinai?
Can we scan out a little bit and see the San Diego side of this? Thanks, that's exactly what I thought. I would actually rather keep San Juan Capistrano because that actually equalizes the two sides more in that on the San Diego side, it's not, you've got Carlsbad and you have Oceanside and Vista, and San Juan Capistrano has some in common with them.
Okay. So you'd like to go back to what we to the previous iteration. Okay. And Commissioner Kutagawa, your thought on that?
Yeah, I would agree. I think reversing it, going back to what we had. San Juan Capistrano would be in the SOC NSD, and then Aliso Viejo would be in the North OC Coast District.
Okay. Any objection to reversing that change? Okay. Sivan, yeah, please proceed.
All right, that change is complete, Chair. Thank you so much.
Okay. So again, SOC NSD deviation negative 1.83%, North OC Coast deviation negative 0.6%, Inland Orange County deviation 1.78%. All of those deviations are within acceptable ranges. Any further comments, questions, requests on the 5 Southern California counties other than Los Angeles? Okay. Seeing none, I am going to mark this one as completed and able to be passed on to Commissioner Fernandez to lead the discussion over the weekend on any final refinements. Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, seeing what we've done in Orange County, what seems, I'm tempted once again to revisit the bringing in the 78 corridor because I think it would have more in common, but I'm just saying it out loud for you all to say to me, no, we're fine. It's
Siobhan, if you-
Oceanside,
yeah.
Carlsbad, Oceanside, Carlsbad, Vista, San Marcos, and Escondido versus, because we have a coastal city and very wealthy communities connected to Oceanside and Vista. It's kind of a mix right now, and it would go with the COI that we've been hearing a lot about. And that's the only reason I'm bringing this up is just that we created an inland district. I mean, San Clemente is important to the base because that's where the military families live and go to school, but most of them, I think, are in Oceanside. So anyway, I'm okay either way. I'm just bringing it up because I don't want to just leave any stone not turn, whatever the right word is.
Okay, and if we had a population overage in SDPOWESC, that might be more easily done. We are getting close to maximum negative deviation already, so moving San Marcos out, we then set off a ripple and have to figure out where to get that population from. Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to make it work. But yeah, you're right, because that's negative, and then we've got that population in the Orange County. So I'm just talking out loud right now, so I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, before we move on, I just wanted to go back and double check our VRA districts in the area. We've received testimony today, and I recall a caller last night also specifically suggesting that the SAA district, we had raised it. We were under 50% before, and I know that we had worked to increase that. But community testimony is suggesting it needs to be even higher, and the request is to raise it a full percentage point. So I just wanted to raise that. There was some concern also raised about the SD 60 by 605, just north of there.
Okay.
And about raising that 1 percentage point as well. So I just wanted to raise that and see what we're thinking.
Okay.
And I
So
don't know
we're-
if council wants to weigh in on it.
Great. Thank you for that, Commissioner Sadwani. After we finish with Sivan, I'm going to ask Jamie to join us. But right now, we're focusing on Sivan's area, which is the 5 other counties of Southern California. The discussion here of SAA is timely. Sivan, could you please put on the heat map? And then I'll ask Commissioner Kutagawa for her question or comment.
Chair, can I comment just really quickly? I
Yes.
turned on again the Senate labels. I just wanted to point out that SAA in the Senate draft was 45% Latino CVAP, is now 50.56, which was, I believe, the same as some of the community submitted maps were able to achieve in this area. Additionally, the 60 by 605 was at 51.09 and is currently at 55.31. So I just wanted to point that out quickly, and let me turn on the heat map. Sorry for interrupting.
I appreciate that. And in fact, actually last night when the caller had called in, I did go back and look at the maps that had been submitted by the People's Redistricting Alliance and had seen the same. So I don't know if there's little areas that we can pick up still or not. I see that SAA is underpopulated, so I figured I would at least raise it.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent point, and I'm looking there in the southwestern corner of Orange, and I know that we were very proud of having kept Orange whole, but maybe we need to look at moving that. It almost looks like a dog head or a kangaroo head from the southwestern corner of Orange into SAA and see what that does for us. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I think there may be some hunting and pecking to be done in Orange, and also I would also suggest that little corner of Anaheim. I also want to point out that Stanton is also a possible area. You don't see the red on there, but it would also unite, I believe, a Arab American Khoi or a Middle East Muslim South Asian Khoi as well too. If we don't take the whole thing, at least a portion of it. Could be another option that I just want to suggest.
Okay, so we see that taking that area of Orange would actually decrease the Latino CVAP. So that was not a successful exploration. Let's try that area of Anaheim. Well, I don't know whether that's technically West Anaheim, but let's give it a try.
Could you also zoom in so that we could see the streets in the area too?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, let me turn on the Google map. It's a little obscured with the heat map. Can I turn the heat map off momentarily,
Momentarily, yes.
just so you all can orient yourselves.
Okay, so we see
So
where
we
the
were looking at adding more of Anaheim in this kind of
Correct.
skinny portion right here. Okay,
Correct.
let me turn the heat map back on and I'll turn the base map off. So moving more population in from the city of Anaheim would have a slightly negative effect on SAA's Latino CVAP. It would become 50.53, currently 50.56.
Okay, so we will abandon this one and we will next look at Commissioner Kutagawa's suggestion to explore moving Stanton from SAA into, where'd it go? Sorry, from NOC Coast into SAA.
So it looks like that is also driving our Latino CVAP in the wrong direction. Chair, if I may, what was really successful in raising the Latino CVAP in some of the other VRA areas was actually removing population. And I was looking at this corner of Placentia that's split. Perhaps we could look and see what it would look like if we placed this corner of Placentia back with the IOC.
Perfect. Yes, let's explore that.
So not quite. It looks like that still lowered it to 50.43, and also would leave us needing to add additional population. So
Okay,
I don't
so we will.
out.
we
I
will-
retract my suggestion. Is there any other exploration in this district that commissioners would like to see live?
Okay, Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly just mention what has been submitted to us, but I think a lot of this would be challenging given that we just built out that whole coastal district. But some of it is moving Cerritos and Artesia into the OC Coast District, moving Buena Park south of the 5 freeway from SAA into the North OC Coast. So, to your point, Sivan, perhaps portions of Buena Park could be lowering that CVAP. Another suggestion, which I think we've already done because I don't think we have much of any of Orange in there, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, moving Orange west of North Glassell Street from SAA into IOC. I think we've done that already, haven't we?
Yeah, so there's no portion of Orange. Another thought that we could explore would be moving, and again, this is in 2 different districts, so I'm not sure that it would work out with the deviations, but we could look at removing more of Garden Grove and adding more of this portion of Orange, which I think would potentially help.
Okay.
Is that something?
I'm definitely open to anything with that goal of increasing. My understanding actually when we had worked on this in other maps was that actually that portion of Garden Grove did have a high proportion of Latinos in it, but I'm happy to explore.
And we had heard from folks in Little Saigon that they were interested in moving Garden Grove east of Euclid out of the district with Little Saigon. So that would seem to be the line or a line to explore. Commissioner Sadwani, did you have anything further?
The last one was move Brea and the surrounding unincorporated areas from IOC. Oh, into the SD 60 by 605. That's to, I believe, increase that one. So
Yeah,
sorry.
I think we might, once we look at Eastern Garden Grove, we might go to your suggestion of exploring moving far southern portions of Buena Park and seeing if that makes a difference.
Yeah, I think that
So,
makes
but let's explore the far eastern portion of Garden Grove first, followed by the far southern portion of Buena Park. Commissioner Fernandez?
No, I was just going to suggest Brea, but that's just another piece of it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fornashari?
I was going to suggest grabbing some of Whittier. It's seems to be very densely populated. But that's jumping into LA.
Or should I start with the Garden Grove orange?
Yes, if you can zoom into that area of Eastern Garden Grove. We had already tried that kind of dog's head corner of orange, and that was depressing the number. So I'm wondering, is either of those lines, the north-south lines in Garden Grove, at Euclid already? You can turn off the heat map for now.
Yeah, thank you. Let me turn off the fill for the cities as well, just so we can see that a little bit better.
Euclid is to the west.
Okay, yes, this does not appear to be split on Euclid.
Yeah, so Euclid is right there. Yeah, so let's check and see if we move the rest of that segment from North OC Coast into SAA that is east of Euclid.
Oh, so my suggestion had been to move the line further in this direction, but you're saying move it back
Correct.
to Euclid. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, yes, let me try that now. One moment.
The
please.
Little Saigon community has been suggesting that Euclid is a better dividing line, so I wanted to explore that.
And my understanding is that that portion of Garden Grove is, disproportionately Latino, not necessarily as Vietnamese.
But it didn't help our numbers at all. Oh, okay. So we abandoned this one, and I think SAA, we've gone around, and the next is to look at the very southern portion of Buena Park. Commissioner Toledo.
No, just going to suggest the southern portion of Buena Park. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Commissioner Kutagawa?
I noticed that there's a corner in Fullerton up near La Habra too that had like a lot of red, so that may be also a small portion to try to look at.
Okay, let's do southern Buena Park first, and then we'll do that we'll look at that piece of Fullerton next.
So Chair, just to clarify, it was moving a small section of southern Buena Park out from SAA into NOC Coast. Is that what the directions were?
That's the idea, yes.
Yes, south of the 5 freeway.
Okay.
South of
the 5.
5. So let's start with trying south of the 91.
Yeah, and even that might be a little bit too much, but let me see how much we can add. One moment, please.
I'm noticing that a lot of the entertainment areas are actually there. That's what we would be taking out. Can we just look at this area a little bit more broadly? Is the Latino CVAP on?
It's going up.
Okay.
Yeah, so commissioners can watch. This is the Latino CVAP for SAA.
Got it. I'm just thinking about our conversation earlier about resources being inside of communities. And I recall in particular, a lot of the testimony from this area was that these are workers in this entertainment zone. So then taking them out, you're kind of taking out the driving factors, but that's okay. Let's explore it because our VRA considerations are the first priority.
We've got it over 51.
Just trying to remove population north of the 91. So if we added this population in from Buena Park, it would raise the Latino CVAP to 51%, and we would still be within our deviation of plus or minus negative, or plus or minus 5%, excuse me. I could probably add a little bit more, add in being removing a little bit more population and keep it under 5. But I would ask to see how folks are feeling about moving in this direction before I do that.
I think in general, we're feeling good. Sivan, could you grab that one little block at the far southeastern corner of the highlighted area? That little, yeah, right there. Okay, so Commissioner Kutagawa.
Can we see just the whole area, just for context? Okay, so a couple things that I just want to mention, I think, to build a little bit upon what Commissioner Sadwani was saying. It's looking like it's not really a 1% change. It's a tenths of percentages change. And the reason why I'm going to say this is that, to her point, that entertainment area, that's Knott's Berry Farm, that's medieval times, that's what used to be the Wax Museum. I don't think it's that anymore, but there's also another one of those Pirates dinner theater kind of places alongside there. Within the remainder of Anaheim, it also includes Disneyland. And I'm just thinking that from a representation perspective, whether or not it just makes sense for all of that to be in together, since the Disneyland area is also included in the same district, and also where a lot of the individuals who would work in those areas as hourly workers and others live in and around that area, whether it would be better for them to all be combined in one area so that they can also hopefully help create different kinds of policy changes that will help the people who live in that area. So just a thought.
Right. Thank you for that, Commissioner Kutagawa. My understanding is that would be a community of interest consideration where we're considering a VRA consideration. Mr. Becker, do you have anything to say on this?
Yeah, I just say, I think COI testimony obviously is relevant, but VRA considerations are more relevant. And this is an area where the percentage of Latino CVAP is on the lower end, and it is a VRA. It is a district that comprises some significant VRA areas with regard to the Latino community. So, look, this is nearly a 0.5 percentage point boosted, which is significant. I mean, anything boosting it up is significant at this point, and should take, given the constitutional criteria, priority level should take precedence over communities of interest.
Very good. Thank you so much for that. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, just a question. Can we look up at that La Mirada, East Whittier area? And I'm wondering, would we be better off, or would it make sense? I know it would take away a little bit from the 60 by 605, but would it be better to take a little bit from there and then also widen that neck a little bit at the same time?
Okay. Then let's all remember where we are on this one. We don't need to commit it quite yet. Let's go ahead and explore up in La Mirada, East Whittier, La Habra, and the other one was in southwest Fullerton, or where in Fullerton was the area that you wanted to
It's
explore?
that upper northeast corner, yeah, right there. Do you see that little red dot or square? Yeah, right there.
Okay. So if you can keep the pending changes box up for us to see, and let's hunt and peck a little bit and see what we can do in this area.
That's a really good way of putting it. It is hunting and pecking, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, one moment while I explore those changes, Chair. Looks like it brought it down to 50.55 from 50.56.
Right.
This is the only area that you were interested in, correct, Commissioner Kugawa?
Yes, that's correct, and it did
Okay.
make a difference. Thank you.
And then next, would you like me to look at La Mirada?
Yeah, do you see that little, I don't know, it looks like a hat or a ship or something. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it looks like that is lowering the Latino CVAP as well.
Okay. Does it make any sense to explore that area to the north of South and East Whittier between the city boundaries and Highway 72?
Absolutely, I can look at that right now. So it looks like that actually would raise the Latino CVAP slightly in SAA to 50.7. Looking at the Latino CVAP in 60 by 605, it would lower from 55.31 to 55.26, as this is also a VRA district that we would be pulling population
Okay,
from.
and how are we? Okay, so on deviations, we're still doing well. Can you extend that out to the western end of the South Whittier city boundary?
Yeah, where
Yes.
my cursor is
Correct.
moving now?
Correct.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so, Mr. Becker. We have explored in this area, and this gets us to virtually the same place on the CVAP in SAA. That has brought down the CVAP in SD 60 by 605, but it's still over 55. So we have SD 60 by 605 at over 55%. We have SAA at over 51%, and we are within permissible deviations. And we've widened that neck.
Yeah, so I don't think the neck is really a concern there. That is, I mean, you've grabbed populations that are in proximity to each other. You haven't bypassed other populations. I don't think that's a significant legal compactness concern. I'm just not sure why you would reduce Latino CVAP in a VRA area to boost it to a level that is slightly lower than you could gain by not touching a VRA area for COI reasons, which again, I can't stress this enough because it comes up a lot and we're in the home stretch. COI is significantly lower than VRA in equal population considerations.
Right, okay. So the bottom line is we achieved virtually the same thing in two different ways, one of which did not materially impact the Latino CVAP in the other district, whereas this one did. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I think that's right. And if I'm recalling correctly, I don't remember the exact percentage, but I think this is actually lower in SAA by I mean, not by a lot, by hundredths
Two
or maybe a
hundredths.
tenth of a percentage, yeah.
Right.
But again, given that at best it's equal, and you've touched a VRA district and reduced it slightly, whereas the other alternative doesn't do so at all, and it was being done for a much lower priority criteria. I would advise, whenever possible, don't reduce a VRA area when you don't have to, and you've now demonstrated you don't have to do that.
Right, perfect. Thank you. That's very helpful. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, earlier, Chair, I was trying to give you the testimony that also was about both SAA and this district, 60 by 605. The testimony was to increase both of them. So I certainly would not support this change. I would prefer to do the Buena Park change in order to boost that CVAP in SAA, because as Mr. Becker just laid out, right, we're taking from one VRA district, which we've had testimony to improve, and just adding it to another. So my preference would be the Buena Park swap.
Right, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Toledo?
Yeah, I'm almost thinking at this point, maybe taking out more of Buena Park actually, and swapping for other portions of lesser LCVAP areas, and I believe we looked at Orange and a couple of other places. It does seem like there's lower Latino CVAP in Buena Park, and that might actually help us to raise the LCVAP even more than 51%.
Okay,
just an idea, and I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay, so you would underpopulate SAA and then go elsewhere to find population to replace it?
That's correct. I would be looking for a swap.
Okay. So, Sivan, can we go back to that area in Buena Park and take that initially?
Yeah, Chair, I was also going to ask, there is this southern kind of tail portion of the city of Buena Park.
Right.
Should I first explore maybe moving from more of the southern part that wouldn't be in these entertainment areas to see what effect that would have?
There's that north-south street. I can't quite make it out. Just below where it says Barry.
Right here?
Yeah.
This is not Avenue.
Okay. So I'm thinking we explore using that as the boundary, the 91 as the northern boundary, and going all the way down to the southern boundary of Buena Park and seeing what that gives us.
Chair?
Yes, Chair. One moment.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, I think when we looked at this previously, it wasn't a huge area that gets us to underpopulation pretty quickly. It seems like perhaps, I don't know Cypress College very well, but it looks like we're right there on the border. And certainly, as we've looked at other places, we've tried to keep colleges together. I'm wondering if we use the street just above it as a starting point, Crescent Avenue, and then come downward to that corner, and at least start there, and then work further north.
Well, my sense is, and this is building on what Commissioner Toledo said, his suggestion was that we could afford to underpopulate SAA and then look to bring in population from perhaps Orange or somewhere else. So I'm not concerned right now about keeping the deviation within the 5%. And so if we took Knott Avenue up to the 91, all the way to the southern boundary, let's see what the population of that is. Let's see how far underpopulated we'd be at that point, and look at where we might make that up.
Okay, let's try it.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Almost did a Toledo there. I was going to just say, a couple things. One, I don't know if Orange is going to make that much of a difference. We already saw that it wasn't, and I'm a little hesitant to take it away. I mean, to be honest, this is already going to be a huge district, and we know it is. I'm wondering if from a compactness point of view, since we know that the trade-offs are going to be probably minimal to zero, if we're better off just leaving it as it is.
Leaving Orange as it is?
Yeah, and just taking away the portion of Buena Park that gets us up to the 51%.
There, I have highlighted in red the selection that was requested.
Well, actually, the idea was to bring Knott Avenue all the way down to the south.
So that would be cutting into the city of Orange. I'm happy to add
okay.
that as well. But it does, the border is at Knott Avenue within the city of Buena Park.
Okay. And I actually saw that at one point we had it at 51.8. So I don't know exactly where we were when it got to 51.8, but perhaps it's worth, I don't know if you recall which order you did things in, but backing up a couple of steps and seeing if we get it back up to the 51.8.
Yeah. I think I had more things selected in orange up to Knott Ave. So let me add that selection back in quickly. That's not 51.8, but it's 51.62. And
Okay.
we will be underpopulated by 6.59.
Right. So then do we want to look at bringing the northern boundary down from the 91 slightly?
So more in line with what Commissioner Sadwani had wanted to explore at Crescent Ave?
No, something park, just below where it says, between where it says Knott's Berry Farm and Medieval Times. Or maybe try La Palma.
Okay, La Palma, that's
Yeah.
right, yes.
Okay, so then let's try Crescent. That dropped the LCVAP by almost 1/4 percentage point, I think. Okay. Does anyone have thoughts on where we might look to rebalance the population if we left it at this point? Commissioner Sadwani.
I don't. I think this could probably be something that we could work on offline and see if we can get it up any higher.
Okay. Jamie is going to be available to us in about half an hour, so I was trying to vamp.
Hi, I'm actually here. I chatted you, Chair Kennedy. I'm sorry if you missed that. Hello, I'm here.
Okay. Very good. So then let's go ahead and try to finish this off then. Or no, let's allow Sivan to just do a little bit further exploration around this corner of Buena Park and Orange and see where we maximize our Latino CVAP and then bring that back to us, if that's okay with colleagues. Commissioner Sadwani? Thank you. Commissioner Okutagawa?
Yeah, just real quick, I'm wondering, just maybe just along the border of Westminster and Santa Ana, maybe, I wonder if that might also make a difference.
In terms of adding population from Westminster?
Yeah,
or
because if you want to take that Buena Park part out, you got to add some back in, right? Otherwise, you're going to be over 5% deviation.
Right.
That
but-
would be if we added all of the selection that's currently highlighted in red. Previously, we had highlighted just a more northern portion of Winter Park that would raise SA's Latino CVAP above 51% and would keep it within deviation. So that was less of a swap between districts. I think the second part of removing this would be adding in population, potentially revisiting this corner of Orange in from IOC.
Yeah, that's what I was just suggesting, instead of looking at Orange, because we already looked at it and it didn't really make, in fact, it brought the CVAP down. We didn't explore that kind of border with Westminster, and maybe just looking to see, would that even, at this point, would that even make a difference? And if it does, then take from there.
Okay. My recollection as Sivan was clicking was that we were able to get the Hispanic CVAP up to perhaps as much as 51.45 without exceeding the maximum 5% deviation. So what I would like to do is instruct Sivan to continue exploring to see where she is able to maximize the LCVAP without exceeding the 5% maximum deviation.
Thank you
And
for that direction, Chair.
leave her to explore that. Is that acceptable? Okay. So Sivan, we are asking you to continue exploring in this area. We believe that we can do slightly better on the Hispanic CVAP without exceeding maximum deviations, and just do your best and get back to us when you're ready.
Okay, absolutely, Chair. I will continue exploring that offline. Am I okay to stop sharing my screen so
Yes.
Jamie can take over?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Christian, I'm going to stop sharing my screen just so you have a heads up.
Thanks, Sivan.
Hello.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi. Hope you are all well. What is on the screen now is the current iteration for the Senate maps in Los Angeles County. And if you'd prefer to look at a different map, let me know and I can change.
No, this is what we need to look at this point. Does anyone need a tour around, or are colleagues ready with questions and comments at this point? Okay, I'm not seeing reaction either way. Okay, now, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. And we might have already done this, Jamie, so just please stop me. The Glendale Burbank combo, did we already try that? I know that they've been.
Can you elaborate, please, on what you mean
In terms of, that's a frequent flyer, communities of interest of Glendale with Burbank. That's what I was asking. Sorry about that. Because I'm I don't want to decrease any of the numbers per se with my CVAP numbers, so I just didn't know what that could potentially look like. Thanks. And either way is fine with me right now.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So just in terms of the current configuration of the map, moving either wholly into a district with the other would cause pretty big ripple effects. Burbank itself is 100,000 people, I think 107,000 people. So about 10% of a Senate district. Moving it into SD 210 would make the percent deviation of SD 210 about 50%. Definitely. Then, yeah, there need to be big reconfigurations, whether that's, moving these cities on the one eastern end of the district and the 110 out, which were moved in yesterday, which and including other cities, because these two areas where they're split, it's 58,000 people or so, I believe. So yeah, there would be big reconfigurations in the works.
Thank you, Jamie. I'm not interested in lots of ripples right now. Thanks.
Yeah, and I mean, if both SD 210 and POF were underpopulated to the same extent, there might be possibility of Burbank shifting east, but then we would have the problem that SCSCV is already well underpopulated, and it would be difficult to do a rotation to get population back in there.
Yeah, that's right. So SCSCV would become negative 15%. And then minimizing what the ripple would be including these areas of Rancho Cucamonga, Claremont, potentially parts of Glendora, in with the Antelope Valley, Victor Valley base district, and then combining, splitting Santa Clarita Valley and combining that with SCSFV, I think would be the smallest number of districts that could be impacted, although not necessarily the most elegant of trades that would be possible. But that would be the way to minimize the change.
Jamie, one other option that I can see is that we would not be able to move all of Glendale into SCSCV, but we could potentially move 75 to 80,000 from SD 210 into SCSFV, and essentially we'd be switching the deviations. So SCSFV would go from a -4 something to a +4 something, and SD 210 would go from the +4.7 to a -4 point something. Do colleagues want to explore dividing Glendale?
Just a quick note on that. I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Adding any substantial population from Glendale would change the Latino CVAP and SCSFV to below 50%.
Okay, so that's why we don't want to do that. Yeah, that's already, okay. So thank you for that. Commissioner Okudzawa.
Yeah, I was going to ask about something similar, but for the Armenian community, there's been, I brought this up already a couple times. We've done so much for other communities, and it seems like they're the largest community, in terms of one of the largest Armenian communities, I think, in the U.S. is here in that Glendale, Burbank area, and they've asked to be kept together. They also asked to include La Crescenta and La Cañada Flint Ridge, but it seems like reading one of the COI testimonies that Glendale and Burbank has the densest population of Armenians in the U.S. And so just a question, if we were to try to move more of Burbank, I know that SD 210 is overpopulated. There was also requests by both the, I'll say the LA County side and the San Bernardino side to keep their respective county lines, separate. If Burbank or parts of Burbank were to be moved in, could we move, I think, what is it? It's, is it Claremont? I don't think I don't know. Actually, it wouldn't really matter. It'd be the other way around. Anyways, I was just trying to see if there was some way to try to see if we could try to make it work, because I know that SCSFB is underpopulated, but I'm wondering if Burbank, how much of a difference it makes to the Latino CVAP, and if there's another configuration that could help raise that, but also achieve this other goal. But I guess the question I would just like to ask is this an exploration that the commission, the other commissioners would want to give a try just for the sake of at least trying? Or is this something that the preference is just to move on? I'd like to at least try to see if we could do something, but I also will defer to the rest of the commissioners because I know where we are too.
Okay, Jamie, do you see any way of combining any parts of Burbank and Glendale in either district without decreasing the Latino CVAP in the surrounding districts?
Creative thinking might mean that Glendale and Burbank could be in the East Ventura-based district together. I think that SCSFB could still be 50% Latino CVAP. Again, would this be a big exploration with a lot of creative thinking? And then what would happen with the rest of SD 210? I couldn't say off the bat in terms of how to balance it.
Okay. Let me go to the other hand. Go ahead, Jamie.
And just to add to that really quickly is I do think that it would definitely require putting part of the San Fernando Valley with Santa Clarita and Antelope Valleys.
Okay, thank you. Let's go first to the other hands. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you, Chair. I know we've got a lot of recent response to that, so I'd be interested in seeing if it makes sense and not if the testimony makes sense, but where we are currently, if there is something that could be done. But I raised my hand when we're ready to move from this area. I want to go to SBRC Moreno Valley. I guess our latest iteration in SBRC. Split Hemet, East Hemet, and San Jacinto. Is it a Jacinto or Jacinto?
San Jacinto.
Jacinto. Anyway, and they want to be with Moreno Valley. I know a lot of those are under there. There's a couple of spaces. I just wanted to look at it, Jamie, and see what it is we've done.
Okay. Commissioner Turner, I appreciate that. That is in Savon's area, which we just, I thought, closed out. So Jamie,
I waited.
Jamie,
I thought it was in this area.
Jamie,
Sorry,
can
Chair.
you help us?
I will absolutely try to help. So the question is whether Hemet can be included in SBRC. Is that the request
with Moreno
or the
Valley?
question?
Yes,
Yes.
Hemet, East Hemet, San Jacinto with Moreno Valley.
I'm still here. I'm still listening from the background. So Jamie, you can phone a friend if you would like.
Phone a friend, Sivan.
Okay. Thank you so much for bringing that up, Commissioner Turner. I did definitely explore trying to keep, because I know we've definitely heard a lot of testimony about Hemet, East Hemet, San Jacinto with Moreno Valley. I really worked this like for a long time, trying a lot of different ways. I was just, again, keeping in mind that VRA is the number one consideration. I was not able to find an iteration like in this area that would keep all of the areas of interest, Hemet, East Hemet. I tried to bring a portion of Hemet in, was unsuccessful. It lowered it below 50. Remember, we started at 50 yesterday. So I think potentially it would be a question of maybe moving out San Jacinto and moving in Hemet, but I think that would be far more disruptive to communities of interest and potentially lower that Latino CVAP that's already at 52%. And I can explore that offline with you if you would like, but I definitely had it in mind when I was looking at this area and
Yep.
definitely tried my best.
No, I wanted to hear that. That is what you did, and I apologize. I missed that option. I thought that you were in this area was in Los Angeles, I guess. And I'm so glad you were still there, friend. Thank you for responding.
I'm just napping here in the background, just staying up to date. So,
Alrighty, thank you.
were there any other questions I can answer about this?
No,
area?
I just knew that it had been together, and I'm glad you tried it, and we'll move from here.
Can I have a brief question on this as well? Same issue, same question.
Yeah.
Just in terms of certainly the Latino CVAP, but also we know that there's a lot of cohesion with the African American CVAP. Was there effort to try to raise the African American CVAP? I know that we've done everything we can to raise the Latino CVAP in this area. Just curious if that was also.
From where it was before I started working on it, it has been raised. It is lower, I believe, than it was in, Jamie, do you have the draft labels, or I can look on my
And I think that's okay. I think I remember it was around 14%, but I know you've raised it from where we have it, so that's what I was looking to hear. Thank you.
Okay. I'm noticing that we do have a very minimal underpopulation in MCV. Okay, Commissioner Vasquez has to hop in the car soon. Let's hear from her first.
Sorry, jumping around, but I wanted to make my comment before I got in the car, so thank you. I am interested in exploring trying to keep Burbank and Glendale together in any iteration. My contingency, or at least my energy would be to see if we can get some of the, I would say, more working class areas of the West San Gabriel Valley into the SD 10 West district. And again, I know we've got conflicting testimony about keeping that Asian Khoi together versus like keeping working class communities of the San Gabriel Valley together. If we can do something with Glendale that helps us to add some population from Monterey Park, Rosemead, Alhambra, and St. Gabriel, that would seem to me like maybe a compromise, not necessary, and I can support this map as is, but that would be where I would try to add population if we took out Glendale.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Be safe on the roads. The issue that we deal with, of course, if we try moving population east, as it were. So if we moved Burbank in, moving population down, moving Alhambra, Monterey Park, Rosemead, San Gabriel east, is then what do we do at the other end? And I'm not sure we have a good answer for that question. Okay, we've got 13 minutes.
Chair Kennedy, could I just respond briefly? Which is that if that is something the commission is interested in exploring, I think that looking at this is similar, although not in exactly what we had in the draft. The lines on the map or the draft right now, it includes those West San Gabriel Valley cities that were just noted in with some of the East San Gabriel cities that are sort of like the core of the current iteration, which I'll turn back on. And then also just a note is that Glendale hasn't moved districts between the different iterations. So moving these areas into 210, they're out of 210. I think Glendale would stay put. And definitely, absolutely the question then of what to do with Ontario, Chino, Montclair, Pomona, areas on the eastern side of this district certainly arise. And just a note also that I think that including these or moving these cities out, we would then need to pull more population from SD 210, whether yeah, and at this point, that is talking about such a big rotation that I can't really speak to exactly what that would do aside from essentially going back to something really similar to the draft, specifically in the West San Bernardino and West Riverside County areas.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Jamie. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I'm back at the Glendale Burbank. I was wondering if we take Glendale and add it to the Burbank and then took, the areas that are right at the 210, right at the forest, like Sunland, Tahunga, Coyote Trails, that area, and move that into the 210. Would that be a one for the other? And I do not know whatsoever if that would affect the Latino CVAP, or if we got to rearrange in that.
So I'm just gonna, because I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I can tell you that Glendale is almost 200,000 people, so 20%-ish of a congression or a Senate district. Sunland, Tahunga, and Foothill Trails are not 200,000 people. I can find out exactly how much they are right now quickly, but but I think it wouldn't be an equal population swap.
And if
It was a thought to possibilities.
Thank you. And Jamie, just as part of this, so that we're all clear on what we're dealing with, if when you finish this, if you could just highlight Glendale and let us know what the LCVAP is in Glendale.
Absolutely. So this highlighted area is 60. Oh, here, I'll move it so everyone can see. It's 66,000 people, 66,800. And if I pretend like I'm going to make it a new district, we can see just the Latino CVAP in this area alone is 23.58%. And for just the city of Glendale, it's 196,000, and the Latino CVAP is 15.79%.
Right. So this is our conundrum. Moving Glendale in is going to crater that LCVAP in SCSFV, and I'm not sure we have a reasonable path to building it back up. Okay, Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I thought we were closer to consensus yesterday that we were, that we were all willing to, although these aren't perfect maps, that they were maps that we could all support. Certainly, I'm open to exploration in the area as long as it is able to maintain all of the criteria we discussed yesterday. But I thought we were, and maybe we are. Maybe I'm just want to make sure that we are all continue to be able to support these maps that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, right when we had to switch to, when we wanted to switch to Commissioner Vasquez, you were still saying something about MCV, and I was trying to see where you're going. And if not, I just wanted to be clear as we move from this area that what we answered in response to that particular COI is trying to put San Jacinto, Hemet, East Hemet in with the Moreno Valley, lowered the Latino CVAP, and it could not be done, is what we said.
That is my understanding. I was going to say that if we wanted to, and I believe we tried this exploration looking at, the top portion of Hemet, trying to make this sort of move and without negatively affecting the LCVAP in SBRC. We've got 5 minutes or so before we are going to be headed to break. We can have the heat map up. We can have the Latino heat map. We can have the Black heat map up to see if there are any marginal changes that we want to make. But I think we have tried to explore this, and we haven't been successful before.
Andrew, I see you nodding yes.
Andrew?
Yes, if I may, Chair. Yeah, I was working with Savan a little bit last night after we went off camera, just to explore this option a little bit more. And we started the day with Latino CVAP at just over 50%, and when we worked, and I remember working in the meeting, playing around moving in population from Hemet, and just we struggled to get to 51% Latino CVAP, and then offline she did continue to explore a couple different options with Hemet, and we're unable to get it to get the Latino CVAP to over 52% with Hemet in. So yes, we did explore this quite a bit, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes. At this point, I'm fine with the maps, and I feel that the moves of Glendale and Burbank would cause all this ripple effects, and then to get them together, then it's going to cause some other issues somewhere else with other communities of interest. So I would suggest we just move on. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Sinai?
Yeah, I would recommend we move forward. I mean, what's really difficult is kind of buyer's remorse to a certain extent, or remorse, could I, and, we're all doing it in different parts of the maps. And, I keep wanting to say, let's do something that makes us a little scared every day. And I think we're doing a lot that makes us scared. And it's a journey we're doing together. And I just keep asking us to please trust each other. And, I can tell you right now, I'm trying to think, okay, San Diego and Imperial Valley, we did it so quickly. What did I miss? We can do that on any part and every part of this map. And I'm sure people can tell me everything I missed. But collectively, I think we've caught each other, and let's just keep moving forward and then sleep on it and see what we feel in the morning.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Okutagawa?
Yeah, I have a question for Jamie. And again, I'm trying to, without going into line drawing, I'm just trying to make sure that we explore everything. Besides the Glendale Burbank, the other COI testimony that I read was the cities of Calabasas, Agoura Hills, Westlake Village. I guess they, along with Hidden Hills and Malibu, we had read in other testimony that they form a COG. And they noted that in the Senate map, they are separated, or they were, I guess Hidden Hills is separated. It looks like they're together with Malibu now.
Not Hidden Hill.
Not Hidden Hills. Okay. I think that was the only other thing. So I thought Malibu was separated. So I was thinking, it's like, would that make a difference if we were to move Glendale in and all that stuff? But okay, it's a much smaller problem than I thought we had. So okay, I am hearing what the commission's saying. Just a question, do we want to try to move Hidden Hills in? Is it worth it? Is it possible, since they do have that cog together?
Yeah, and we have done that in at least one of the other maps. So Jamie, just if you could let us know if it's possible to move Hidden Hills over without pushing Shoreline over the 5%. It is possible.
It is possible. Would you like me to make this change?
Any objection? Okay, please proceed. Thank you. Commissioner Taylor?
Thank you, Chair. So I look at some of what we're asking for right now as just trying to refine what we're doing and not necessarily trying to reshape the map. So I think we're trying to be responsive to some of the feedback we're getting. I think it helps to put out into the public sphere some of the whys things work and why things don't, and adds more context and to the entirety of this matter. So I think some of these questions are helpful. This Burbank Glendale was helpful, and I think it's appropriate in this venue to ask, and we can see why we can and can't do it. So I don't see it as trying to reshape or think of anything differently. We're merely trying to do those last little final steps and explain to our public why it explains to our community partners why it is we can and can't do something.
Right. No, that's excellent. Thank you for making that point. Commissioner Toledo?
Thank you to Commissioner Taylor for providing that insight. I think that's right, and I think I'm fully supportive of these maps as are, and I'm fine with looking at additional refinement as long as we are able to do so. But time is running out.
Time is running out. Thank you so much. I understand from Andrew that Sivan does have some options for SAA. Unfortunately, it is time for a break. We also need the instructions for call-in to be read. Public comment will begin at 6:45 immediately upon our return from the break. In accordance with our newly adopted policy, the lines will not close. We will instead respect a total limit of 3 hours of public comment.
Thank you so much, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 859-3298-9398 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And Chair, I will pass it back to you.
Thank you. As mentioned, it is now time for our 15-minute break. So we will be back at 6:45 to begin taking public comment. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your patience during our 15-minute break. We have concluded our mapping for the day. We made some good progress on both congressional districts as well as Senate districts, and we are now ready to hear from the public. Our public comment period is open. Katie, could you please take it away?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. Public comment periods will be 1 minute and 30 seconds this evening. You will receive a verbal warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining. We will be taking public comment for 3 hours up until 9:45. I will be identifying you by the last 4 digits of your telephone number. If you will please remain alert for when I call those numbers out. And if we will please speak at a steady pace with all county names, numbers, cities, and your comment in general so that the commissioners and translators can understand. Right now we will have caller 0013, and up next after that will be caller 0396. Caller 0013, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 0013. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 0013, I do apologize for some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back around to you momentarily. Right now we have caller with the last 4 digits, 0396. Up next after that will be caller 0805. Caller 0396. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'd like to share my strong opposition to the iteration STC V2, 3, and 4 of the Kings-Tulare-Kern congressional visualization. The Commission should honor the draft maps that they put out. The districts need to be compact and reflect the community. Maps that connect random areas from around the Central Valley are not honoring the community of interest. Some of these maps can only be justified by race as primary criteria and CVAP score. The Commission should not allow any organization to dictate the entire Central Valley. The Commission shouldn't cave to every wish, want, and desire of a hyper-polarized political group such as Dolores Huerta Foundation, because all she is doing is putting communities of interest in jeopardy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0805, and up next after that will be caller 1043. Caller 0805, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi there, this is Claire Sterling from the San Fernando Valley. Thank you to the commissioners again for doing such a great job. I really just wanted to call in one more time. I know that you guys are doing such a great job, but unfortunately the San Fernando Valley and the assembly maps have not been finished completely. So I really just want to say if we could go back. I've been looking and I support the LA firefighter map. It does a really great job of creating a Latino opportunity seat, including some really incredible communities like Van Nuys, North Hills, Valley Glen, making sure the Filipino community stays whole, the Jewish community stays whole, the LGBTQIA community stays whole. And that's really what we're looking for here in the San Fernando Valley. So if you guys can think about that when you go back to it, that's really what we're looking for. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1043. And up next after that will be caller 2714. Caller 1043, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioner. We, the Little Saigon community, will continue to calling in every day to make sure our voice is heard. Commissioner Anderson, thank you for listening to us for months. We have been calling in, sending email, calls to make sure our voice is heard. All we ask for is to keep the inland part of Huntington Beach with Little Saigon and Congressional Senate and Assembly. I'm asking you to please to go back to the GGW and add in Huntington Beach every time I call in. I only heard overwhelming support to have Huntington Beach in Little Saigon and very few not. So I don't understand why Commissioner Akutawa hesitate and always make up excuses not to add Huntington Beach in. I'm asking you to make sure our Little Saigon community has one voice to protect our community of interest. Thank you for listening, and good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2714. And up next after that will be caller 3640. Caller 2714, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I have made comment and also called in the last couple of months regarding Lido Saigon district. I have spent at least a couple hours on the phone waiting to be called on to make public comment almost every day, and I will continue to do so because this is very important to me and our Lido Saigon community. This will affect us for the next 10 years. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson, for wanting to revisit the Lido Saigon congressional map. Your comments give us hope. You talk about adding Huntington Beach to Senate and congressional map, and we can thank you enough for it. When you are finished with the congressional map, please go back and relook at the GGW assembly map again. Please consider add the inland park of Huntington Beach to assembly map. By adding all up North Garfield Street at Seapoint Street in Huntington Beach, you can remove Stanton and East Garden Road since they have no common interest with us. By doing this, the Commission will give the Vietnamese American community a voice in the Senate Assembly to ensure that we have a true representation for the next 10 years. Please rotate our community, family, and children. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3640. And up next after that will be caller 4434. Caller 3640, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I would like to share my strong opposition to iterations STCV 2, 3, and 4 of Kings Tula current congressional visualization. The Commission should honor the draft maps that you put out. These districts need to be compact and reflect a community. Maps that connect random areas from all over the Central Valley are not honoring a community. Some of these maps can only be justified by race as the primary criteria. The Commission should not allow one organization to dictate the entire Central Valley. The Commission shouldn't cave to every wish, want, and desire of a hyper-polarized political group such as the Boris Huerta Foundation, because doing so will put communities of interest in jeopardy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4434. And up next after that is caller 4607. Caller 4434, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Sue, and I'd like to comment on the map for this Eastern Central California district. And I'm asking that you not combine Clovis and North Fresno with the Sierra Mountain area. Our issues are really different from each other. Rural California's pressing issues include wildfire and forest management and difficulty getting homeowner insurance and logging and recreation. We're a tourism area. There's just a lot of different issues, and we're a more rural area, and the Fresno and Clovis area are much more compact, much more metropolitan than us. And so I'm just asking that you would consider that and not throw us into an area that doesn't really reflect the same needs.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4607, and up next after that is caller 5038. Caller 4607, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioner. I just wanted to express my appreciation to Commissioner Kennedy for your comments the other day for wanting to go back to Little Saigon district map. Please protect Little Saigon and stand by our side. Adding north of Garfield Avenue in Huntington Beach to give us the final presentation for assembly we need for the next decade. Just adding north of Garfield Avenue but stopping at Beach Boulevard doesn't make any sense, because by stopping there, it would not include Huntington Harbor, where over 40% of residents are Vietnamese American, and still doesn't make our educational school district crossover complete. I heard a lot of comments this week surrounding Little Saigon, but I am disappointed that while our community has advocated for months to ask to include the inland part portion of Huntington Beach with Little Saigon, it was only suggested to have a few blocks added to our community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5038, and up next after that will be caller 5179. Caller 5038, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Hi there, commissioners. Thank you so much for agreeing to make the swap with SOMAR and connecting it with the Eastern San Fernando Valley for the congressional map. It's super important for the Eastern San Fernando Valley to be together in this congressional map. Additionally, too, I'd like to thank you all for listening to the community in creating the supermajority Latino Senate district in the San Fernando Valley. The last thing that you guys need to do is please focus on the assembly maps. Specifically, you should all listen to the community and please create the supermajority Latino assembly districts in the San Fernando Valley, keeping the San Fernando Valley together. That remains the last thing that you guys need to do additionally to that is create Santa Clarita Valley and connect it with the northwestern part of Los Angeles. You guys can probably reference the Senate map that you all drafted, which is perfect. It's exactly what everyone needs. So it correctly solves the issue with the San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, and creates equitable representation for everyone in the community. So thank you all for listening. And I know I'm not alone on this. So thank you all for the hard work you do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now is caller 5179. And up next after that is caller 5777. Caller 5179, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. This is Amy Wong, and I'd like to comment on the San Gabriel Valley. You all did a great job at the congressional level, but I'm calling in with concerns about our San Gabriel Valley Senate districts. The cities in the West San Gabriel Valley, which include Alhambra, Monterey Park, San Gabriel, and Rosemead, deserve to maintain their political power by remaining in a Latino majority AAPI-influenced Senate district that adequately represents the diversity of our region. While we support shared federal stewardship of the San Gabriel Mountains and communities in Alhambra and Monterey Park who use it, we don't think the Senate seat should follow the congressional seat logic. In regards to state and local policies, affluent white communities in the foothills hold an enormous amount of political power over smaller working class cities in the West San Gabriel Valley. This is especially shown in the 710 and 10 freeway debate. A secondary effect is that the eastern San Gabriel Valley is pushed into the Inland Empire, which stretches El Monte all the way to Pomona, Chino, and Ontario.
30 seconds.
Grouping these separate communities of interest does not make any sense. Regarding assembly districts, I do want to thank you for including El Monte in Assembly District 49. However, I urge you to use Garvey Avenue or Rush Street instead of the 10 freeway as the border. That way, more API community members can be included in the API majority district. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5777. And up next after that is caller 6311. Caller 5777, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, commissioners. And first of all, thank you for all your hard work. My name is Tina Huan. I have been a resident in Huntington Beach for over 10 years. Keeping Huntington Beach with Fountain Valley, Westminster, and Seal Beach makes a lot of sense for our many shared community of interest. All of these cities are currently together in our Assembly, Senate, and Congress districts. Thank you, Commisssion Kennedy, for exploring the GGW map to remove East Garden Grove, starting Euclid for the Assembly District. For the Little Saigon, you are going on to the right direction that we have asked for. Please do all of north of Huntington Beach, off Garfield in Huntington Beach. It would be a good idea to remove Stanton as well, since they don't have any community of interest with Little Saigon. I actually haven't been to Stanton. I don't even know if they have any Vietnamese business there. Thank you again, Commissioner Kennedy. And I'm asking if all of other commissioners would please do consider our comments as well. Thank you for all of your hard work and have a good evening. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6311, and up next after that will be caller 6855. Caller 6311, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. My name is Robin Cole from San Joaquin County. I've been in San Joaquin County for 40 years, and I'm asking you to keep us whole as possible. Please do not put us with Sacramento and Elk Grove. Our needs for infrastructure is completely different. By putting us with Sacramento and Elk Grove, anyone in San Joaquin, all of our voices will be silenced because we're just not big enough to compete with the Sacramento area. We are our own community, and we don't have anything in common with Sacramento and Elk Grove other than we're in the central part of California. But our needs are different. Please take those into account. Make San Joaquin County as whole as possible. Do not include us with Sacramento and Elk Grove. We really need to have our own independent voice in Congress to support our needs. Thank you very much for taking the time. Thank you for all your hard work. We do appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6855, and up next after that will be caller 7682. Caller 6855, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, good evening. Samuel Sukatan from Enviro Voters Education Fund here. It's been a couple days since I've spoken to you. Seems like you're having a bear of a time, and I know that the deadline is bearing down upon us, so I appreciate your good humor and your consistent attempts to draw and redraw. Commissioner Sidwani made some comments earlier about the SD210, district, and questions of federal stewardship, and I figured I'd kind of return to that on a principal question. You see, I feel in SD210, you've done the same thing that you're doing in Eastern California with the kind of Modesto water user versus water loser question, and doing the same thing again in the North Coast, the North San Diego Congressional District, in that there is a very specific kind of environmental question that people have opposite sides of, and the opposite sides of that community bound by that environmental question should be able to elect somebody who will fight their corner on the question. So in the case of the Sierra, somebody who's keeping water rather than somebody versus somebody mixing with Modesto, right? Same thing with the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, and in the case of the Senate seat in the T10, dealing with the 710 and 10 freeway split. We did support the federal change. Well, we don't support it in the Senate. You'll hear more about that as the night goes on, but definitely appreciate your consideration, and let's keep talking.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7682, and up next after that will be caller 7726. Caller 7682, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Rami, and I've been a lifetime resident of San Diego. I'm calling in concern of Encanto and Paradise Hills in southeastern San Diego, specifically in the Senate district maps. I'm really concerned that Encanto and Paradise Hills are split between COR Cajon and SICA. Paradise Hills is on the southern boundary of the COR Cajon map. There's super important areas in the southeastern SD area that should remain whole in the COR Cajon district. Encanto and Paradise Hills are historical Black communities in southeast San Diego that will face the backlash if they're split. I please urge you to keep all of southeast San Diego in COR Cajon district. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7726. And up next after that will be caller 8037. Caller 7726, please follow the prompts.
Good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matt, and I'm a resident of Alhambra. I'm calling to express my opposition to the State Commission splitting the West SGV from the East SGV. West SGV cities along the 10 freeways, such as Alhambra, Monterey Park, San Gabriel, and Rosemead, are currently being connected to white, affluent foothill cities such as Pasadena, La Cañada, and Bradbury. The SGV has its own unique issues and challenges, and deserves its own representative in the Senate. Small SGV cities are constantly fighting for resources. We have been working in coalition together to improve our neighborhood and secure regional dollars. In policy decisions, preference is often given to affluent communities, such as in the 710 and 10 debate, while low-income residents in the SGV continue to carry the burden of poor air quality and traffic congestion. We deserve proper representation. Please respect working class communities of color in the SGV. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8037. And up next after that, we caller 9938. Caller 8037. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi. First of all, I want to say thank you to all the commissioners for your work. When you revisit the congressional districts one last time, I hope you don't plan on making too many major changes in Orange County. Our community has engaged a lot in this process, and I certainly think the current maps are close to reasonable compromise. Any changes should be contained swaps within our Orange County districts because we are happy to have 4 strong congressional districts, mostly contained within our county. Thanks for all your work and for listening to the callers from our community.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9938. And then up next after that, we will retry that caller 0013. Caller 9938, please follow the prompts. Caller 9938. please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star. There you are. The floor is yours. Caller 9938, will you please double check your phone? Make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Caller 9938, we hear you. We're going to... Caller 9938, if you could please call back from a different phone.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 03. I'm sorry, wait, no, we were retrying caller 0013, and then up next after that will be caller 0317. Caller 00, I have to find you, hold on one second. Caller 0013, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. Caller with the last 4 digits, 0013. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioners, for preserving the voice of San Jose. We agree with the decision to implement MAP 3 as discussed today. Thank you so much for listening to our community and not splitting us up into 4 districts. We appreciate all your hard work on this matter and agree that MAP 3 allows the 10th largest city in America to keep a representative that speaks for us. Happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0317, and up next after that will be caller 0983. Caller 0317, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. I have spoken before this commission many, many times and have participated today listening into your comments since about 3 o'clock this afternoon. I would like to begin my comments by saying the following, and thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Ahmed, for developing Plan YA San Jose Congressional District Iteration 3, and thank you for so many of the commissioners supporting the MAP Iteration 3. Thank you to Commissioner Sadvani and Commissioner Toledo, early supporters of this idea. Thank you to Chair Kennedy for asking for this exploration. I support Plan YA, San Jose Congressional District Iteration 3, which was December 15th, 2021, since it is very similar to CD greater ED, which has been roughly the same for several weeks due to many COI's testimony that support it. Iteration 3 is similar to current CD greater ED, which is described in many COI's testimony from now to back in the summer. The COI input included city letters from unanimous votes by Sunnyvale City Council, Santa Clara City Council, majority of Fremont, MySquares, and the MELDEP and maps submitted by the Asian Law Alliance organizations and hundreds of individuals for greater ED submitted during the summer. Thank you again for the thoughtful process, orienting consensus, collaboration, cooperation. This commission has been a model of hard work, effectiveness, and dedication, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0983, and up next after that will be caller 2567. Caller 0983, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioner. I have been living in Huntington Beach for 5 years, and more Vietnamese Americans have moved here because of better school districts. I am asking you to listen to the hundreds of callers, emails, and COLS that have been submitted for months from day one. Little Saigon community has been very involved and watching the meeting very closely. We are asking, at least 3 foot of Garfield Street on the way to Seaport Street in the Huntington Beach, relate to Stanton and East Garden Grove at Euclid Street. Keep Little Saigon together and allow the growth for the next decade. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 2567, and up next after that will be caller 2911. Caller 2567, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, I would like to share my strong opposition to iteration STCV 2, 3, and 4 of Kings Tulare Kern Congressional Visualization. The Commission should honor the draft maps that they put out. These districts need to be compact and reflect the community. Maps that connect random areas from all around the Central Valley are not honoring a community. Some of these maps can only be justified by race as the primary criteria. The Commission should not allow one organization to dictate the entire Central Valley. The Commission shouldn't cave to every wish, want, and desire of a hyper-polarized political group such as the Dolores Huerta Foundation, because doing so will put communities of interest in jeopardy. We strongly urge the Commission to keep Kings County as a whole, as they have no interest in being separated into 2 congressional districts. It is a disservice to its people and will harm their ability to be represented in an equitable way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have 2911, and up next after that we will have caller 2931. Right now we'll have caller 2911. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. My name is Janine Arakat, speaking on the Senate maps in San Diego County. I've been calling for the past month, and our community members have been calling in since January 2020, and time again have continued to express their communities of interest, which is why I'm alarmed that Encanto and Paradise Hills are split between Core, Cajon, and Southeast CA. Important areas in Southeast San Diego should remain whole in Core A Cajon District, as months and hundreds of community of interest testimony and e-comments have told you. There are historical Black communities in Southeast San Diego, and we know that across the nation, across the state, our Black communities continue to be the most marginalized and will be the ones who face repercussions if they continue to be split. I urge you to please honor the diversity of our state and continue to keep Southeast San Diego whole. So please keep all Southeast San Diego in Core Cajon District and set a precedent that will dramatically change the next 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 2931, and up next after that we caller 4201. Caller 2931, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, commissioners. I have calling in every day and willing to wait in the queue for hours because of assembly map of GGW is not done for Little Saigon. Please complete by adding on the North Garfield Street stop at Seapoy Street in Huntington Beach to Little Saigon map. This area has been nearly 50,000 Asian American and 90% of which are Vietnamese American. Thank you, Commissioners Anderson, for paying closing attention to Little Saigon. Please protect us and make sure Little Saigon have a true presentation. Commissioner Akawana, if you already consider adding the island part of Huntington Beach and Congressional and Senator District, why did you go back to Chen Assembly District as well? I don't understand your thought process. Do you have a different agenda that you can please share with us? Please listen to the voice of Little Saigon. Please keep us together.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4201, and up next after that we caller 5181. Caller 4201, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last 4 digits, 4201, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 4201, you appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back around. Right now we have caller 5181, and up next after that is caller 6070. Caller 5181, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm pleased to see that you have all changed the Senate map to San Fernando Valley to properly represent everyone. I'm also pleased to see that you are also honoring the Latino community's request for Silmar to join the Eastern San Fernando Valley. This is absolutely necessary for proper representation. The last thing all you need to do is please change the assembly map for Santa Clarita so it looks like the Senate one and extends all the way to northwest Los Angeles. Please remember that Acton and Arroyo are part of the Santa Clarita Valley, so they have to be together when moving the map north. Thank you for your time, Commissioners.
And thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 6070, and then up next after that will be caller 6957. Caller 6070, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for all your hard work and for listening to the San Fernando Valley community. My name is David. We are pleased to see that you have changed the Senate maps to properly involved, specifically the Latino community. Also, thank you for agreeing to keep Silmar with the Eastern San Fernando Valley in the congressional map. This is really important. You all need to focus on creating an assembly district for the Santa Clarita Valley that has Acton and Agua Dulce in it. They're 100% part of the Santa Clarita Valley, so please keep the Santa Clarita Valley intact when making the maps and make the assembly district push northwest into the rest of Los Angeles like Fraser Park. The Senate map is a good blueprint as to how the Santa Clarita Valley Assembly map should look. So please add these changes so our community can be properly represented for the next decade. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6957, and up next after that is caller 7592. Caller 6957, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits, 6957, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. Hi, my name is Alicia Castillo, and I'm the Vice President of External Affairs within the Associated Student Government of UCR. I'm here to urge you all to adjust the California State Assembly District boundaries that encompass UCR. UCR is located at 900 University Avenue, and it's a community of interest. Students like myself have a greater connection to the communities in the proposed 8058 district that is included in the December 8 iteration. I'd like to draw your attention to the alternative maps that were submitted by campus architect Jacqueline Norman. The Norman comment ID number 40611 for the actual map and shape life. We very much appreciate your attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7592, and up next after that will be caller 8224. Caller 7592, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you and good evening. In regards to congressional redistricting in Santa Clara County, I ask that the Commission reconsider its adoption of Plan YA Iteration Number 3, which you approved today. With the adoption of this plan versus the current Congressional District 17 for CD Greater Ed, Asian majority areas from Fremont and West San Jose would be removed, while non-Asian majority areas of San Jose would be added, as well as the white majority Los Altos Hills, and Loyola. I would guess that CD Greater Ed's Asian CVAP is lower than the current CD 17's Asian CVAP. Plan YA Iteration Number 3 splits the 2020 Census Asian majority Saratoga, a city with fewer than 35,000 residents, between two congressional districts. By comparison, San Jose is more than 1 million residents, I ask that the Commission reconsider Plan YA iteration number 1, which, as with iteration number 3, divides San Jose among 3 congressional districts. You can also see my public inputs 40536 and 40585. And please ask Tamina to explore for agency that majority CD greater ed could be created. Thank you so much.
Right now we have caller 8224, and up next after that will be caller 6789. Caller 8224, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioner. Our Little Saigon community has grown in the last 40 years from the heart of Westminster to Grand Grove, Fun Valley, and now into Huntington Beach, Seal Beach, Rosemont, and Los Alamitos. It's important to the elders in our community to have access to healthcare systems like hospital and doctors who speak Vietnamese or have immediate access to translate. This is very important with Grand Grove, Westminster, Fun Valley, and Huntington Beach. We need your help to make sure our community is well represented by an assembly member who truly understands the culture and unique traditions of our community. The inland part of Huntington Beach belongs to Little Saigon. The Vietnamese American community has grown beyond Westminster and Grand Grove. While I'm appreciate Commissioner Anderson consider
30 seconds.
Consider at Huntington Beach to Little Saigon for congressional and Senate. Please don't forget to go back and assembly and complete the assembly district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6789, and then up next after that will be caller 9779. Caller 6789, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Commissioner, my name is Vincent Tran. I'm a Fountain Valley resident. Firstly, I want to thank the Commission for keeping Little Saigon whole and keeping Huntington Beach out of Little Saigon. A number of the callers have called Huntington Beach a vibrant Vietnamese community of over 25,000 people. If anyone simply goes on data.census.gov and type in Vietnamese Huntington Beach, the only available data clearly states that there are only 8,000 Vietnamese people, less than 5% of the total population. If you search Asian Huntington Beach, you'll see that the Asian population is 25,000. It's clear that these callers are trying to provide false facts and are politically motivated and organized by interest in Huntington Beach. Second, I heard the Commission was attempting to increase the Latino CBAP for the State Senate District, SAA. I want to suggest that to add portions of West Santa Ana into North OC Coast District, and I think that would increase the Latino CBAP for SAA and also bring together the Vietnamese COI in OC Coast. As I mentioned before, there are over 24,000 Vietnamese in Santa Ana, all concentrated in West Santa Ana. And in 2018, when the city was sued by the Asian American Advancing Justice because their at-large election was disenfranchising Asian American voters, the city created a board for Asian voters and eventually elected their first Vietnamese American council member. West Santa Ana, west of Harbor Boulevard, contains a large portion of Vietnamese voters.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9779, and up next after that we have caller 5719. Caller 9779, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Taylor, and I'm calling from the city of Los Angeles to thank you all, commissioners and commission staff, for your tireless efforts on behalf of the residents of the state of California. You took on the Herculean task of drawing these lines in consideration of the legal and regulatory framework, while also trying to be responsive to the enormous amount of public input and many competing interests. I mean, there's no possible way for you to satisfy everyone, but I am confident, having watched this process from the beginning, from the lottery and the selection of the first part of the staff, and then watching them take in public comment to choose what became the final 14 commissioners, and community outreach and billboards popping up and all the social media. If you really want to engage with the community and hear what they have to say, it's just been amazing to watch. I've appreciated. I have such a great appreciation for what you're doing, and I'm confident that you're going to do your best in the spirit of compromise to put forth the best maps on behalf of all Californians. So again, thank you for your efforts.
30 seconds.
Keep up the hard work. Keep up the good work. You're nearly done. You're almost there. And happy holidays.
Thank you so much. We have caller 5719, and up next after that, we'll have caller 9605. Caller 5719, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller with the last four digits, 5719, please check your phone to make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting. Caller 5719, please double check your phone. Make sure you are not on mute on your telephone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the commission and for just all of your hard work throughout this process. Really appreciate seeing some of the changes that have happened most recently, especially with the congressional districts, the Senate districts, primarily the Antelope Valley area and also the Santa Clarita Valley area. The congressional district map really seems to embrace the communities of interest and has a good sense of the geography of the region. Same thing with the updates that have been made to the Senate map. It's the Assembly District maps that continue to be troubling, especially for the Antelope Valley, especially the way that they completely divide our community, and the fact that if those maps could be reworked, bring us in with Santa Clarita or bring Santa Clarita over into the Antelope Valley. But right now, the way that the present maps have just been drawn are doing a tremendous disservice to the entire northeastern Los Angeles County area. Like I say, this particular area is often overlooked in the way of resources, and we really need to have representation that can reflect our needs, and that comes by not dividing our communities of interest. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you again for all your work, and a very happy holiday season to you all.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9605, and up next after that is caller 2966. Caller 9605, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yes, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Romero. First, I would like to thank you for the time you've invested in this process. Yesterday, I was pleased to hear the attention that several commissioners were paying to the requested edits by the greater UC Riverside community. Thank you for your comments to ensure that UC Riverside as a community of interest is kept fully into Assembly District 58 within a Senate district. UCR, located at 900 University Avenue, extends beyond the university boundaries, including research, historic land preservations, art, and much more that contribute to a larger university and college town. Currently, UCR campus is being split in the December 8th iteration that can be altered to better acknowledge the UCR community of interest. Currently, the community is split in the December 8th versions of the Assembly Districts 58 and 63. The UCR community of interest can be defined as our main campus, as well as surrounding infrastructure landmarks and communities that surround UCR.
30 seconds.
When you review the Assembly District maps, I encourage you to consider the maps that were submitted by campus architect Jacqueline Norman under comment 40611. Again, comment 40611 yesterday as part of the official record that include a shapefile map for your reference. Thank you very much for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2966, and up next after that will be caller 1619. Caller 2966, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I am a resident of the Central Valley wanting to express my views on the current ECA congressional district. As a resident of Clovis, I believe we should remain with the mountains and ECA district. Clovis has a strong connection to the foothills and rural communities. Many Clovis residents own property in Shaver Lake in the mountains and regularly travel between the two communities. During wildfire season, Clovis often acts as the place of shelter for many mountain residents escaping the fires and many whom were displaced. We're also both concerned with forest management. Many residents also of Clovis and the mountain communities regularly commute to work through the city and foothills, and large events in Clovis, like the Clovis Rodeo, our annual antique fairs, and Big Hat Days, draw large crowds from the mountain and foothills. As the two communities are so similar, please consider keeping Clovis and Northwest Fresno with
20.
the ECA. Thank you for your time and all your hard work on the committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1619, and up next after that will be caller 2108. Caller 1619, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. If you go through with this STCV 2, 3, and 4 of Kings, Tulare, Kern Congressional Visualization as it is being presented, you should no longer even call yourself an independent commission at this point. I know my neighbors and community leaders have called numerous times and asked you to repeatedly not to split up Kings County, yet you are bowing down to a leftist organization which doesn't even live in our district. Things need to be balanced. The Voting Rights Act is very important, but not to such a degree that communities that are not shared are joined together. It is clear that you're not being independent. This district is so gerrymandered to a degree that it's setting a dangerous precedent. Please, me and my community are imploring you not to split us up. Please don't bow down to outside politics. If you still want to be considered independent, do not split us up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2108, and up next after that is caller 7312. Caller 2108, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Mataborach Macias, and I'm calling from the western part of San Bernardino County, and I was calling regarding two different maps that impact lines that San Bernardino County. The first one being the SD10WE draft from 1214, which drew South El Monte to Ontario. But as a West San Bernardino County resident, I could say that this map doesn't really quite make sense in tying communities together, where the west or those parts of San Gabriel Valley don't really connect to the Western San Bernardino County region, whereas I think Pomona is really considered, the Pomona Valley, the cutoff of the connection of the western part of San Bernardino County going into LA County. And the other map that I wanted to make a comment on was also
30 seconds.
the ADJRC iteration. And while I want to thank the Commission for keeping Corona, Hooper Valley, and Riverside together, including Grand Terrace in this map, which Grand Terrace is in San Bernardino County and is also part of a completely different school district. It's actually part of the Colton Joint Unified School District. And so it splits up that community from San Bernardino County, but it might make more sense to include.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7312, and up next after that will be caller 9424. Caller 7312, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Yes, my name is Tim Sanchez. I'm a constituent of North Hollywood, and I'm very concerned not only about the state assembly, but the state senate maps. What you have done is put white, wealthy communities in the state senate, San Fernando Valley area. Commissioner Toledo, I'm calling on you as a champion for the Latino community to move these communities out of our district. These are predominantly communities that have been racist towards our communities in North Hollywood and Sun Valley. Burbank and Sunland Tujunga do not share our concerns. Move them into the South San Fernando Valley and unify us with North Hollywood, Valley Glen, and the communities that are Latino and immigrant heavy. This, let alone, will increase the Latino CVAP by 1.5%. You need to do this to protect our communities. In addition, on the state assembly maps, please try to create 2 districts that get to 50%. At least I really support the firefighter map, which seems to be the best strategy to combine the East San Fernando Valley communities, Latinos, Filipinos, Armenians, all in solidarity in one community. And it's most important para poder, para la gente, para luchar, that these maps get instituted. Please look at my suggestions. I've emailed the entire commission.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 9424. And up next after that will be caller 0688. Caller 9424, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Trevor Eckhoff. I called earlier this week about San Jose being split into 4 districts, and I am absolutely ecstatic to see that you, in your third map, have decided to reunite San Jose into a majority congressional district. And I just cannot thank you enough for listening to the hundreds of voices that have written on your public input page and have called in this week and last week. Your consideration for keeping San Jose intact really shows to me the faith the state of California has put into you for our democracy is very much intact. And I greatly appreciate how much you are listening to the voices that have been calling in day by day. Again, it really reaffirms the oath that you have all taken to serve this state's democracy. And I just want to thank you again for keeping San Jose intact, and have a great holiday.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 0688. And up next after that will be caller 4560. Caller 0688, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Vivian Lau, I'm a lifelong resident of the San Gabriel Valley. I'm calling because the San Gabriel Valley needs to remain whole. The State Commission's redistricting map splits up the San Gabriel Valley and does not reflect the majority of working-class Asian American, Pacific Islander, and Latino American voters in the cities of Alhambra, San Gabriel, Rosemead, and Monterey Park. Social media outreach is not enough data because the residents here are busy and tired from working and fighting for resources to improve our neighborhoods. Just take a walk or visit a restaurant here and you'll see that the redistricting does not reflect the demographics of my community. I've never heard of La Canada or Bradbury until the redistricting map because they are majority white households with incomes around $150,000. My mom just retired from the USPS and her annual salary is around $60,000, like the majority of my neighbors and residents in my community. Preference is given to these affluent neighborhoods in the foothills when it comes to issues like the 710 or 10 freeway, while my family, friends, and neighbors bear the burden of poor air quality and traffic. The cities of San Gabriel Valley deserve to maintain a majority Latino and Asian American Pacific Islander majority Senate district because that would adequately represent the diversity of our community and accurately reflect the demographic makeup of the region. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4560. And up next after that will be caller 4644. Caller 4560, please follow the prompts. floor is yours.
Hi. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for taking my call and for all the work you're doing. This is Nancy from Elk Grove. I'd like to say that it has been frustrating at times watching these meetings and the lack of attention to Sacramento County. And you've probably spent more time on Old Fig Garden than the entire county of Sacramento. I'm kidding just a little, but if you recall, you did wait until the 11th hour to fix our assembly maps. Now, when it comes to congressional maps, there is no justification whatsoever for Elk Grove to be connected to Stockton, just like the earlier caller said. You tried this with the first visualizations, only to be met with lots of testimony from both Elk Grove and Stockton residents indicating our opposition. Please discard the Plan FT iteration entirely, especially since Sacramento County has the population needed for only 2 major congressional districts, not 3. Instead, please use the draft map as your foundation. And if you want to improve on this plan, all you have to do is take the city of Sacramento split and move it south, similar to the assembly map. You can then bring Rancho Cordova in with Elk Grove and add other communities for population, such as Fair Oaks, Gold River, Folsom, or others. Bottom line, Elk Grove does not belong with Stockton in a congressional district. Thanks a lot for all your time and have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4644. And up next after that would be caller 9230. Caller 4644, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Julie. I'm a second-generation Mariposa resident. As the commission continues to look at my region, I think it's important to know that communities like mine up here in the mountains do not belong with city areas like Clovis or Fresno. Thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9230. And then up next after that will be caller 6089. Caller 9230, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you so much for finally creating that supermajority Latino district within the San Fernando Valley. I also want to thank you for agreeing to swap Sylmar out of Santa Clarita and into the eastern San Fernando Valley where it belongs. The main focus for you all now is to create 2 supermajority Latino assembly districts within the San Fernando Valley. And please create an assembly map that has Santa Clarita within the Northwest Los Angeles County, similar to the newly proposed Senate districts here. This will make everyone happy and ensure equitable representation for the Latino community and all Angelinos. Thank you, commissioners. We look forward to these positive changes.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6089. And up next after that we caller 8108. Caller 6089, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Problem. By not referencing it carefully, the commission has drawn an assembly line, and by drawing an assembly line as a guide, the CRC unintentionally split the Latino community in the Victor Valley by particularly excluding Northern Hesperia. Solution: an easy 2-district swap between anti-VIC-VAL and MCV. Add the portions of Hesperia and 8039 Antelope, plus all portions north of Main Street to ANT-VIC-VAL. Number 2, add Apple Hill, Spring Valley Lake, Phelan, Pinyon Hills, Wrightwood, and Lytle Creek to MCV. Stats: Victor Valley's area kept in Ant-Vistal area are 49% Latino. Areas added at 53% Latino. Areas removed are 27 Latino. Result: Anta-Vistal would have Atlanta, Victorville, and Northern Hesperia. MCV would have Apple Valley, the Southern Hesperia, Oak Hills, Phelan, Pinyon Hills, Wrightwood, and Lytle Creek. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8108, and up next after that is caller 3952. Caller 8108, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ben Menor, longtime resident of Santa Clara Valley. I want to thank you very much and endorse your adoption of CD Greater Iteration number 3. I believe that that action will keep the district whole in its diversity and its continued value of community within its own community of religion, education, social, and economic standards. I also want to congratulate the effort of keeping San Jose more whole in only having 3 districts rather than 4. I would like to see a larger number of maybe 2 districts in the future, but this is a good start. Anyway, thank you for your service. Happy holidays. And again, very good work to all of you. Good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3952, and up next after that will be caller 3588. Caller 3952, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you to the commissioners for your incredible, tireless work on behalf of all California. My name is Sam Liccardo. I'm, again, the mayor of the city of San Jose, and I just wanted to say thank you for hearing our voices here in the city of San Jose and to enabling San Jose to have a clear voice in Washington in the congressional map that was revised to enable San Jose to have at least one district that would have a majority of San Joseans. It is a wonderful Christmas gift to us. We appreciate it very much. And I just wanted to say thank you for hearing us. Happy holidays.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3588. And up next after that is caller 9002. Caller 3588. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. First, happy holidays. And after watching the video this afternoon of how painstaking this process is, you guys totally deserve a joyful and restful holiday season. So thank you for all of your work. I wanted to thank you also for making what I think are the right changes to the San Fernando Valley Senate and congressional maps. I'm really happy that you were able to honor the community's input in creating a Senate Latino VRA district and agreeing to fix the congressional map by keeping Somar with the Eastern San Fernando Valley. I would only ask now that you consider focusing on fixing the Assembly map and making the Santa Clarita Valley district mirror the Senate map and push towards Northeast Los Angeles to keep it to make sure so that the Assembly map also just makes sense and is consistent. Acton and Agua Dulce really are an extension of Santa Clarita Valley, and we are all part of the same community. Thank you again, Commissioners, for your hard work. Happy holidays, and you're almost there. You're almost there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9002. And up next after that will be caller 2395. Caller 9002, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Joseph Lima from Modesto. Thank you very much for taking my call. There's no question that the solution proposed by the Commissioners Suwannee and Toledo, which I believe you've been referring to as in iteration 4, is the best choice for the Central Valley. I believe that this proposed district will effectively represent our communities. You have done the right thing by not rushing through this process. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2395. And then up next after that will be caller 4920. Caller 2395, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I live in Victorville, and I'm calling to generally support the state Senate map titled SD Antevic-Val Iteration. The new Senate iterations in Los Angeles County are far better when it comes to representation, especially for the Latino and Black communities. My only request is that the east side of the district follow the same dividing line in the Victor Valley as the Assembly map titled AD 39 Antelope. The Assembly map keeps part of Hesperia with Victorville and Adelanto and cuts out Apple Valley. By doing that, the Assembly map protects the Latino community of interest in the Victor Valley. The Senate map should do the same. The way that the AD 39 Antelope cuts through the Victor Valley keeps the Latino community together. I only ask that SD Antevic-Val iterations make this minor adjustment by including part of Hesperia, which is mostly Latino, and removing Apple Valley, a predominantly white, non-Latino community from the district. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 4920. And then up next after that will be caller 9006. Caller 4920, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. This is Janai in Eastern California, and asking to not combine our area with Clovis and North Fresno with the Sierras and the mountain communities. Our issues are extremely different and unique. We have different pressing needs of wildfires, forest management, difficulty getting homeowners insurance, catastrophic wildfires, water issues, logging, recreation, and healthcare. We are a gateway to for tourism to Yosemite National Park, and just very, very different from North Fresno Clovis area. Our trash issues are quite different, and we are just a rural, very rural, and not city at all. So we want to stay connected to Mariposa, Yosemite, Oakhurst, the mountain communities, and Coarse Gold and Yosemite Lakes, and the whole mountain area is very unique. So thank you for taking that consideration, and God bless you, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9006. And up next after that will be caller 3647. Caller 9006, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 9006. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm calling from Modesto. I just want to let you know I've been really glad to see the updated DRA maps for Congress. I'm really happy to see 3 effective Latino seats in the Central Valley. I know the Central Valley often gets passed over in these processes, but it's clear to me that the commissioner's commitment to taking public input seriously has helped very much. We thank you for that. Please stick with the iteration on the table right now. I think it's number 4. It's what's best for our local communities. Thank you so much for your time and for being committed to fair representation for California citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3647, and then up next after that will be caller 1123. Caller 3647, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you all for your commitment to this process. I want to commend you on the new state Senate maps in LA County. These iterations are a big improvement. And in particular, SD Antific-Val iteration, Northern LA County, it's fantastic, far better when it comes to representation for Latino and Black communities and the Latino CVAP. The only request I have, and I heard the commissioners earlier say that, minor adjustments you're interested in seeing. One that I'd love to see the line drawers just try is on the east side of the district, following the same dividing line in the Victor Valley as the assembly map AD39 Antelope, that it keeps Victorville, Adelanto, and part of Hesperia together, and it preserves the Latino community of interest as one unit in the Victor Valley. And so rather than having Apple Valley in this district, Victorville, Adelanto, and Hesperia, parts of Hesperia, would be much better for the Latino community of interest in the Victor Valley. Otherwise, SD Antific-Val iteration, great. And I just want to commend you all. Thank you for going through this process. And as another caller said, you're almost there. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9471, and then up next after that will be caller 2297. Caller 9471, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Sunil. I am calling about the San Fernando Valley Congressional District. I represent the India Association of Los Angeles, and I am concerned that on the last day of line drawing, you removed Porter Ranch and Granada Hills from the San Fernando Valley and placed these communities with Palmdale and Lancaster. There is a large South Asian community in this part of the San Fernando Valley, and this move cuts it off from the rest of the valley. I think this had something to do with how you wanted to handle Silmar. It doesn't have to be this way. Porter Ranch and Granada Hills can remain with the San Fernando Valley, and you can instead connect Sunland, Tijuana with the district to the north, which has a similar character. This wouldn't undo what you achieved with Silmar. Please don't tear up the valley at the last minute. Please keep all our communities together by connecting Porter Ranch and Granada Hills with other valley neighborhoods like Northridge, Chatsworth, and West Hills, which are all in the same LA City Council district, by the way. I would appreciate if you can take a minute to examine that area one last time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now, of caller 2297, and then up next after that, be caller 1002. Caller 2297, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm calling to support the state Senate map entitled SD ANTVIC-VAL iteration. I agree with several earlier callers that we should follow the same lines of the assembly map for that same area, AD39 Antelope, and swap in Hesperia and remove Apple Valley. The district should follow the same dividing line in the Victor Valley as that assembly map I just mentioned, because it keeps Hesperia with Victorville and Adelanto and cuts out Apple Valley. And by doing that, the assembly map protects the Latino community of interest in Victor Valley. So this makes sense that the Senate map should do that same thing. So what I'm asking is that we make a minor adjustment, as I mentioned, by including Hesperia. And that's because it's mostly Latino, and removing Apple Valley, which is predominantly white, non-Latino community. And in order to add population, if that is needed, I would suggest and hope that you would consider adding some of the northernmost sections of the San Fernando Valley to the map if needed. And I want to join the chorus of applause for all of your hard work and your constant efforts. Happy holidays to each of you. You certainly earned rest.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1002, and then up next after that we caller 9205. Caller 1002, please follow the prompts. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 1002. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 1002. You appear to have some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I have you down for a retry, and I will be coming back around. Right now we have caller 9205, and up next after that will be caller 4263. Caller 9205, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 9205, if you could please double check your phone, make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Thank you. I've been watching this process play out, and I am disappointed by the recent maps. When it comes to the San Joaquin Valley, foothills, and the mountains, the congressional district should pair like-minded communities. For example, many residents of Oakhurst commute to Madera City and Madera Ranchos daily for work and errands, not to North Fresno or Clovis. This is why these two communities do not belong in the same district. So please, do not put Clovis and North Fresno with the ECA district. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4263, and then up next after that will be caller 7483. Caller 4263, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is David Donaldson. I live in Santa Clara County, in support of your decision that you made earlier tonight regarding the iteration number 3 for San Jose congressional district map. And I had been calling in to support either 1 or 3. And I have to congratulate the entire commissioner team. They did outstanding and brilliant. And the ideas, I would also like to thank Yi and Ahmed and Sadwami for their excellent leadership. As far as what you're doing, I consider it a public service that hopefully other states will follow because of this excellent leadership. That's basically it. I'd have other things to say if there was a question about 1 or 3.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7483, and up next after that is caller 2019. Caller 7483, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, all. I'm calling about Stanislaus County. We are a county of festas and quinceañeras, and American graffiti nights, and apricot fiestas, and tule fog, and yes, agriculture. I've been looking and pondering the maps, especially iteration 4 for the Central Valley, and I would especially like to thank Commissioners Anderson and Turner for their thoughtful consideration of trying to move Modesto and Turlock back into the Central District. We are a relatively small population area compared to a lot of those around California, and for many years we have felt that we were never heard. I understand the need to maximize the VRAs and would suggest moving Turlock and Modesto into a Central Valley district to possibly attain your goals for this area. We absolutely belong with other cultural areas of the valley, and I hope you would continue to make that happen. We are a Central Valley district now, so I know it's possible. One representative cannot possibly perform meaningful work while dealing with forest land, desert, and ag. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2019, and then up next after that will be caller 6556. Caller 2019. Please follow the prompts. Caller with the last four digits, 2019. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Hello? Okay, great. First, my name is Brian Holloway. Thank you very much for your service. I'm a lifelong resident of Sacramento, and I'm speaking in opposition to the map for the Sacramento Congressional District. Sacramento is at the confluence of two major rivers, and we are the most at risk of devastating floods in the entire nation. There are over 600,000 residents at risk of flooding, and it could be said that this is the largest community of interest in the region. Under the proposed map, most of the floodplain of both rivers are no longer in one congressional district, and this will harm our ability to protect Sacramento. To help visualize, the floodplain of Sacramento is basically the same as the city of Sacramento boundaries, and we need both to be kept together in the same congressional district. Please keep the floodplain in one congressional district as it has been for decades. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6556, and up next after that will be caller 1220. Caller 6556, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Paul. I'm calling from Fresno. I just want to say I think that the map that you guys have drawn today is really great. I think drawing the arm through Visalia was a really good idea, and that I think that at this point you guys have done a lot of good work, especially making sure that the VRA districts have good representation. So I just want to say that you've done a great job with the current map, and I hope that going forward you can improve these maps without going back to the drawing board again. So again, thank you for all your hard work in making sure that the VRA districts have good representation, and that I think that the current map here in Central Valley with the arm going through Visalia was a good move. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 1220. Please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Chris Rowe. I'm calling from West Hills in the San Fernando Valley. I'm looking at your Assembly District 8040 SCV, and you have, I have very strong environmental concerns. I look at the East San Fernando Valley is fine for a VRA area, but what you've done is divided the West San Fernando Valley in particular, and I've sent my comments are ID 40297. You have divided the San Fernando Valley and put parts of the Santa Susana Field Lab, a toxic site that qualifies as a federal Superfund site, with West Hills, and it's in Ventura County, and yes, it's nearby. But then you take us all the way out to the Santa Clarita Valley, and because of issues like of environmental justice, I support, there was a gentleman that was an Asian member from Granada Hills that said, yes, we are all in Council District 3. We should be, San Fernando Valley should be whole. And if you could divide the districts differently on the Assembly District and the Congressional District, 26. You would achieve greater Hispanic population, but you would keep the communities whole. You've divided West Hills from its adjacent Canoga Park and Woodland Hills. And I really would appreciate if you look at my comments, as I said, 40297 in Malibu, CD Malibu S.
At this time, Chair, we are up against a break.
Very good. Thank you, Katie. It is 8:14. My alarm is going off to remind me that it's break time. We are on break until 8:30. For those of you in the queue, please remain in the queue. We will be back in 15 minutes to continue taking your calls. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your patience during our break. We are back with you. It is 8:30 p.m., and we are looking forward to continuing to hear from the public after or at the end of today's meeting of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Katie, please take it away.
Absolutely, Chair. And thank you to those that have called in. If you have not done so already, please press star 9. This will raise your hand indicating you have called in to give comment. We do have some hands raised here. Right now, we will be going to caller 4458, and up next after that will be caller 5115. And a brief announcement for those that have recently called in. Please speak at a steady pace as our meeting is being translated. Please take your time with county names, cities, numbers, and your public comment in general. Right now we have caller 4458, and up next after that will be caller 5115. Caller 4458, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
All right, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is John, and I live in the mountain area community of Ahwahnee. And what I would like to do is to, I'm going to talk about ECA, Eastern County, Eastern California, and I would like to recommend that you do not, and I repeat, do not combine Clovis and North Fresno with the Sierra and Mountain communities of interest. Our interests are extremely different and very unique. For example, in rural California, we have pressing issues of wildfires, forest management. A lot of the people up here can't get fire insurance because of the catastrophic wildfires. We have water issues. We have logging, recreation, healthcare is a whole different animal up here. We are also a gateway tourist community that thrives off tourism, and North Fresno and Clovis is not that way. And even the trash issues are extremely different, as we have rural areas that have 75 households per square mile or less. So we have different issues on that. We have many backgrounds, walks of life, from Oakhurst to Madera and Mariposa and Merced. And the amount of communities that share special interests need to be in the same district. That does not include highly populated cities like Clovis and North Fresno. So keep the mountain communities unique. I'm drawing the seats. Thank you, and God bless you, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 5115, and then up next after that will be caller 6883. Caller 5115, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Cassandra, and as a lifelong San Jose resident, I just wanted to extend my gratitude for your work on our congressional maps today, especially to Mita for all your hard work drawing these maps, and to the entire Commission for choosing iteration 3 that preserves a majority San Jose voice in Congress. Thank you so much for listening to our community and for not splitting us into 4 congressional districts. We really appreciate it and agree that map iteration number 3 allows our 10th largest city in America to keep a representative that speaks for us. So thank you again, and I wish you a happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6883, and up next after that will be caller 6743. Caller 6883, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great. Good evening, Commissioners. It was afternoon when I started, sorry. My name is Joseph Roth, and I'm on the boards of the Westside Neighborhood Council and the Westwood South Homeowners Association. I appreciate your service and your continued consideration throughout these deliberations. I'm calling tonight about an LA County SD west of 110. Please revisit the composition of this SD west of 110 iteration, as it separates the west side from longstanding communities of interest to the north, as in Westwood, and to the west, like Santa Monica and West LA and Brentwood, where we share some common arterials, business districts, and issues. Additionally, I also want to point out, and I'm familiar with VRA, and I know this doesn't count, but lots of other ethnicities are being taken into account, and the Jewish community on this side of the hill is being dispersed into 3 different districts. So if you could give more consideration to that as well, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6743, and then up next after that will be caller 3899. Caller 6743, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you, commissioners. My name's Karen Sewell, and I'm a resident of Yorba Linda in Orange County. On the December 8th version of the congressional maps, you guys really got it right. And it seemed that you listened and honored the input of North Orange County residents by keeping the close-knit communities of Brea, Fullerton, Yorba Linda, and Placentia together. However, after the 8th, something strange happened. And when you redid the maps, you split up North Orange County. It just doesn't make any sense that Yorba Linda isn't with Fullerton, Brea, and especially Placentia, because we have common interests with shopping, dining, and education in these communities. Especially Yorba Linda and Placentia share a school district, and Yorba Linda Boulevard runs through Yorba Linda, Placentia, and Fullerton. We had fair and balanced districts, but you destroyed our district, and I can't fathom why. Please just take another look at it, how you had it on the 8th, and I hope you can change it back and keep our neighbors together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3899, and then up next after that will be caller 5352. Caller 3899, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, commissioners. I want to thank the commission for all the time they spent in Long Beach, and just to say that we're generally happy. I know there's been a lot of testimony, some of it even conflicting, but we saw many of our top priorities were heard. We definitely don't want the commission to go in the wrong direction at this point and divide our city even more. So we certainly can live with our current map, and we hope we see minimal changes in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5352, and up next after that will be caller 6483. Caller 5352, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, so my name's James. I am a lifelong resident of Rancho Cucamonga, and I was just wanting to comment that while you guys have been doing a good job with the districts so far, I would just like to point out that Rancho Cucamonga and Upland really don't have any ties to Los Angeles County. We want to be grouped in with San Bernardino County districts, not with Los Angeles County districts. It's just a different culture, different economics, things like that. We just would really like to be over here in Rancho Cucamonga and Upland, really like to be placed with San Bernardino districts, especially the state senate district. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6483, and up next after that is caller 7268. Caller 6483, please follow the prompts. One moment. Caller 6483, I don't know if you intentionally lowered your hand. I do not believe you did so. All right, there you are. Caller 6483, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm calling about the Assembly, Senate, and Congressional districts in the very large district, ECA. I'm concerned about adding the cities of North Fresno and Clovis to the Sierra National Forest and mountain communities of Wawona, Oakhurst, Mariposa, Bass Lake, Madera, and others. If this happens, the mountain communities will be disenfranchised. The important issues are water and trash, transportation, employment, and economic issues, and the Valley cities do not share these same concerns. Please consider keeping the cities out of the ECA district and allow the mountain areas to be joined with their truly communities of interest like Bass Lake, Wawona, Sierra National, Mariposa, Madera, and others. Thank you so much for your time. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 7268. And up next after that is caller 1535. And I'd like to invite those that have just called in to please press star 9. If you've not done so already, please press star 9, indicating you wish to give comment. This will raise your hand. Makes my job a little bit easier. Right now we have caller 7268. And up next after that will be caller 1535. Caller 7268, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Angel Ruiz. I am a member of the Central Valley Equitable Coalition MAP. I live in the city of Tulare. It's a beautiful city, by the way. I encourage people to move here. We recommend you to to prioritize the creation of 3 effective VRA congressional districts. CVAP level, and VRA are appropriate, reflective of what we have done in the county, where they adopted our guidelines for what we were doing. And I am proud to say that I didn't miss one meeting for redistricting in the county of Tulare. That was a lot of fun. Also, as the CSUB Bakersfield Student GIS program, I'm wondering how many layers Jamie has on her map, because I am fascinated by everything that you guys are doing. Thank you so much for serving. Thank you for being the voice of the state of California. Thank you for helping everybody. And please, one last thing, I urge you to help Little Saigon. I have heard so many comments from there. I have heard people from all parts of California, but please, I urge you to help the people of Little Saigon. Thank you again so much for doing what you're doing. It means a lot.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1535, and up next after that is caller 2641. Caller 1535, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Commissioners, it's Tony Maldonado again from Santa Clarita. Thank you and the mappers for your hard work on our congressional Senate maps. So please, no more drastic changes. You've done the right thing pairing us with the Antelope Valley and moving Silmar to the San Fernando Valley East, so thank you. However, we suffer from wildfires, and it's a serious concern. So if we remove Porter Ranch and Granada Hills, which are part of the city of Los Angeles, and then go further into the rural parts of Sunland, Tujunga, and the foothill trails by moving the eastern side boundary of Santa Clarita further into the Angeles National Forest, it will help us to strengthen our wildfire risk management, which is quite a serious concern. Currently, the boundary sits off the 14 freeway. This is area to Placerita Canyon State Park and Magic Mountain Wilderness that are entirely within the Santa Clarita Valley and experience wildfires often. I've sent you some shape files so you can actually look at this. On another note, please revisit Santa Clarita's assembly map, which should match our congressional and Senate maps. Currently, you have us connected to the San Fernando Valley, which makes no sense at all and should be removed. And it should be replaced with Agua Dulce, Acton, Lake Elizabeth, and the unincorporated areas of Northwest LA County. Then we're cooking with gas. Before I go, a big shout out to Katie, the call moderators, the ASL interpreters. Thank you for doing a great job. Everyone, have a good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2648. And up next after that will be caller 8563. Caller 2648, please follow the prompts. floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Magda Menendez. I've been a resident of Bakersfield my entire life, and I'm asking that you allow for better representation of the Latino community in the Central Valley. The draft maps diluted the voice of our community by including too many areas that have always voted against us in the past. But it looks like there's a fix. Map STCV4 was posted on your website today, and it's effective. STCV4 includes 2 very strong Latino Voting Rights Act seats instead of 3 weak seats. It keeps farm worker communities together. The district with Bakersfield is 59% Latino CVAP. The district with the city of Fresno is 53% Latino CVAP. These are both effective seats according to the Dolores Huerta Foundation. The Dolores Huerta Foundation knows the Central Valley and knows our community. Please support STCV4 in the map for Congress. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 8563. And up next after that will be caller 1623. Caller 8563, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours. Caller 8563, if you will please double check your phone and make sure you are not on mute. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Hi, sorry about that. My name is Karima Abdul Kabir. I'm calling from the High Desert region of Victorville. I'm calling regarding our state Senate district. I'm calling because we want to keep Hesperia in our state Senate district. It's a high Latino population, and we need to protect our communities. So that map I am looking to protect, an SDANTVICVAL iteration. So just the minor change of removing the Apple Valley, if possible, if needed, and including Hesperia. That would make it a stronger for the voting rights of the Latino community. So I hope the commission keeps these communities together. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1623. And up next after that will be caller 0566. Caller 1623. Please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you all for your hard work. I just wanted to say, if you could please keep Rancho Cucamonga and Upland in the San Bernardino County District. We do not have a lot in common as far as interests go with Los Angeles County. We also have different taxes in both of those counties, and Upland and Upland and Rancho Cucamonga are in San Bernardino County, and I feel like the district should stay that way too and not put us in with LA County. Thank you so much. Have a happy holiday season.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0566. And up next after that, we will retry caller 1002. Caller 0566, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Barbara, and I live in Madera, but I do business up in the mountain areas, Oakers, Corscold, and also in the Clovis, Fresno area. And those are 2 completely different communities. Clovis especially has high density neighborhoods. I know because I'm looking for a house there. And the needs of both those communities are so diverse that they should not be put together. So I'm asking that you consider leaving the mountain area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will retry caller 1002, and then up next after that will be caller 4993. And for those who have not done so already, please press star 9 to raise your hand. Caller 1002. Caller 1002, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Thank you. Hello, the commissioners. It is upsetting to hear one voice tonight from the political group Beatrice, which is part calling last week and called Huntington Beach resident racist. It is for sure he has not been to our local schools or even Costco in Huntington Beach. There are so many Vietnamese American students and customers in this area that you can't deny the inclusion and population of Vietnamese American in Huntington Beach. Please listen to our collective voices. This is one. Put north of Garfield Street in Huntington Beach to Little Saigon, which will include Huntington Harbor, where majority of the residents are Vietnamese American. If adding Huntington Beach with Little Saigon in the congressional and Senate, why wouldn't it make sense to also do so with the Assembly? Give our community the collective voices we need to protect our school districts between Westminster, Huntington Beach, and Spawn Valley. Please put Huntington Beach with Little Saigon for all three maps, including the State Assembly map. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you so much. And right now, we'll go to caller 4993. And up next after that will be caller 2313. Caller 4993, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, I just wanted to thank the Commission for the incredible work that they've done through all these many months, but most of all, just what they did to protect the city of San Jose and to listen to the concerns of over 600 San Jose residents who've weighed in following the lead of Mayor Liccardo saying, you can have a heavily Asian district from the north part of our city. You can have a heavily Latino district that includes the east side, and you can still also have a district that is majority of the city of San Jose. So we know that we've always got one person who will be fighting for us. And we're fortunate that we're a large city, the 10th largest city in the country. And not every district, not every jurisdiction has the ability to count on one person who will be fighting for them. But we are the largest city in Northern California, and knowing that we're going to have that voice fighting for us was just enormously important, is enormously important to our community. And the fact that you all listened, you saw that we could do it was possible to do what the mayor and others have said could be done, and you tried, and you gave us that voice, was just enormously appreciated. So we're very, very grateful for what you've done, and hope you all have a wonderful holiday season.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2313, and up next after that will be caller 1536. Caller 2313, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, good evening. My name is Pedro, and I'm calling from Fresno. Thank you all first for your hard work, and really it's very impressive the way you're hearing out the most populated state in the entire country, and somebody that experienced redistricting heavily in the local level. The way you're conducting things really left me desiring more at the local level. But I do want to express my support for the Valdez congressional plan. I'm here to support the changes made to the Central Valley congressional map as shown in the fourth visualization. Then you can also wanted to just add that even though the Merced-Fresno district is great as it is currently drawn, even though the Latino CVAP is slightly slower at 50.24%, we believe it will perform for our families, and it creates most opportunities for fair representation throughout the Central Valley. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you all, and great job.
Thank you so much. And right now we have color 1536. And then up next after that will be color 9517. And for those that have just called in, please press *9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Color 1536, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Shobana Ramamurthy. I just want to take this opportunity to thank the Commission for listening to the community. And I want to comment regarding the San Jose Congressional District Iteration 3 map from December 15th. Looks like you guys finally heard us. Asian community, we feel like we need our voices not disenfranchised. And we really appreciate the brilliant work of Commissioner Sadhwani, Commissioner E, Commissioner Ahmed, and entire Commission. It is not easy. The task that you guys were given you guys were able to listen to different groups, and you still heard us and gave us a voice, and we really are grateful for it. Thank you so much for your hard work and dedication, and you have a happy holidays.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 9517, and up next after that is caller 7452. Caller 9517, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commission. My name is Vanessa, president of Fountain Valley. Keeping Huntington Beach with the Fountain Valley, Westminster, and Seal Beach make a lot of sense for our many shared communities of interest. All of those cities are currently together in the Assembly, Senate, and Congress district. Commissioner Anderson, thank you for wanting to visit Little Saigon district map. Please make sure you include the northern portion of Huntington Beach with of all the North Garfield Street to the Little Saigon Assembly to allow the communities to be represented by the same assembly member who will understand the great Little Saigon community. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 7452, and up next after that is caller 4521. 7452, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your hard work and diligence. My name is Michael Soto. I'm an Alhambra homeowner and advisory housing commissioner, and I'm calling today regarding the latest San Gabriel Valley State Senate maps. Alhambra, San Gabriel, Rosemead, and Monterey Park are Latino, API, minority-majority cities along the 10 freeway and should be included with the rest of the San Gabriel Valley rather than Pasadena and other predominantly white foothill communities north along the 210 and 134 freeways. These West San Gabriel cities do not share concerns around fire danger with the foothill communities and have a high and are working class communities as opposed to more affluent communities to the north. Also, just another further distinction is that these communities to the north have major higher education institutions such as Caltech and the Claremont colleges. I urge the committee to revert the San Gabriel Valley back to the November maps where the San Gabriel was united in one district and represents a more accurate community of interest. Please do not dilute Latino or API voices in the San Gabriel Valley. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 4521, and up next after that will be caller 1587. Caller 4521, if you'll please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello, this is Deborah with the City of Rancho Cucamonga, and I'm calling to request to please keep the City of Rancho Cucamonga whole. We are a community of 177,000 people and are currently split into 2 assembly districts 2 Senate districts, and 3 congressional districts. We respectfully request that you keep us into one district, as we have a sense of identity and historically been in all one district. And we thank you to keep our neighborhoods together so that we do not have diminishing community power and have the opportunity for strong representation. Thank you so much and have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 1587, and up next after that will be caller 2737. Caller 1587, please follow the prompts. The floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you, Commission. My name is Patricia Ramos Anderson. I'm from Santanella, which is the gateway to Silicon Valley, to Central Valley in Merced County. For generations, Merced and the Salinas Valley have much similarities in Central Valley, far from any kind of Central Coast. I have a family of 3 generations that we've lived here, and I actually retired and came back. What's important about our area is the demographics are very similar to those in Merced County, Central Valley, and its agricultural-based economy. And also we have great fishing, by the way, at San Luis Reservoir. Our communities, and especially many unincorporated rural communities such as ours, need a strong voice who will represent us in Sacramento and advocate, who understand our issues that impact us here in Central Valley. We must keep Salinas, Merced, and Central Valley together. Support the communities of interest instead of the status quo. That's been the challenge because we've not had enough representation that brings back infrastructures, especially to many of our rural communities. And in my little town, might be small, but it brings in like $4 million of revenues yearly for the past 50 years. With the same supervisor, and now he retired and left, and we have district elections, but never had a park built in 3 years.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 2737, and up next after that will be caller 2450. Caller 2737, please follow the prompts. Caller with the last 4 digits, 2737, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Sí, soy la señora Ramos y estamos llamando a la comisión que nos apoyen a nuestras comunidades rurales que están en Merced y también en las áreas en Central. Es muy importante que nos estemos juntos con el mapa de San Bernardino de Fresno, el SBEN Fresno, que estemos, porque tenemos muchas cosas común, como la agricultura, las comunidades, pero más importante que nosotros vivimos aquí, es el base de nuestra área, es el central, el valle, no las áreas que son cerca del costo. Eso es lo más lejos de nuestras comunidades. Y más porque tenemos nuestras comunidades que somos pueblos chicos que no estamos incorporados. Y eso es algo que es una necesidad que necesitamos a alguien que nos va a representar y nos van a traer